We're just past 9:30, and so what I would propose with the unanimous consent of the group is that we proceed with some of the protocol materials and some of the reports before we do the business of formally adopting the agenda and moving into the resolutions that you see a little later on our program. Is there any objection to that? Seeing or hearing none, then let us convene the assembly informally, as it were. And once again, it's great to be on the territory of the Musqueam peoples. And my name is Harold Sagoscoyanta Tarbell, and I will serve as your MC. To help us begin, we do want to look to our knowledge keepers to begin. And just in order of I see Councillor Brett Sparrow from Musqueam to make the welcoming remarks, and then we'll turn to the opening blessing from Doctors Point and Sempelan. Councillor Sparrow, I see him approaching here to my left.
Good morning, everyone. My traditional name is Aichwatsimkun. It's a derivative of my grandmother's name, Aichwatia. My English name is Brett Sparrow, and I'm a counselor for the Musqueam Indian Band. And on behalf of our community, we're really happy to welcome you all here into the Musqueam gym here, right in our reserve here. I'm really happy to join you today to witness some of your important work you'll be doing. I took a look at the agenda. I've got some updates on fisheries and education and UNDRIP, so I'm really looking forward to some of the sessions later. I also wanted to just quickly introduce myself in my new role with FNFC. I'll be here with Jordan Point later in the afternoon, so we'll be really happy to give you an update on some of the important work we're doing. I just want to close off by saying if any of you are going to the casino later, remember to wish Chief Wayne a happy anniversary. He'll probably be at the craps table after our council meeting tonight. I'm going to pass it off to our knowledge keepers here to finish off the opening remarks. Thank you.
Squile, Quamantomi, Squalowins, to Siochaqua, Quan Mantomi sim to Clackpatchit, not to Musqueam, Stelmochit, yet one hot to Squalins wait. Squile to Siam to Schwapnik, Siam to Shashias, Matmanas, Emats, Cut Siam Squallow and Ella. Oh, I get to speak my mother's language and my father's language. My ancestor name is Simpoyan. I am of Musqueam Squamish ancestry. I am honored to be in front of each and every one of you, our respected chiefs, our matriarchs, our kupis that are in the room. Thank you for arriving safely in our territory of Musqueam. I'm going to offer our Musqueam paddle song.
Oh, yo, yo, yo. Oh, yo, hey, yo, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey. Oh.
Simple Jan. For our leaders here today, Simple Jan came on board with us this last year as our representative for the two SLGBTQIA and Knowledge Keepers. Can we get a round of applause for our new BCAFN Regional Chief and Council, Sparrow? Thank you for the welcome. My traditional name is Shaiskowit, and I'm from the Stolo territory, and it's really special to be here with you folks again this at this session, and to all those online. I acknowledge our regional chief who came in this year by acclamation. So congratulations to our regional chief. As well as our board of directors as well came in by acclamation. Cookpee Roseanne Casimir, Chief Maureen Luggie, and Brian Asu. So congratulations. I'd also again thank my dear cousin for welcoming you and bringing in with a paddle song. And that notion of working together. I grew up in a canoe. That's the last thing my dad did for me when I was a young girl. He brought me up to the beach in Steelis, and he said, you go down and listen to those people. And they were getting into our traditional canoe. And then a few months later, he passed away. And that has been what has sustained me over the years, because that knowledge, that notion of the canoe is if you don't paddle together, you're going to flip over. You had to learn, and I was grateful for the teachings of the elders at that time, Jim Leon, and the dear elders that raised us in that way. All the teachings that go with that apply to your whole life. And that's what I witnessed here with BCAFN. That notion of Latsamat, Latsathala, one mind, one heart, working together. The Huamtamat, the Huamtathala, that notion of a strong mind and a strong heart. At the same time, it doesn't mean that everything goes well and the canoe doesn't get tippy, right? But that's probably one of my most proudest moments, is witnessing how leadership, with the guidance of the board and regional chief and the staff, all the staff, the work that went into making sure that canoe stays upright. And again, a part of that work was I was appointed by the National Knowledge Keepers, AFN National Knowledge Keepers, to be part of the Resolution 13 work, to the way that it was brought forward. The resolution came from BC, and to address the difficulties that many face. Sexual discrimination, the assaults. But what was really important was the way that it was phrased, and again, this is how our people think. This is how can AFN become a role model to end the sexual discrimination, the misogyny, the abuse that happens at different levels, including at the knowledge keepers level as well. I can tell you that it was not easy. It was not easy. But I worked with two amazing women, two lawyers, one a little bit younger than myself, maybe by 20 years, but then one younger lawyer as well, 30 years old. And the work took us a year and a half. And we provided that report at the last AFN AGA. And I encourage all of you to go on the website or to key in www.afn Resolution 13. Please read the report. And I thank the support of the BCAFN. Thank you for your support. And the support came from across Canada as well. We always need to make sure, our elders said, look after one another. Take care of one another. And I remember one elder helping me when I was young, because I was always worried about my brother who liked to drink. He was already in a big car accident. That didn't stop him. And I had a phone call, and it was from BC Hydro or something. But when I hung up, I start crying, and the elder asked me, well, what's wrong? And I told her, every time the phone rings, I get scared I'm going to lose my brother. And she said, you know, there's nothing you can do about your brother. You can tell him, love him, pray for him. The best thing you can do is look after yourself. Be an example for those coming behind you. So that's what we need, is to continue to be role models. Continue to provide a safe space for all those that come in through those doors. And you know, if anyone gets hurt here, it's on all of us. It's on all of us. And we all need to pick up and carry that responsibility, that everyone enjoys to work in a safe space. So please look up the AFN Resolution 13 report. And I also wanted to acknowledge the loss here in Musqueam. He's a younger cousin to me on my mother's side. His dad and my mother were first cousins, Scowlitz. And he married into Musqueam here, and the young lady he married, her grandfather and my father were first cousins. So her mother and I are second cousins, so she's my niece. That's how close we are. And I know you understand that in our communities, right? You're connected on both sides of the family. So I wanted to say that I've always been really proud to be part of BCAFN. So proud of leadership. And I know it's not easy to be a leader. And what sets us apart from other organizations in the larger society is that we have our cultural teachings. And the role of knowledge keeper is to be there for our leadership, to walk with you, to be prayerful in our connection to the Spirit. And if we truly believe in who we are, that connection to the Spirit is strong. That acknowledgement of the land and the territory that we're in, that's what binds us together, is our teaching. So with that, also thank you for listening. Again, I appreciate all the work that you do and the blessings that came from our dear relative here. I ask you to accept the blessings because we need that. We need that. I accept.
Thank you very much for that. Knowledge Keeper has mentioned the loss here in the community. I also want to extend my condolences to the family and to the community. It does affect our proceedings, and so Thursday, this hall will be in use by the family and the community, and so we will be all virtual on Thursday. So just as a note for that, all virtual on Thursday. So we did look for other spaces, but none were readily available. In terms of carrying on and just checking on the number, we will, I'll do the overview and the adoption of the agenda later, and we're just going to go through some of the protocol stuff, and there's some information that can be provided without any decisions being needed. And we did want to hear from the electoral officer for a quick update, and then we will ask the regional chief to read his oath of office. Here you go.
Good morning, chiefs, proxies, delegates, all. My name is Ron Loffer. I'm the BCAFN electoral officer. It's an honor to be back in this amazing community and amazing organization. It's also an honor to be back on Musqueam territory. This is now my 6th year as electoral officer for the BCAFN, so many of you may already know me. I just want to go over that there were a number of positions open, electable positions for the BCAFN this year. We had the position for regional chief, 3 board of director positions, and the female and male youth representative positions open. We received a number of nominations, and for some of these positions, we will have elections. And as you heard in other positions, we had acclamations. The elections will take place tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., so a 3-hour window. And the voting will be both online or by telephone, whatever you prefer. I will also be providing a little bit of a overview of how voting occurs a little later this afternoon. And in fact, we have the candidate forum at 3:30. So I hope that I encourage you to stay and learn about the candidates and ask questions of them as well. After the forum, I'll provide that brief tutorial on how the voting works. And I'd like to just take a brief moment to announce those candidates that were acclaimed, which we've already heard a little bit, but just to make it official, for the 3 board of director positions, the acclamations are Brian Asu, Kukbi Roseanne Casimir, and Chief Maureen Lugie. And for the position of regional chief, Terry Chiji was acclaimed and will continue serving as the BCAFN regional chief. So congratulations to all of you. I'll come back later.
Yeah. He's here all week. Thanks, Ron. Regional Chief, you want to do the oath of office?
As a witness to the oath, I have knowledge keeper here, Dr. Point, for this oath. Hear me, elders, chiefs, and citizens of the First Nations of British Columbia, as well as friends and guests here assembled. In your sight and in your hearing, I, Terry T.G., take up the duties of the Regional Chief of the BC Assembly of First Nations. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to fulfill these duties as they are outlined in our BCAFN Constitution and bylaws to the best of my abilities. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to place the needs of our assembly above my own comfort. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for all dangers and to give you warning. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for opportunities to strengthen our peoples and to aid all such efforts. Elders, chiefs, and citizens of the First Nations of British Columbia, as well as friends and guests here assembled, you have heard these, my promises made without equivocation. I will ever call on the Great Spirit for wisdom and help in carrying them out. Thank you, Mutsi. Deniza, Tsekuza, Skiza. First of all, I want to acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam people, the Coast Salish people. Big thank you, Masi, for allowing us on your territory. Thank you, Councillor Sparrow, for the welcoming, and thank you, Simple Yan and Dr. Point, for the good words and for the prayer, and certainly the prayers for the extended family of Wayne Penier, who is a citizen here who passed. And we've heard from Dr. Point, her relatives, many relatives here in Musqueam, and to the councillor recently that was passed in Williams Lake, Councillor Gilbert, and his passing, that I understand there will be a service just after the Union of BC Indian Chiefs meeting. Prayers for them, and personally prayers for my uncle, Joe Sampson, who recently passed, who he didn't pass actually. His two granddaughters passed within days of each other. And certainly, you know, those prayers for all those that are going through a tough time. It's always, we're always fortunate to have these types of meetings here, but also that, you know, there are others, our extended family and other of our First Nations that are going through difficult times as well. And reflecting back on, you know, I want to thank all my support system for those, for the chiefs that nominated me for this position, and the acclamation for this position for the next 3 years. It's, I suppose, break a new trail. You know, there's never been a regional chief that served 3 terms, nor has there ever been a regional chief that has been acclaimed. So I'm definitely fortunate to be in this position. So it's always good to have continuity, as you all know, within your communities, to carry on the work that you've started. For myself, it feels like I'm not finished. I'm not finished here at BCAFN to do the work that I promised 3 years ago, to uphold the rights and title, the treaty rights, our inherent rights of our Indigenous peoples here in British Columbia. Sometimes that has to be brought up in terms of a very difficult negotiations with the provincial or federal governments. And sometimes that needs to be upheld and protected in terms of what we see from other outside interests coming within our territories. And you all know what we're talking about. Resolutions were passed at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and at the First Nations Summit in terms of protecting our rights and the assertion of some sort of Métis recognition of those rights. There is no Métis lands in British Columbia. It's First Nations lands in British Columbia. So sometimes we need to go to those very difficult places and protect what was always ours and what we inherited from our ancestors. And certainly part of those discussions are with the provincial government over the last 4 years, having the difficult time to really put forward our views in terms of what the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples mean, not only provincially, but also federally. We appreciate the, I suppose, the other levels of government that are friendly to us, such as the City of Vancouver, that have adopted UNDRIP. But there are many meeting right now at the Union of BC Municipalities meeting that's occurring today and the next few days. But certainly there are different views on Indigenous rights, especially when it comes to our people in terms of the many homeless that we see in the downtown east side, in Prince George, Moccasin Flats, the rail trail in Kelowna. The more that we see the homeless, and certainly we as Indigenous peoples, many of our peoples are overrepresented. I certainly know, because I have knowledge of what's going on in Prince George, that 70% of the homeless are Indigenous. And the vast majority of them are young, are youth, are under 30, are dealing with addictions, are dealing with the issues of abuse, and have come out of a system of genocide. And when I say the system of genocide, I talk about the MCFD, talking about the foster care system. So as some of our people age out, they end up in some of these very difficult places. So even though we've come a long ways, a $43 billion settlement on not only long-term reform, we're still negotiating that piece, but also compensation for those First Nations that were under service since 1991 with the $23 billion compensation that is still being worked out right now. But we're still having a difficult time with the province in terms of fully implementing C-92. I commend the work that we're trying to do at the First Nations Leadership Council as part of the tripartite working group to really implement UNDRIP and also C-92 to take over jurisdiction and make sure that many of our children that are at risk to coming into care do not lose sight of where they're coming from, of where they're from, of who they are, and their identity. The other critical piece that I had in my mandate or in my platform from the last 3 years was in terms of climate change and environment. And over the last 3 years, we've definitely seen the effects of climate change. This past year is the worst year. Not only British Columbia's history in terms of destruction of hectares of forest fires, but also the worst year in Canadian history for forest fires in terms of the number of fires and also the area burned. And certainly we've seen that with many of our First Nations communities evacuated, evacuation letters, loss of homes, loss of structures, and there continues to this day to be over 400 fires burning out of control here in British Columbia. So that fire season has not only extended into the early spring of March, but it's also extending into further months of October, which is very unusual. And seeing that 80% of our First Nations communities are in rural areas, we're at risk. We're definitely at risk. The first peoples that feel the effects of climate change are First Nations, are Indigenous peoples, not just here, but around the world. And certainly that was heard very loud and clear as I attended COP27 in Egypt. Many Indigenous peoples were very interested and wanted to hear about what happened with Lytton. As we well know, Lytton burnt down, Lytton First Nations, many structures were burnt down, and we're interested to understand and know what exactly happened. And seeing this last year, what we've seen at Lahaine, Hawaii, well, hundreds of people missing, hundreds of people that have died due to climate change and due to many of the issues that perhaps would have helped them if they understood what had happened in Lytton. These are important lessons because we're not dealing with climate change. We're dealing with a climate crisis. It's no longer this discussion of having temperatures change. These are real issues that are destroying the planet, that are killing people in a very serious manner around the world, and here included in British Columbia. So we need to really commit to what we strategize as part of the BC First Nations climate strategy. We need to be prepared. There's just no two ways about it. You know, we've been talking about this since the last fires 20 years ago in Kelowna, in Lake Country, in 2003. And yet we come back, we see reports, the Notley report on the Shovel Lake fire, the Tsilhqot'in, Chapman Abbott report, the Philman report. We have a number of reports that are saying the same thing, that we need to be prepared. So we call upon the federal and provincial government to give us the resources. And there's nobody better to know and understand is our own administration, is our own governance to really address these issues, to prepare our communities to really mitigate these class 5 and 6 fires that we've seen ravage through, Okanagan territory, Shuswap territory, up in Prince George, Daquette territory, all these territories that experienced the biggest fire in Treaty 8, well over 500,000 hectares, the biggest fire we've seen in recent memory that is still burning since May 8th. So it really tells of the issues that we're dealing with, and the drought levels. We've never experienced this amount of drought in British Columbia. And certainly that has an effect not only on our drinking water, but also to the many fish species that depend on the water within the rivers and streams within British Columbia that we depend on as well. So I think, the climate change strategy that has been adopted at this table needs to be fully implemented. All levels of government need to come in as partners so we could really address the issues of this climate crisis. Certainly, as I mentioned, fisheries is a big part of what we have here in British Columbia, what we've seen, the dire need for better management, because certainly we've seen, many of the species of salmon that are at risk. Good to see that some of the numbers came back in good numbers. Where I'm from, early and late Stuart sockeye, but next year is going to be a difficult year because it's going to be 4 years since the big bar slide, and there's going to be a big drop in terms of some of the species at that time that we're trying to get to the big bar slide that perished that year, the numbers are going to come down severely. So certainly there are risk species of salmon, but you know, what we've always called for. You know, in my position at the Assembly of First Nations, I've been here 6 years, and I've seen 5 DFO ministers and a new one coming in. This is a real problem, and I think you all know around this table what we're seeing here. There's a real issue in regards to some of the work that we're trying to do with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And yet here we are once again, where we're trying to really push forward our views on management and our rights to what was always ours, the many fish species here in British Columbia. And it doesn't help to have a revolving door of ministers coming in and out of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We have a new RDG here, and we'll have to see how that pans out, because certainly it has not only been difficult here in British Columbia, I also know it has been difficult at our table at the First Nations Committee, the NFC National Fisheries Committee, and at the national level within the East Coast as well, that are having similar challenges as we have in British Columbia. So I think it's really important that we continue to push in terms of the recognition of our rights and the recognition that in terms of UNDRIP, to really assert our rights to manage our fish species. You know, one of the things that we've continued to push for is full implementation of C91, is the Languages Act federally, and further to that is have a provincial legislation to recognize Indigenous languages. We're still in the recognition from the United Nations as a decade of languages, Indigenous languages, and we have 60% of the languages, Indigenous languages, come from British Columbia. So seeing that, you know, many of our languages across the world, Canada and British Columbia, are at risk, we need to continue to provide as much resources and services to make sure that those languages, especially those that are at risk, get the necessary means and resources to, you know, to build their languages up, find the necessary, I suppose, strategies to save our languages, because it's quite important to many of our First Nations communities as we are coming to a point where there's a point of no return. You know, some of our communities have less than 2% fluent speakers. And that's not just here, that's elsewhere in Canada. So we need to provide and more advocacy for our languages. Similarly, education, you know, appreciate the good work from First Nations Education Steering Committee, but there are two as well. It's good to see that some areas within British Columbia that there are really progressive and productive LEA agreements, but there are other regions, and I know of 12 school districts that don't have enough advocacy for Indigenous learners. We need to shore up those graduation rates. We need to shore up really a curriculum that represents those areas within those school districts, because we're losing too many learners in some of the school districts. We're seeing some high graduation rates in some, as high as 90 to 95%, but we're seeing very low graduation rates, as low as 50% in others. So what we need is really, I think, a strategy to make sure that those school districts that have low graduation rates, that they get enough resource and advocacy to make the substantial changes that they need. So, and further to that, post-secondary, it has been a long negotiations, and we still, at a national level, continues to advocate for more resources and more for the post-secondary graduates. Certainly economic development, we've done a lot of work there. We have the Labatt books, and also coming up, we have the Center of Excellence that will be coming. We've definitely found some good candidates, and we'll be having some capacity built there to start really developing this initiative to help many of our First Nations communities in terms of economic development, and perhaps looking at wealth management and good governance within our First Nations communities, especially in regards to how we deal with I suppose tenures, as more and more of our First Nations access tenures and different arrangements, perhaps reconciliation agreements. I certainly hope that we all get to some level of wealth management, because we need those resources for our communities, and to build our communities to a better place. And certainly we know that the issue of the homeless, the issue of homes in urban areas and back in our communities is an issue where we're not only trying to access more resources to build more homes, but some of our communities are trying to access additions to reserves. So this has been a long, ongoing struggle to have a process that is more streamlined, that is more reasonable in terms of timelines, more efficient, because there are still some of you around this table that are waiting for additions to reserves, and some of you are dealing with the issues of climate change, where you want to move your communities to a higher a level, up into a less risk place to deal with the issues of flooding and climate change. So that continues to be some of the things that we're doing at the national level. Certainly there are many resolutions to deal with, some that are mirrored from our sister organizations, UBCIC and the First Nations Summit. Certainly hope we get through those. On the national level, there will be an election this December. There is a 60-day process, I believe, so we'll see some correspondence and some notices coming out from the national office about the upcoming election. In terms of some of the employee issues that you all know and heard about this past summer in Halifax have been dealt with. I'm glad to report that the majority of those have been dealt with. And further to that, I certainly hope we get a number of candidates to put forward their names as we go into another election in Ottawa in December 5th, 6th, and 7th, I believe. And we do have a guest here that's putting forward his name, David Pratt. He's the first vice chief for the FSIN, and is looking to put his name forward for the national chief position. There are others, but certainly we'll see more of that in the coming months. And look forward to hiring a CEO as well. We're in the midst of headhunting a new CEO for the position of the secretariat at the AFN. We have a number of positions here that we will go through that we're seeking for the BCAFN, some committee members for certain positions here. So that will be coming up in this meeting. But lastly, I got a little emotional when I was reading out the oath of office, because 6 years ago, we were in this room, and we went through the election process. And as you all know, there too set a precedent. The only time two candidates tied. But at that point in my life, I almost gave up on everything. I was considering quitting, becoming, being the tribal chief of Carrie-Sakani and pulling my name from the BCAFN, because at that time I just lost my nephew, and then 2 days later my niece, and it was a very difficult time, and it's been, despite the fact that it's been 6 years since that very time that life-changing, of not only losing two loved ones that in many respects, Indigenous families you raise, but also changing my life to come into this position. And it's not without the family support, the support of my wife, who really, Rena Zatursky, that really gave me the courage and I suppose the stability to carry on. And it's that support system. It's those that we built up a really good team here at the BCAFN. We have 20 plus employees. Very difficult to find good help, and I've seemed to find some really good help. And it's not just me. It's the board. It's the staff. It's ultimately it comes down to you that give me the mandate, the chiefs of British Columbia, that despite the fact that we have 205 First Nations communities, we're really diverse. You seem to come together in times of crisis, in times of staying together, of holding up what we have here. We're very fortunate to be, I would say, the best place on the planet, British Columbia. And certainly I'm very honored and privileged to represent you because I'm here to do that work. And like I said, I'm not done with BCAFN. I want to continue on the good work we started and continue on the work that you've mandated me to do. And I thank you for that. And you can't take these things for granted. So I'm very fortunate, and I thank you all for your support and being acclaimed for another 3 years. I'm very honored. I'm very honored. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And lastly, before I forget, it's good to see Harold's back. We haven't seen him in a few years, and to chair our meeting. So thank you, Masi Cho.
Thank you for the remarks, Regional Chief, and welcome back. I would note on that I just felt guilty for abandoning you, and so I came back. But this is not a declaration that I'm widely available for political meetings. Just on that, some of you saw me at the Healing Our Spirit Worldwide last week, and I did have a bad cold, which I'm still getting over, so I am keeping my distance. I'm feeling much better, but sometimes your thinking's a little fuzzy, sort of as you're coming out of these flus and colds. And so this morning I found myself at about 8:30 wandering around the River Rock Hotel trying to find the meeting room. And realized my error, jumped in the car, was making my way over. And I would say that the other thing I wanted to point out, I always joke about chairs and facilitators is resist the urge to confess. So now I'm telling you, so I'm confessing something you don't know that wouldn't really affect the meeting. But on the way here, I also felt rushed to get here. And I also learned the hard way that there is no shortcut to Musqueam. The golf course is lovely. I got to see a lot of that. On a more serious note, as we move to the formal meeting, I did also want to send my condolences to Rick Gilbert and his family and to the Williams Lake First Nation. Rick was a member of the planning committee for the 2013 St. Joseph's Residential School commemoration and celebration, actually. And it was at that May 2013 event where Orange Shirt Day was officially announced and launched. And on September 30th of that year became basically a national and international phenomena. So also, and Rick was a big part of that. So quorum has arrived, so I want to thank everybody for that. And we will look to formally adopt the agenda. Your agenda over the next 3 days has 26 items remaining. Today we'll do 8 more. Tomorrow we'll do 10, including a lunch honoring here in the room. Thursday, which will now be all virtual, has 8 items, the final 2 items being resolutions and the premier. So we will need you all to help us maintain quorum and establish quorum. Just by way of the order, we are going to hear from the board of directors. We will hear from the women's representative. We will hear from the representatives for the BCAFN Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Questioning, Intersex, Asexual representative. Just in case you're wondering what all those letters mean, I had to look up the meaning of some of those just to stay connected to the diversity that we now celebrate. Following that, we'll have lunch, fisheries, First Nations education, cannabis, governance and jurisdiction, financial update, at which point we will announce the necessity of adjourning this session on Thursday to the November 1st BCAFN caucus to deal with the audit again and the appointment of the auditor. The All Candidates Forum on Wednesday, while we are in session, the voting will be taking place online and by phone. We will deal with the Nature Conservation Agreement, Children and Families, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People Act. We'll do the recognition for the Lake Babine members who are walking across Canada for awareness on murdered and missing Indigenous peoples. The election results and the elected acceptance speeches. Honoring of the outgoing board members will be tomorrow. Languages, emergency management, and anti-racism, and that'll wrap up our day. We'll be attentive tomorrow afternoon to the needs of the community and the family as they start make their arrangements for the wake and service that'll be here. Thursday in the virtual meeting, Justice Council, water legislation, interim national chief will join us. The Métis Colonialism in BC Working Group report, economic development, First Nations Health Authority, then resolutions, and Premier Eby. So that is the agenda before you. May I have a motion to accept the agenda, to adopt the agenda? Chief Lewis, seconder. James Hobart. Thank you very much, Lydia. I saw you there as well. It's moved and seconded. Is there a need for discussion? Is there a need for discussion? Seeing that the delegation is ready for the question. Any abstentions to this resolution? Any objections? With that, then I'll note that the agenda is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much. So let's turn to the next agenda item, which is the update from the Board of Directors. You'll see the current and outgoing board members and the acclaimed board members listed on your agenda. We are going to hear from Harvey McLeod from Upper Nicola Indian Band and from Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling from Delu Dene First Nation, both who are outgoing in many ways.
It's good to be here today. We'd just like to acknowledge our hosts, Musqueam, its leadership, its people, for always making available their home for us to meet and gather and do our business. My name is Harvey McLeod, a former chief for Upper Nickel Band. I'd like to acknowledge my chief, Dan Manuel. Been a chief for 9 years and a board of director for our great assembly for 6.
And my name is Harlan Schilling. I'm the Deputy Chief for Day Lieutenant Council. It's been an absolute honor to serve on this board, to sit among you, the chiefs here. I am now on my 7th term for my First Nation, 7th year, sorry. And the opportunity to be able to serve my community, my nation, and First Nations across British Columbia, and representing our people from all over Canada has been probably the biggest honor of my life. Being able to recognize and learn from each and every community, and especially with this band sitting here next to me, Chief Jerry Jack, these two men were very, very much alive when I first got onto the board of directors. With their humor and their knowledge and their leadership is absolutely phenomenal. So on behalf of myself and my community, the Casca in Northern British Columbia, it's been an absolute honor to serve on this board and continue learning from each and every one of you. It's an amazing place, and the leadership from Regional Chief Terry Teegee to be acclaimed in, I think, shows his leadership and the work that he continues to do in front of all of our communities, but especially behind the scenes. The technical staff of this organization supporting Regional Chief is phenomenal. So, yeah, so on behalf of that, we'll continue.
Thank you, Harlan. It was good to get to know this guy here on a little more personal basis. We did have lots of fun. We'd like to thank our knowledge keepers for opening us up in a really good way, for your songs, your thoughts, and bringing spirituality into the room where we have a lot to do, a lot to discuss, and decisions to be made on us moving forward. So thank you for bringing spirit into the room. And also on behalf of the board, we'd like to extend our condolences to the families that have lost loved ones in this community. Our hearts are with you, and we send you prayers and strength at this very difficult time. When one loses an individual, a leader, a mentor, there's a lot that goes on inside oneself, family, and community. And on behalf of the directorship and our assembly, we send our sincerest condolences. COVID-19 and technology have led us to conduct business in new ways, and we've all experienced that. We've done a lot of our meetings and decision makings in front of a computer. And it's not the best way to do business, but business had to carry on. And I'm so thankful that we are able to have this session here this week where we can see you, hear from you, see how you're doing, and reconnect with one another. It's so good to see our leadership on the screen as well. Been a long time since I've seen some of you. It's good to see you, Chief Willie. It's been a long time, Chief Greg. But with everything that has happened in our world in the last few years, it is good to be back in the room with you. The board would also like to acknowledge the acclamation of our Regional Chief Terry. His 3rd term. I came on board when he was first elected 6 years ago. And I'm glad to see that he's going to carry on. As directors, we have witnessed organizational growth that you have never ever seen before. In our last board meeting yesterday, we thanked our staff for the hard work and dedication that they have given to us as leaders in this province of ours. From a staff of 1, 2, or 3 to what we have today, the dedication, the sharing, the expending of knowledge and strength and wisdom, sharing that with us so that we can carry out the mandates that you have given us through resolution. And we also can acknowledge our own teams at home, the ones that do the work for ourselves, so that we can do the work that we need to do in here. That is tough work that our supports put into the livelihood of our people. So I'd also like to acknowledge our administrative teams back home. To do the work we do needs a lot of passion, a lot of dedication, and a lot of trust. And we've seen that and witnessed that within the organization that we've been so blessed to serve. We will, and we are looking forward to continuing the working relationship with Regional Chief. Even though I is not a chief anymore, I know we're leaving it in good hands. There's a lot of work to do over the next few years, and that work will continue through Regional Chief and you. We also want to acknowledge the acclamation of our 3 board members, Cookby Roseanne, de Kamloops, Chief Maureen, and a good friend of mine, Chief Brian. We know that your wisdom and experience will be well received in the circle of leaders and the team that has been put before you to assist you in the work that we're doing. We want to thank our fellow board members for the task of providing oversight and leadership in the work that we've done. Your words and your wisdom that you've shared and the direction that you've shared at our meetings and as we moved along in the process of governance was received, was heard, and implemented. And we thank you for giving us and sharing that voice and wisdom with us. We also want to acknowledge and thank the candidates that are up for election at this assembly.
And just, it's a big part for the female and male youth representatives at this organization. I take much respect to the youth that have the strength to stand up and voice some of the concerns and problems that are arising for our youth. So again, I to mirror and shadow what Harvey said, thanking our youth, female and male representatives. I thank you and good luck. Since we've last met at the Special Chiefs Assembly in March, much has taken place. There are issues arising at the National Assembly First Nations that were addressed in June and July of this year through the Special Chiefs Assembly at the AGA in Halifax. And as RC was able to mention, that a lot of these things that arose at the AGM in Halifax have continued to push through and are, as Indigenous people through Canada, are pushing through and moving forward with a lot of the issues that arose there. So difficult discussions took place, hard decisions were made, but as always, we are committed to forging a path forward. And the BCAFN, the board, we would like to thank National Chief Joanna Bernard for stepping up to fill the role as the National Chief. I think a lot of our issues that arose throughout Canada for Indigenous people were clouded with some of the things that were going on at the Assembly of First Nations. So again, being a chief in northern British Columbia and taking on a lot of the tasks that we have as a First Nation community in the far north, it was nice to know that regional chief, with the support of other chiefs in Canada, we're continuing to push to making sure that our important issues as Indigenous people were being addressed. So. We also had, with the UNDA, the National Action Plan from different regions. BC is in a unique position as we have the Provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Through the developmental and implementation phases of DRIPA, we have the advantage of lessons learned that can be used at a national stage. The DRIPA Act is again something that I feel like, as myself as a young leader, starting to learn and recognize, and having the technical staff that we have with the BCAFN providing insight on a lot of these opportunities that are right there in front of us is a very, very unique opportunity that I feel that we should be coming together more as Indigenous peoples for each and every member that we represent. So thank you.
Yeah, this past year hasn't been easy for leadership across this country. And the work and efforts and the dedication to ensuring that our national voice is in a good place and in a good way, representing us. It hasn't been easy, and you've all experienced and witnessed, the trials and tribulations of this past year, and us finding a way on how we can work together better across this great country of ours. We are at a really unique time in our history, living through a worldwide pandemic. And I can still remember the day that the pandemic was declared and we all went home. That reminds me of another day in history that I remember, and that was the World Trade Center, 9/11. What happened on that day, and what happened on the day that the pandemic was declared and we all went home, and how our lives changed. And we're now faced with a multitude of issues affecting our community at different levels. The opioid crisis, a real tragedy, and taking the lives of so many of our people. Housing insecurity is at all-time high, and we have to find a way on how we can address to ensure that our people have a roof over their head. Human rights becoming an issue, and us having a better understanding of what that is and standing up and saying, I'm here. I want to be seen and heard. I want acknowledgments on how we were treated as people. So let's do something about it. Are people homeless? It's in our communities, it's in all of our communities. How do we assist our people living in shelters alongside the road? Again, hard questions, hard decisions, and hard discussions that we need to have. And more so over the last few years, us having a better understanding about climate change and the huge discussions happening around many circles here in our community, in our nations, and countries around the world, having discussion on climate change and us having a better understanding of what that is, and how we as people know that we have to be in the rooms finding resolution to assisting Mother Earth survive. And it's amazing that our people at home are talking about it for the first time. Acknowledging the fish, acknowledging the wildlife, acknowledging the water, acknowledging the way of life and how we have to do better. And them discussions will need to continue going deeper and deeper, and us having a better understanding and bringing that, our viewpoints, our worldviews to the world stage. We continue to work with our provincial partners, the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, to spotlight all of these issues to government officials and demanding change. Our communities are facing devastation from a number of directions, and this has to stop. And this is what we do, what you do. It's what our people want. It's what our people demand. It's what our people need. So that work will continue. So on behalf of our directorship that's here today, we will hand over the directorship to our new leaders in the next day or two. But I just want to thank you for having the faith to acknowledge and put us in a place where we can be involved. Holding a space at BCAFN directorship does take time away from our home community, our home work. We're busy 150 to 50% of the time at home, but we still got to carve out some time to do this work. But I am so thankful that I was given that opportunity to be involved more in other initiatives. I remember the first one that I got involved in was called Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy, the employment and training program across the country, and advocating on behalf of this province and working with the national office to ensure that the program continued and continued to be resourced, that is now called ISETS. Working with people like Judy Whiteduck and AFN staff to ensure that the messages were clear and precise on what we needed. And more recently, witnessing the hard work done on Chiefs committees. The Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. Acknowledge Kasalem as the chair for that committee and the hard work that he's dedicated to bringing change to our national office and how we do business. A very difficult position to be in and a very challenging position to be in, but a really good place to be advocating for change. Sitting on committees like cannabis, knew nothing about it other than what we all know, its cousin called marijuana. But coming in and advocating and understanding and bringing words of wisdom and encouraging change in laws on how we're going to be involved and to ensure that our people are safe and understand the world of the renewed way of utilizing and using that product. Our work is far from complete, but at least we are involved and there's a lot of change that has to happen yet. I so acknowledge and thank Regional Chief for encouraging me to represent himself and this province at AFN Executive Committee meetings and the opportunity to meet with Prime Minister and or federal ministers or provincial ministers on the work that you've challenged us to undertake on your behalf. All issues and all things and actions that I never would have had the opportunity to do as a chief for my community. And I really thank you for giving us the mandate to do this work. And can't thank you enough. And again, thanking our staff for the time and commitment made to you to ensure that the work that you've given us is taken care of. That's a lot of work. The mandates through resolution, when we finish, needs review, thought, and a lot of them applications, discussions with various ministers and ministries across the country to bring the resources in so we can do the work. And that isn't easy. That isn't easy work, but they do that so that we have the capacity to do the work that you've mandated this organization to do on our behalf. So on behalf of our board, we thank you for the opportunity to give a brief update on some of the work that we've done and challenged ourselves with over this past 3 years. And again, I thank our board members, Jerry, Roseanne, Linda, for working with us and getting to know you. Talk about hockey once in a while. We talk about Montreal Canadiens once in a while. But it's all good. So with that, White Limlet, thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As noted, there is an honoring for their outgoingness tomorrow. I also, just as we move to our next agenda item, did want to take a moment to acknowledge that on June 24th, in the by-election for Vancouver Mount Pleasant for the British Columbia Legislative Assembly, our friend Joan Phillips was elected as the NDP member, and she's here to my right. That's awesome. Thank you very much. All right, let's turn to the address from the BCAFN Women's Representative, Louisa Housey-Jones from Hilsuk.
Good morning. It's so good to have you back, Harold. I really did miss you. My traditional name is Umklux. My English name is Louisa Housey-Jones. I am a counselor and a member of the Hilsuk Nation. I want to acknowledge the Musqueam people for letting us meet today in their territory. I also want to acknowledge our knowledge keepers for opening us up in a good way. As the BCAFN's women's representative, I am honored to uplift the perspectives of the First Nations women in BC through being involved in the AFN Women's Council and BCAFN's regional advocacy. Earlier this year, I was grateful to attend the AFN's National MMIWG2S Plus gathering and the 32nd annual February 14th Women's Memorial March. These were powerful gatherings that saw survivors, family, members, and advocates join from across the province and the country. I was grateful for the opportunity to connect. The AFN gathering welcomed around 500 plus people and included updates from the AFN and regions and federal government, as well as sessions from family members and survivors to discuss the National Action Plan and the First Nations Action Plan to implement the calls for justice. Feedback was also gathered on people's views on establishing an independent mechanism to report on the implementation of the national inquiries, calls for justice to the Parliament. This type of mechanism is mandated by the Calls for Justice 1.10. The federal government was doing engagement on this at the time, so we were able to share the perspective of family members, advocates, and survivors on accountability mechanism. Following the AFN National MMIWG2S Plus gathering in February 2023 in Vancouver, the AFN released an update in June 2023 titled Connecting Hearts and Making Change. BCAFN also continues to implement Resolution 02-2023 call for federal MMIWG 2S+ legislation alongside a working group of like-minded organizations, including UBCIC. A legal memo and environmental scan will soon help support analysis of legislative mechanisms that could add more accountability to the federal government's responsibility and support coordination and standard among jurisdictions. We know that government agencies, especially police, continue to discriminate against and unserve our communities when it comes to violence and missing persons. The BCAFN continues to advocate for accountability, coordination regarding implementations of the calls for justice through regular contact with the federal and provincial government. In June, the province released their 2023 progress report, and the federal government released an update on their federal pathway, but did not support a progress report of the National Action Plan, which is concerning. Now, not only do we not have an implementation plan, but progress has not been tracked in a coordinated way. At the same time, there is ongoing work to strengthen collaboration. In 2023, the first federal, provincial, territorial, Indigenous roundtable on MMIWG 2S+ was held. While there was limited progress at this roundtable, a second roundtable is set for the fall 2023. It is anticipated that advancing discussions on the federal commitment to create a red dress alert similar to the concept of the Amber Alert will be a key focus. BCAFN is also looking at ways to formalize accountability and support collaborative action with BC's First Nations in our region, and hope to have an update to bring on this front at our next assembly. Following engagement in spring, BCAFN is in the final stages of preparing a first draft of a toolkit that will center First Nation approaches to gender-based analysis plus and collaboration with Chastity Davis Alphonse and Dr. Natalie Clark. I'll share a few of the graphic recordings from these sessions as I provide my update on this. This work is a result of Resolution 01-2022, intersectional advocacy and capacity building grounded in First Nations knowledges. Through this toolkit, BCAFN's goal is to support First Nations in carrying out intersectional, inclusive, and justice-seeking approaches to government advocacy, police, and programs that are grounded in First Nations diverse cultures. GBA Plus is intended to support the inclusion of the perspectives, experiences, priorities, needs, and strengths of all people who will be impacted by the work that is taking place. This is already at the center of our cultures, and so this resource will help uplift that knowledge and provide support in putting into practice in our communities. As a result of a call for expressions of interest this spring, we are excited to be working with the Tayshat Women's Council to pilot the toolkit this fall. A final toolkit will be shared in spring 2024, and we will hold a webinar to launch this resource. Finally, I wanted to mention that Indigenous Services Canada will be engaging First Nations on this issue, on the issues of the second generation cutoff and Section 10 voting, in the fall of 2023. ISC has established an advisory process to help support this engagement, and Chief Linda Price has been appointed on behalf of BCAFN's board to serve as a representative in this process. This is in alignment with Resolution 1-2023 ending sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act, in alignment with the UN Declaration, which affirms the need to end sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act, and do so in a way that aligns with First Nations self-determination. I would like to close by thanking a colleague, Melissa Moses, UBCIC Women's Representative, for her support and collaboration and for participating in the 2023 Women's 2S LGBTQIA+ dialogue session and the 2023 AFN AGA. Thank you to everyone for listening to my update. I look forward to advancing our collective work to end and respond to violence against women and continue to create safe spaces in our communities for everyone. Thank you, and continue to take care of each other.
I have good news. We are now ahead of the schedule. So I did want to take a moment to see if there were any questions for the board on the board presentation or the women's representative presentation. Seeing none, I'm going to thank you. Thank you for that, Louisa. I really appreciate that, and the kind remarks as well. Our next agenda item is the address from the BCAFN 2S LGBTQ QIA+ representative, Aureen Askew from Squamish Nation, and he'll be available through us on Zoom. Aureen, if you're ready. Your PowerPoint is on the screen. I see you there.
Awesome. Thank you, Harold. Can everybody hear me? Yeah.
Yep, sounds good.
All right.
Can you see us?
Yeah, I can.
Awesome. So pay attention.
Hatsquile, Tanoya, Skohamish, Aslahan, Okomeo, Oreen Askew, Queen Sna, Somalia, Queen Kushamin. Hello, everyone. My name is Oreen Askew. My traditional name is Tamalia. I'm from the Squamish Nation. Sorry I can't be there today. I'm currently on the territory of the Agua Caliente, which is Palm Springs, California. Just want to let you know, it's really hot here. It was about 100 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. But yeah, thank you for allowing me to participate virtually. I really want to acknowledge the Musqueam territory that you're on right now. Thank you for allowing the BCAFN to have this important meeting there. I really want to acknowledge the elders, Dr. Gwendolyn Point, and Simply on one of the knowledge keepers. I'd like to congratulate Regional Chief Terry Tiki on another term. You're stuck with us for a little bit longer, as long as you decide to be. Also, I wanted to thank the MC Herald for explaining what the 2S LGBTQIA+ acronym means. And I wanted to warn you, in my update, I'm going to say it maybe about 15 times. So it's really nice to know that people are going to know what the acronym means. So in my role so far, I've worked hard to make positive change for two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and diverse, gender-diverse First Nations people in BC, and build relationships with regional 2S LGBTQIA+ organizations. At the national level, I continue to be representative for the BC region within the AFN National 2S LGBTQIA Plus Council and partner with the Women's Council on initiatives related to MMIWG2S Plus, like the national gathering this past February. Most recently, I supported BCAFN's engagement session on the second draft of the BCAFN Women and 2S LGBTQIA Plus Strategic Action Plan. Resolution 2020/11, Support for Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA Plus Declaration and Strategy provides the mandate for this work. The intent is to transform the Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA Declaration, which was developed through previous dialogue sessions, into act. We want to take advantage of opportunities to create systemic change that intentionally impacts First Nations women, Two-Spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender and sexually diverse people, and championing existing initiatives and successes. Further engagement on the Women and 2S LGBTQIA Plus Strategic Action Plan will continue at the BCAFN Women Chiefs Caucus on October 31st, 2023 in Vancouver. And BCAFN has also reached out to First Nations organizations for their feedback. The final draft plan will be brought to the BCAFN SCA in 2024 for consideration via resolution. In May 2023, BCAFN hosted the annual Women and 2S LGBTQIA Plus dialogue sessions in Prince George. This gathering included a keynote address from Hiltsis Pauline Waterfall, sharing cultural teachings and experiences from her work with the Heiltsuk Nation. Federal and provincial officials will also provide updates on their work in response to the calls for justice, and roundtables featured work and questions related to implementing the calls for justice in a number of sectors. Feedback from this session was also integrated into the development of the strategic action plan I mentioned, and the draft summary of this session will be available shortly. I am also supporting work to implement recommendations coming from previous BCAFN dialogue sessions, including the 2S LGBTQIA Plus flag. I'm continuing our initiative to develop a BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA Plus flag. We gathered initial ideas and feedback during the 2023 dialogue session, and will be reaching out to further develop this concept in the near future. I look forward to continued work and advocacy in this area. We are also exploring opportunities to collaborate on the innovative and impactful work of like-minded organizations working alongside 2S LGBTQIA Plus people to make a positive impact. On that note, I'm going to transition to sharing about an opportunity that BCAFN has to join a national coalition that is being established to support access to accurate, culturally appropriate healthcare information for Two-Spirit, trans, and non-binary youth, including First Nations youth. The draft resolution is called Support for BCAFN to join National Coalition Supporting Gender-Affirming Healthcare Information. It sets on the background and rationale for this work. I'd like to walk through these pieces and invite your curiosity and questions. First, what are we talking about when we say Two-Spirit? I want to draw your attention to the first two whereas clauses. Before colonization, Two-Spirit people were included and respected as valued community members, often holding diverse, unique roles within First Nations communities. As part of the colonization process, there has been an erasure of Two-Spirit people, culture, and stories, which has impacted Two-Spirit people's wellness and connectedness to their communities and cultures. The term Two-Spirit reflects complex Indigenous understandings of gender roles, spirituality, and the long history of sexual and diverse and gender diversity in Indigenous cultures. Individual terms, oral traditions, and roles of Two-Spirit people are specific to each nation. The word Two-Spirit was introduced by Elder Myra Laramie at the 3rd Annual Intertribal Native America First Nations Gay and Lesbian American Conference in Winnipeg in 1990. Not all Indigenous people who hold diverse sexual and gender identities consider themselves two-spirited. Secondly, this resolution affirms that all First Nations people have the right to access quality, culturally appropriate, and gender-affirming healthcare. What is gender-affirming healthcare? Gender-affirming care encompasses a range of social, psychological, behavioral, and medical interventions designed to support and affirm an individual's gender identity. Two-spirit, trans, and gender diverse people have individual, unique health goals and needs. This may or may not include trans-specific medical interventions. However, several challenges pose barriers to gender-affirming care for two-spirit, trans, and non-binary people in BC. Lack of primary care attachment, demand for culturally safer providers, and trans-specific medical care exceeds capacity. Primary care providers' lack of awareness and knowledge in providing care, lack of access to training and support for care providers wanting to get involved in care, long waits for surgical readiness assessments, surgical consults, and surgery, lack of publicly funded psychosocial mental health support, especially for young people, and misinformation and malinformation campaigns are active in BC, especially related to gender-affirming care for two-spirit, trans, and non-binary children and youth, leading to an increase in barriers to accessing timely care for young people. What is misinformation and malinformation? Misinformation is a broad term for incorrect or misleading information. False information can be disproven with scientific evidence. Malinformation contains some truth, but is misleading and can cause harm. In the face of these barriers, it's important to acknowledge, as it says in whereas H and I, that First Nations people, including two-spirit, trans, and non-binary children and youth, have the right to access accurate, culturally appropriate, and accessible information regarding their health, which will support gender-affirming care rather than pose a barrier. In previous resolutions, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly have affirmed the inherent value of First Nations, two-spirit, trans, and non-binary people, their rights to equality, justice, and inclusion, the role of colonialism and discrimination as barriers to the attainment of these rights, and First Nations governments and organizations' responsibility to work to ensure the restoration and reclamation of well-being. TransCare BC, which is a part of the Provincial Health Services Authority, is hosting a national coalition that will involve community leaders and organizations partnering to share newly developed resources and tools that will support healthcare providers, families, and two-spirit, trans, and non-binary youth to identify and address misinformation and malinformation. This project will also highlight two-spirit, trans, and non-binary joy and share knowledge and research related to best practices in youth gender health. This work will be guided by two-spirit, trans, and non-binary youth, parents, caregivers, and healthcare providers. BCAFN has the opportunity to participate as a member in the National Coalition and support First Nations youth in accessing the healthcare they deserve. When we go to discussion on this resolution, I'd invite you to share your questions so that we can have an open and respectful dialogue. I would also like to ask for your support of this initiative. I believe it represents a tangible way BCAFN and First Nations leadership can respond to the advocacy of our youth, and especially two-spirit, trans, and non-binary youth, who are calling for inclusive, culturally safe spaces, resources, and wellness support. Thank you for listening to my update, and I look forward to advancing the important work together. Osia, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aureen. what I like to do is, there's a resolution related to this, and so we'd like to put that on the floor and then open it up for discussion. And if there's any questions for Irene at that time, that's probably a good time to do that. So please turn in your package to Resolution 01. Support for BCAFN to join the National Coalition supporting gender-affirming healthcare information. There is a mover, spokesperson Charmaine Tom from Taco River Tlingit First Nation. Charmaine, are you available? You're present in the assembly. Thank you. We do need a seconder. Is that Daniel? Daniel Manuel, thank you very much. I don't know why I'm doing this. There's no bright lights, but all last week at the Healing Our Spirit, there were really bright lights, and so I had to do that. I think it's just to hide the fact that I'm squinting, just to see better. My glasses are getting bigger and bigger as I get older and older. Maureen, essentially read the resolution into the record in her presentation. And just as a reminder, where you're looking at the whereases, it does define two-spirit in both pre-colonial and contemporary context. It does make the distinction between misinformation, which is false information, and malinformation, which is, I'll call it half-truths, which really can cause harm. Talks about what gender-affirming care is and the barriers to it. Reminds us of the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly's support for the rights of the two-spirited peoples. And then describes the work of Transcare BC in hosting a national coalition in K. And just to emphasize that, I'll go through that. Transcare BC is hosting a national coalition that will involve community leaders and organizations partnering to share newly developed resources and tools that will support healthcare providers, families, and two-spirit, trans, and non-binary youth to identify and address misinformation and malinformation. This project will highlight two-spirit, trans, and non-binary joy and share knowledge and research related to best practices in youth gender health. This work will be guided by two-spirit, trans, and non-binary youth parents, caregivers, healthcare providers, and BCAFN has the opportunity to participate. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly support BCAFN in joining the National Coalition to respond to the spread of misinformation and malinformation regarding gender-affirming care for two-spirit, trans, and non-binary youth, and the BCAFN directs the regional chief to advance advocacy together with like-minded organizations that responds to the range of identified barriers to quality, culturally appropriate, and gender-affirming healthcare for First Nations youth, in particular two-spirits, trans, and non-binary youth. Did the mover or seconder wish to speak to this resolution? If not, Charmaine, it's up to you. You're not required to speak to it, and Irene has done that. Is there a need for discussion or comment on the resolution? Is there a need for discussion or comment? And I am looking to the online folks for any raised hands through the reactions function or literal raising hands, if that's the case. Seeing none, is there any discussion needed on Resolution 01, support for BCAFN to join National Coalition supporting gender-affirming healthcare and information? If not, are there any abstentions or objections to this resolution? Are there any objections or abstentions to this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, this resolution is adopted by unanimous consent and acclaimed. Thank you very much. And as is our custom on past resolutions, let me just check, is Jordan Point here, or is Debbie Jeffrey or Catherine Gall? We are in the enjoyable but unusual predicament of being ahead of schedule. Yeah, give a remark. So perhaps we'll do the regional chief's remarks on the fisheries issue, and then return to it after lunch.
Thank you, Harold, and certainly as part of the co-chair for the National Fisheries Committee, as well as Regional Chief Bedard from the East Coast. Certainly, we've been meeting for the past year, trying to get some traction with the DFO minister. On the East Coast, they certainly have some issues in regards to lobster fishing, in regards to really asserting their rights to commercially fish, and perhaps even more so is to access fish or lobster to for their communities. And it's the definition of what it means as Indigenous peoples in their court case, what would be called, I suppose, in their definition, I think in the court case was some sort of what do the Indigenous people's needs are defined as. And on one case, there's an issue of commercial fishing of lobster, and part of that in the last couple of years, we've seen many of the Indigenous peoples in PEI and Nova Scotia take over some of the companies in terms of lobster fishing, in particular Clearwater. They purchase a majority share in Clearwater, so meaning that they took over the vast majority of the commercial fishing, which is a good initiative. So moving forward, we're still, in terms of British Columbia, we're looking at more of on the Pacific side, I suppose. We're looking to really assert our rights towards many of the salmon species in the waters. We've definitely seen some transboundary issues in regards to the Pacific salmon fisheries in the negotiations with the United States, looking at the issues of United States taking more than their allotment, especially the salmon that are coming back to many of the rivers here in British Columbia, Skeena, Nass, Fraser. I think it really brings up the issue of how we're going to deal with that in terms of an international level. And I think that needs to be addressed. We've seen the Chilcotin speak up and other First Nations across British Columbia and Yukon to have, I suppose, a renegotiation of that tripartite agreement with the Pacific salmon fishery, and more assertion of our rights to those fish species that have boundary into the United States and into Canada. This year, as I said in my opening remarks, is that we're in the record year of droughts, and certainly that affects the many fish species and populations. So as part of one of the issues is how do we deal with the issue of if there is a drought, and the fact that the lack of water in many of the streams and the rivers, the increase in temperature of the waters, how that is going to affect many of the spawning species of salmon. I think it really speaks to when we're in a state of emergency, how do we deal with these many issues in regards to fishing for our food, social, and ceremonial uses, and perhaps even more so, how do we manage commercial fishing, considering that we know in the very near future, especially this year, that there is going to be a potentially increase in mortality because of the lack of water. So I think it's really important to once again, here we go with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, having our point of view heard in terms of what we see fit for the management of many of the fish species. Another initiative or another, at the April Special Chiefs Assembly, there was a resolution endorsed by the First Nations in Assembly that mandates AFN to advocate the transition away from the open net pen salmon farming. The National Fisheries Committee endorses this, and the AFN fisheries sector is working with the First Nations Fisheries Council to action that. It requires for political will and part of the minister who is legal authority over that industry. We're saying that there needs to be a more say and a better process in terms of recognition for the issue of open net pen salmon farming. In June 2023 of this year, the co-chair two-day meeting at the NFC in Richmond here in British Columbia, where the focus was devoted to the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, UNDA, where we developed an action plan. There are 11 sections in the National Action Plan that was passed in June that really addresses the issue of fisheries. We need an action plan that specifically addresses fisheries or identify fisheries and oceans Canada as the lead responsibility for its implementation. The NFC has a strong interest in getting involved in the early planning stages of this implementation. The AFN fisheries sector is actively working toward opening dialogues with our counterparts at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. With the Department of Justice, we are developing a plan, and in particular, the Fisheries Act needs to align with the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That's part of the National Action Plan. The UNDA requires, the United Nations Declaration requires all laws to be conformity with the with its principles, in particular, free, prior, and informed consent. This means that there needs to be for consistency amendments to ensure conformity, and really, in my view, the Fisheries Act should be the priority statute to undergo consistency amendments. This aligns nicely with the Fisheries Act 5-year review. We're in the midst of a 5-year review of the Fisheries Act, which is slated to occur really next year. A second resolution was passed this year in July at the AFN Executive on behalf of the First Nations in Assembly gathered in Halifax, Nova Scotia, to develop a rights-based inland fisheries framework. This is mostly freshwater fish. This meeting is in the early planning stages and will focus on freshwater fisheries and will support the aspirations of inland First Nations who utilize fresh water fish as part of their economic development, commercial fishing, especially in Manitoba, Saskatchewan. This meeting will take place in Manitoba in November 2023. We will share more details when they are available. And recognizing that most of those issues that are in terms of inland freshwater usually fall upon the provincial government. In Halifax, we heard a dialogue session hosted by the AFN fisheries sector, and that the DFO has almost 25 years later not completed the rights-based fisheries in respect to the Marshall decision, which was released by the Supreme Court of Canada in 1999. And this is a perfect example of DFO's inability to manage fisheries consistent with the establishment of inherent and protected treaty rights. AFN supports and upholds First Nations fisheries and advocates for the full implementation of the Peace in the Water, which is a Senate report that calls on the government to fully implement the Marshall decision. The renewed second phase of the Oceans Protection Plan, the OPP, announced in Canada's budget this year means that the OPP subcommittee will continue to work to assess and improve the OPP and ensure that it includes the needs, priorities, and contributions of First Nations to build stronger protection measures for Canada's oceans for present and future generations. Far too often, as we've seen with the OPP on the West Coast, was that the vast majority of funding was eaten up by many federal departments, and very few of the resources, the funding went to First Nations for protection of our coastal waters here in British Columbia, and that is always a concern. Recently, in the last couple of years, there was habitat restoration funding that was released we put out a big statement from the AFN and from BC that the habitat funding, which was in excess of 640 million, should go to First Nations for habitat restoration. Sadly, we've seen the vast majority taken up by federal departments, but we continue to advocate for more funding for habitat restoration. That was in response to many of the issues that we see here in British Columbia, especially born out of the a couple of years ago when we saw the many fires, the drought, and the atmospheric rivers that destroyed many streams in the interior. And we continue to advocate for more funding for our First Nations communities to access the funding for habitat restoration. So another issue that we're dealing with, it's not only in general society, it's systemic racism at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. As always, I stand with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit in urging Prime Minister Trudeau to clearly address the issues identified, including an independent audit of DFO processes and systemic reforms needed to end DFO's flagrant contraventions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This must involve First Nations as co-developers in the process of implementing long-standing but practical common sense recommendation expressed in the March 2023 Peace on the Water Report. In conclusion, we have consistently heard throughout all leadership discussions across many issues, including fisheries, department, and the whole government approach to implementing rights must be championed by our First Nations. The Government of Canada will not hold itself accountable, as we have seen many times with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans over the years, and it is up to us to claim the present for the benefit for the future generations ahead. It is important that First Nations continue these discussions on implementation of the United Nations Declaration Act National Action Plan. The NFC is prepared to support this process and, more importantly, shape its process and define its content. We cannot leave our rights and the rights of our future in the hands of others, in particular the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We must continue to seek accountability and mechanisms to support full implementation of inherent and treaty rights will ensure that First Nations are not traveling a path that accommodates federal and provincial processes and laws that really only benefits colonial approaches. Fishing is not just our right, it's our way of life, and that is sacred and certainly what we've inherited from our ancestors. So that's a report from the National Fisheries Committee and also some of the work we've been doing here in terms of fisheries at the BCAFN. Thank you. I suppose, is there any questions, or is this your job? One 11.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hantla,
Hi, Teach.
Erickson
Welcome
Winwan and
back.
Jawa and Squash Lease behind Cook Bevan Slutku. I'd like to thank Elder Gwen for the opening prayer and the song that we got this morning. Condolences to the community for their loss. I guess for fisheries, this was another bad year. Coldwater is part of a group of bands with the Silk in the Kapam Assembly that purchased salmon again this year. We were told that the runs were going to be very low. But I sat in on a meeting 3 weeks ago on an update for fisheries and was told that the last sockeye run was still holding in the marine area. And so it's very concerning that, to me, it sounds like misinformation from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans gets their information from the Pacific Salmon Commission. The lack of information that's being shared with First Nations throughout British Columbia and the impacts it has. I just finished having a chat with one of my fellow chiefs within the Cup'em Nation about their opportunity of sockeye fishing in the Fraser Canyon. And due to the wildfires and the evacuation notices, they never had no opportunity. Requesting time and time again to have the DFO fisheries minister come to BC and meet with the chiefs is a must. The lack of information from the federal government and the mismanagement of our stocks of salmon throughout British Columbia should be very concerning for us. The drought levels this year in the river levels in the Coldwater River up in Coquihalla, the headwaters, was very low. But we still had coho and chinook in the river. I thank you for the presentation, but I have to speak about salmon and what I'm hearing out there and who's on the calls. I think that's very important. And I think there needs to be more meetings attended in regards to Canada and the US, especially with the Pacific Salmon Commission, on what's happening in US waters. Because they're slaying our salmon that are supposed to be returning to our rivers, and we need our voices to be heard due to the lack of food, social, and ceremonial fishing. So, thank you, Regional Chief, for that update. Guksham.
Thank you, Chief Spahan, and certainly I think, you know, your perspective in Tlacapam, I think the more that we hear for myself and other organization will support us to benefit you and your region to bring up those concerns. Certainly appreciate what you've said. And like I said in my opening remarks, it doesn't help that we're going through my 6 years, I think I'm on the 5th DFO minister. We have a new RDG, so this revolving door is also an issue where we don't get consistent leadership, especially in regards to, fisheries management. Is there anybody online?
Hello?
Yeah, okay, Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, it's regards salmon too. You know, follow up on the fellow that just spoke. You know, in Briscoe Bay, they're catching our sockeye. That's why we don't have that many sockeye return in the BC coast now. You know, Rivers Inlet never had no fish farms there, and Smith's Inlet never had no fish farms there. And we used to fish it 24/7, and we used to make our own weekends with my dad. So I do have concerns about it. I don't know what DFO and the United States can do about Briscoe Bay catching our sockeye. That's why we don't have that many sockeye left. I've noticed it since 1963 that the depletion of sockeye has been just going down. It came up a little bit in '89 or somewhere there, and it just continuously go down. We're ourselves. We used to have commercial fishermen in our community, and we don't have no commercial fishermen no more here with boats. So, we had lots of canneries on the coast before, and we don't have that no more. So, the sockeye has been disappearing for quite some time. Myself, I used to be a commercial fisherman myself. I trolled, I gill net, you know, and went seining with a friend there, and the sockeye just keeps, it's just not there no more. So anyway, our pink salmon has gone around the North Pole, and they spawned in Scotland, in Europe. So now they have lots of pink salmon over there now. And, when they took the fish farms out of the archipelago area, they say the pink salmons are here big time, but it has been here all these years, and it's been just building up. That's why they went over to Europe. There was no more room here for them. So anyway, that was my concern anyway, that, something needs to be done about Briscoe Bay, the commercial fishing there. The New Alliance people, they haven't done their food fishery in quite a number of years because they didn't have that much coming back. They wanted to preserve what they have, and the tundra is melting so fast too, they said. So there's a lot of concerns out there with the climate change. There's nothing we could do about it. It's here, and our rivers here, right down below our village here, there's just a trickle of water there, and there's salmon in there. And what can we do? There's nothing we can do about this climate change. So anyway, thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. And certainly, I think in terms of fish farms, it speaks to the not only fisheries management, but also aquaculture. It's, there's certainly fish farms, but there's other fish species that are farmed as well. So I think there definitely needs to be more discussions in how decisions are made in that manner. So thank you for your comments. Go to microphone 22, by Chief Lewis.
Good morning, everyone. Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. And one of the things I'd like to say about the whole issue on salmon, when we start looking at some of the figures, and most recently that just came out of COSEWIC, which is a Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, that does assessments based on biology and what the actual status of salmon species are. And what this independent advisory council has assessed, that it talked about Saginaw sockeye salmon as endangered 2016, Interior Fraser coho as threatened 2016, Okanagan Chinook as endangered 2017. Of the 24 units of sockeye, 8 are endangered, 2 are threatened, and 5 are species concerned, 9 not at risk, and this was in 2017. And one of the problems is that you have DFO that basically has leaped right over the whole issue of consultation and accommodation and went right to species to requirement listing. When we start looking at that, I think that's one of the things we really need to grasp is the extinction of a species equals the extinguishment of the right. And what's happening, there's absolutely no consultation that's measurable with our own people. And these are some of the issues that we really seriously have to address. When you're looking at each one of these, the statistics that I read off from COSEWIC, what's required under the Statutory Instruments Act is that there must be a statutory impact analysis or assessment that actually is done. And what's happening is what is required is a statutory impacts analysis statement that requires a socioeconomic analysis study. None or very little has been assessed or actually provided what's the impact to each one of us as as First Nations peoples. And I think this is some of what we're doing is we're allowing government to continue on with the infringement of our Aboriginal rights. And you think about how many of us, with studies that were done on our people that were dug up in, in our territories, and it was found that their annual diets were 90% salmon based. So when you start looking at these facts and figures and you start looking at what the impacts of this are, we are forced to subsidize the Canadian state for the infringement of our Aboriginal right, and that is totally unjustified. And we continue on with this at this rate, we're going to see the extinguishment of the rights with absolutely no consultation, no accommodation, and especially what is needed is that justification of infringement. And when you look at some of the Supreme Court decisions, and a lot of people probably, around this table heard me mention Clyde River that's up in Arctic. One of the court cases, the outcomes of that was that not only was there a responsibility to make a determination of what is the impact on the environment, but what are the impacts on our Aboriginal right. And who in this room can actually say that there was analysis or anything else that's actually been looked at what that impact is? And, it's not only us that suffer. When you look at resident populations of killer whales that were listed as endangered in 2005, 80% of their diet is Chinook. And if 13 of the 14 Chinook stocks require some level of listing, where's the consultation? Where's the accommodation? And I think these are the issues that we really need to push DFO, because it is not a question of when, but they have a legal obligation to do so. And I think it's incumbent on our regional chief and the AFN as a whole to address those issues, because we are at the verge of losing our Aboriginal rights, and yet there's been absolutely no consultation or accommodation of that fact. And that is something that we seriously need to deal with at the BCAFN, at UBCIC, at the Summit. All our organizations need to collectively do this, because they're extinguishing our rights. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lewis. Certainly, that your statement, extinguishment of a right by extinction. I mean, extinction of a right because of extinction of species.
Regional Chief, if I could. So just by way of, just to demonstrate that I am still paying attention, just by way of procedure, we have Chief at microphone 16. We have Charles Marvin at microphone 24 on behalf of the Nisga'a government. We did have a hand up in the online, but it was an observer, and so they've dealt with that. And then we would like to provide Grand Chief Stuart Phillip a moment to speak and ask him to come to the table. Let's take those three questions and comments, and then we'll conclude for lunch. Microphone 16.
Thank you. Samuel Schooner, Newqualk Chief Counselor. Just like to acknowledge the territories that we're on, and thanks for the prayers and this morning, as well as for our ancestors that have gone on before us. That's the reason why we're here. They fought for our salmon. They really showed up for our salmon. We as First Nations have protected our salmon. In Newqualk territory, and I never ever thought to see this in my day, is that, we're on the verge of losing, we basically lost our sockeye. Our steelhead numbers are unknown because they're both feds and the province don't, you can't hold them accountable to that. Nobody wants to take that on. Our Chinook are there because of a DFO hatchery, which is sad. We don't have basically no wild salmon left. Our chum stocks were real annihilated. Our pinks have never rebounded. Our hooligans basically have been wiped out, due to deep sea trawling. You know, and it's something that the Nuklalk are famous for is our grease. You know, there's all these grease trails all over and even down into this territory. You know, it goes up into, you know, up into Kitimat, you know, as far as Saskatchewan, right down into California. You know, but we don't have any grease left. You know, and a lot of our catch is caught up in Alaska. You know, and I think at this time, I remember if it was a year or two ago that we were going to meet with the tribes of Alaska. You know, and I think that's something that maybe that we should inquire about at this level. You know, maybe meet with the tribes of Alaska, tribes of Washington, tribes of Oregon, you know, because we have to fight this together. You know, and DFO has failed us in many, many ways. You know, and that's unacceptable. Why?
Microphone 2024 or?
Okay, thank you, Harold Charles Morvan, Nisga'a government, and listening to some of the comments and just give a little brief update on Nisga'a catch this year. Like we've had a return more than we originally forecasted. We had a huge return of pinks this year. Like I think there was like that all over. Our Chinook were slightly lower than average, but we did get quite a bit of them. Chinooks and our coho are still running, but they're usually above average, and they are right now. And I think one of the things, and I think we do really need to address the Pacific Salmon Commission. I think we're underrepresented there, and the people that are there at the table are probably not qualified to be there, except for the recent one that they did appoint. The DFO has a lot of qualifications, but I think we really need to agree. We need to meet with Alaskan Indigenous nations for their support. But the problem isn't really them. It's mainly the non-Indigenous commercial fishermen, in which the representatives from Alaska are two sane boat commercial fishermen that have a lot of say and control over the discussion at the Pacific Salmon Commission. And our people don't seem to be qualified enough to speak against them. But I know for us as Nisga'a, we haven't had a representative there, and it seems like the DFO is reluctant to get one of our people present there. But in meeting with the new RDG, Susan Chambers, she seems to be someone that we're going to be able to work with. She thinks differently from previous RDGs. She doesn't like the language that DFO uses currently and would like to make changes to that. And so I think she's going to be good, and I think everybody should be encouraged to meet with her. She seems open to the changes that are needed to happen within the DFO. And I would encourage all other Indigenous nations in BC to really work to come up with plans on how you manage your own systems like the Nisga'a do. And but our only concern this year, even though we had good returns, is when the fish go to the escapement, because of the low waters, we're uncertain as to whether the fish are going to make it to the spawning ground. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for that because it is a concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Stuart, you want to come forward? better if you come to a microphone. And as he's making his way, I would note that, as is also our custom, after announcing that this would be the last speaker, there are now 4 other speakers. So what we'll do is, thanks, Chief, my heart. So what we'll do is we'll listen to Grand Chief, and then if there's no remarks at that point, Regional Chief will get quick comments from the 4 and then take the lunch break. Grand Chief, microphone 21.
Why, peace seal, esquis asiut. Joan and I came out to the BCAFN AGA to congratulate our regional chief on his unprecedented historic acclamation. And without question, it bodes well to our future. We have Robert Phillips sitting over there in his usual chair from the summit. I saw Hugh Breaker here earlier. And the fact that our organizations have come together 18 years ago under the umbrella of the Leadership Council, we've made amazing progress over those 18 years. And I really want to express my gratitude and to the board of directors. You know, those were amazing reports that we heard, and I found myself sitting there in amazement thinking, I wonder how you get on that board. So, you know, strong governance is really a key to making progress, and AFN has invested in administrative infrastructure and policy development over the last several years, and it's clearly evident. In regard to fisheries, as most of you know, I spend considerable time driving around the province, and it's absolutely heartbreaking to see our rivers right there. There's barely a trickle. It's nothing but enormous sandbars and a trickle of water on the edges. And creeks have completely dried up, and glaciers are disappearing at an alarming rate, a lot faster than science has predicted. So we're in dire straits here. The salmon are moving north, and the Northwest Passage is opening up, and guess who's up there waiting for the salmon? The Russians. So we do have to organize more collectively with other interest groups, and there's a lot of them out there, to do what we can to mitigate this. Believe me, I'm not looking forward to next summer, because I fear those rivers that I see now are not going to be there anymore. So, but anyways, congratulations, BCAFN. You're doing a great job, and it's very, very impressive, and it's good for our people back home, right? Lim lim.
Thank you very much. Comment, Regional Chief, or carry on? Yeah. All right, then let's move quickly as we can. Microphone 7, Chief Whitsom, online, Chief Scotsman, microphone 8, the chief there, and microphone 21, Chief Fred Ropp, who will be the absolute last speaker before lunch. Lydia? Microphone 7, please.
Hi, Chair. Good morning, everybody here. Hi, Zebra, Musqueam, Mistimo, the Salt Tamach E. Hi, Zebra, the Salhuani, this morning. Thankful for the prayer as well. Congratulations, RC, and congratulations to the board as well. I just wanted to intervene on this piece because of the significant die-off we had in the Cowichan River this summer. It was a huge die-off of fry, and we're still now just going to be getting a full report this coming Monday on what we happened, but certainly one of the elements is climate change and the temperatures of the river. And I wanted to make a couple of comments. One, again, thinking about the First Nations Fisheries Council work related to water for fish and being able to press forward. Right now, one of the things we had to do in Cowichan is we've got this 50-year-old license issued to industry to take water out of our Cowichan River. And at that point, Cowichan had no voice in the process. So we've had to assert and then insert our voice in there and really go to battle because industry had priority. And I kept, my biologists and were saying, look, there's still fry in the river, and they wanted to turn their pumps on. And when they turn their pumps on to suck water out of the Cowichan River, you can scrape fry off the screen if they do it at the wrong time. So seriously have had to battle with them to bring Cowichan's voice forward. So the link again between the in-water fishery, the river fisheries, and the link to water for fish, we're still in a really dire situation when First Nations still are having to step in between the license issuer and industry and insist on the voice for fish in our rivers as well as for the quality of our river. And all of that goes on, and then a month later we see this huge die-off. So just really wanted to flag that for you, RC, in terms of some of these pieces that are still completely legally in the hands of license issuers, being the Crown, and industry without Indigenous priority in play at all. That really concerns me. Like, we need so much work in terms of habitat restoration, and just your comments in your report with respect to where did the $650 million go? Absolutely. I don't know if there's anything else further we can do to ensure and insist that some of those resources get to where it needs to be when you talk about habitat restoration. And just wanting to echo and support the comments of the speakers before me. It's one of our biggest frustrations to have a legal constitutional priority only subject to conservation and not being able to see that play out in terms of the priorities of the Department of Fisheries. Last comment, just in terms of the Fishery Act review coming up, I'd just be very interested in us making a very strong case in that review with respect to not only the assertion of our rights, but an action plan that we can all get behind as well. Thank you all.
Online to Chief Scotchman, if you're still there.
Kakwalap. I'm zooming in from the community of Tliket within the Ishtatlium territory. Just congratulations to the regional chief for the acclamation. It's awesome to see. I just want to echo about the fish. My community, we decided to stay closed this year due to the numbers being so low in the projected forecasts. And then all of a sudden, that one day it seemed like the fish were in the millions. And our fear was echoed by a few of the elders that I talked to who fear that one day that us leaders are going to have to band together to ensure that no fish is caught, just to allow our salmon to repopulate themselves. And their fear is that day is coming soon. It's getting worse with climate change, overfishing. And I just wanted to echo that thought, that fear that some of my elders have expressed to me, that it seems like the chiefs are going to have to get together to ensure that no one's fishing, because as mentioned just a few minutes ago, that we have the Russians that are waiting for the salmon now too. And every year it's an ongoing issue with sports fishermen, as also mentioned, even just wildlife that rely on the salmon while they're out in the ocean, so such as the orcas. So there's a big fight going on with the salmon, and we're going to have to ensure as First Nations to keep our salmon going. So I just wanted to echo that, and Cookston for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone 8.
Yeah, thank you. I just too want to echo the congratulations as well. Also, the message we got from DFO all season was Victor Isaac Numge's First Nations chief. The message we got from DFO all year was to for the non-retention of sockeye. So we stayed back, never took any sockeye that were passing by. Sorry for that. But we never touched any fish passing by. We had some Nimkish sockeye that we have access to. We were able to get 3 or 4 for each member, so that was fortunate for us. But the treaty process now, the RRSD process, we're at the table now negotiating a revitalization agreement to get our rivers back in order. That's how sad this situations have gotten. You know, before we'd be negotiating a number of fish. Now we're negotiating an agreement how to get them back to where they were. So it's pretty sad all the way around to the dry rivers. You know, we got a bit of pinks this year. They're good for smoking and soups, etc. in our area because they're still in good shape. But forestry, industry, DFO, none of these guys are accountable. So now we're at the agreement at the table with the government to try and get our rivers back, to get dollars to get it, the streams and then back in order again. So it's come into a bad way of doing business, but that's what it's come down to. So I just want to say that we never touched any or harvested any sockeye as heading for the Fraser either. So we stayed back and made sure that every fish has a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. If you could just help me to remind me of your name, I just want to make sure we caught that. Oh, Victor Isaac. Thank you very much, Chief.
Navajo First Nation.
Thank you very much, Chief Isaac.
Can I just wrap it up?
Yeah, well, no, our last speaker, Chief Robin at microphone 21.
Congratulations, Terry. Congratulations to the board. Keep up the good work. I hate to say this, but I've been saying it for almost 20 years now, that this day was coming. It just gets so frustrating because we are a river people. We live by that river. It was our heart and soul. It was our survival. It was our trading post. It was our history, our language, our traditions, our culture. And being told we can't harvest, you know, it is like being told you're not First Nations. Being told that you can't harvest is a lot like being slapped on a hand and being told that it's not allowed. I really think the Pacific Salmon Commission needs to be engaged in this whole process. I've requested a number of different accumulated impacts on the Fraser River, on the Columbia River, and on the ocean. One of the impacts that I requested was around Fukushima, what kind of impact that had on the salmon stocks. It's still leaching into the ocean today. Not too many people realize that, but it is still leaching into the ocean. And the sockeye, that's their migratory route. So what kind of impact is happening there? Accumulated impact assessments, you know, I was fortunate to catch a ride with Chief Isaac this morning to get here. And Harold I too was lost. I was walking around the Western Wall Center. And they had a really good breakfast over there though. But, you know, just passing across the bridge and I looked out at the Fraser River and I said, our salmon have to swim through that to get to the spawning grounds. You know, and that water used to be green, a beautiful green, not a dirty green. You know, so climate change is an impact, but we also have to mitigate what we can do as First Nations people to engage the changes and the challenges that come with the impacts to those waters. From what I remember, it was the pulp mills in Quesnel, they were allowed 1% of deluge of anything that they put into the Fraser. Only 1% of it was supposed to be waste. that was fine with them, so what do? They put up 5 more pulp mills. So I think that that needs to be reassessed as well when we talk about fish and fish habitat. The impacts to that habitat needs to be mitigated. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, congratulations, Terry. I wish you the best for the next 3 years. Kuksham.
Thank you, Chief. And listening to all your comments, I'm pretty much have an idea of how to move forward, not only from the local of our First Nations communities, but to an international realm, that there are a number of issues, in particular with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, new RDG, Susan Chambers, and also Minister Dan LaBooth here. Definitely, we've been putting feelers out there to have meetings. It's, the Grease Trail, Chief Schooner, certainly my people benefited from, the Oolican grease and back in the day, and seeing the decline and some of those stocks. Very concerning, Charles. Thank you for that update. Pink, the numbers of pink that were supposed to be coming back was 6 million. I think it was 21 million that came back. Good to hear that in the NAS that the numbers were relatively high compared to other areas. Early and late Stewart, we're expecting, I believe, about 20,000, 60,000 came back, but 99% were 5-year-olds. Only 1% were 4-year-olds, because the vast majority died 4 years ago in the big bar slide. So next year is going to be a devastating year for some of the sockeye. In that realm, I really want to thank Okanagan Nation Alliance. We purchased a hatchery from the Okanagan Nation, and over the last 2-3 years, we've released a few 100,000 fry of sockeye and of chum. Some of these chum are the ones that the certain pod of killer whale rely on, that come back up to where I'm from, Tackle Nation, and up in that area, Tlasden. See Chief Aslan here, and Nakasley territory. So thank you, Okanagan Nation Alliance, for that good purchase that we did. It really speaks to that Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance, how we work together, and we look forward to releasing more fry from Takla area. Grand Chief, thank you for those good words, kind words, and I too want to recognize my FNLC colleagues, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip. I don't know if Chief Marilyn Sled is on. Former Chief Judy Wilson was at the table for many of those years that I've been here. Chief Don Tom from Union of BC Indian Chiefs. We have the co-chairs, Ray Harris and Leah George Wilson over here. Robert Phillips, I believe Cheryl might be online, Cheryl Casimir, and Hugh was here, Hugh Breaker. And before Hugh, there was Lydia. Lydia was at the table for some of the years that I've been here. So there's, a lot of my time is with the FNLC, just to note that, all the good work we're trying to do with the provincial and federal government. And certainly Chief Isaac and Chief Robbins, all these issues about declining stocks speaks to how the policy of the Fisheries Act, and even more so, I'm in the mindset with the FNLC, with the work that we're doing to implement UNDRIP and UNDA to its fullest expression to manage our natural resources, including fisheries, because we're dependent on fish. And really want to thank you all for listening to my update, and I really appreciate your response to this issue of fisheries, because it's we're really in dire need for better management, especially now in terms of climate change, habitat restoration, and our engagement with other international, agreements, if you will, Pacific Salmon Fisheries Commission. And hearing it again and again, perhaps we should be engaging with our brothers and sisters in Alaska, Washington, and Oregon on a bigger scale in terms of our concerns here in British Columbia. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair. My seat.
Thank you all very much. Just by way of order of business, we will return to the Fisheries Council presentation at 1:10 as designated on the agenda, and then carry through until the candidates forum. And it looks to me that lunch is ready. I see the young man there in the back, it's ready to go. And he's just opening up, so please enjoy yourself and see you back here in 55 minutes. Turn to your chairs at the table. I like the joke. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking like Well, I reckon we should deal with some resolutions. When it's really bad, it's like I can only get these phrases out. Some of them are rushed, some of them are really low. But that's what I thought of. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's look to reconvene, please. We're just coming up on 1:10, the designated time to restart. Just by order of the agenda, we were able to get through the board report, the BCAFN Women's Representative and the 2S LGBTQIA plus representatives reports, and we did deal with the resolution on the joining the National Coalition supporting gender affirming care. And we did have the national perspective on the fisheries file presented before the lunch. And this afternoon, we're joined by Jordan Point and Brent, the counselor from the Musqueam, was going to be sitting with him. I understand he's on that board, Brett Sparrow. And so with that, they're here at microphone 1. And so let's rejoin, and I'll turn it over to Jordan and to Brett.
The who? Podium. Oh, this is fine. This is where I'm usually at. I'm just waiting for the presentation to queue up there. Great. All right. As the room slowly starts to fill, HULCM Siaya, Aitanashqualawan, Wananu Aitanashqualawan, E Kwans Quetznala. Bring good thoughts in my heart, good feelings in my mind for the work that we're going to do here today. It's always a pleasure to be back here presenting before the chiefs. I acknowledge my colleague here, Brett Sparrow, who is wearing 2 hats. I understood he welcomed this morning on behalf of Musqueam Council. We're both on council at Musqueam. And we've also just hired Brett to work with us at the First Nations Fisheries Council. And he's going to be the senior policy analyst for the Fisheries Council on our fisheries and leadership file. So you'll get to see Brett quite often. He'll become a familiar face. So he's a smart, up-and-coming young man, and we welcome him to our organization. So today's presentation, this is a bit of an update. I don't want to lose sight of a very important and significant event that has occurred over the summer. I understood that the regional chief was giving a bit of an update on the national perspective, National Fisheries Committee, and the regional perspective to the National Fisheries Committee. So I want to circle around to some of the questions I believe that were being asked about what's the big long-term strategy and where are we going in terms of moving forward. So what I'd like to do is just give a little context. I see some new faces in the room, and I want to make sure that people understand the role, the context, and the mandate of the Fisheries Council, and some of our current priority activities, and an overview of where we're going. So I assume that this presentation is streaming on the Zoom link to the virtual world. So we'll proceed with the slide as we go forward. Just confirming that it's up on the screen behind me. So the overview of the slide presentation today is going to be our role, mandate, our positions on different key activities, the strategic plan and our priority areas, some of the key issues we've been working on in those priority areas. I know that a lot of people are concerned about net pen transition, aquaculture, and where are we in terms of like with Pacific salmon. We've also been working at a very large scale on water. Everybody knows that water and fish are intricately tied to one another. And then the final item that we want to speak to is what we've called our trilateral accord collaboration on salmon with Canada and BC. So that's the context of the presentation this afternoon. I think it's in the kits. If not, we have it online. So just to give some context of the Fisheries Council for those of you that are new and recently elected or new to the environment. So the First Nations Fisheries Council mandate stems from the First Nations Fisheries Action Plan. This action plan, we have some in the back for handouts if you want to grab one. Some of the publications that I'll be referring to are in the back room at the back of the room on the red table. The action plan was designed and developed by the Chiefs in Assembly well over a decade ago, and it is really the mandate and direction of how the Fisheries Council sees its priorities and the directions that the Chiefs identified. There's 6 strategic themes with over 70 recommendations, and for us to implement those has been a long road. Our business model, you can see on the top right of the slide, in the Venn diagram, you can see that there's First Nations leadership in one sphere, there's the government at the federal, provincial level, and then there's the operational and technical level that's in the red circle, and the Fisheries Council works in that intersection between the operational and political level. We work with those biologists and managers and field technicians and help to align with the direction of where the leadership raises its priorities. The little circle down to the right is our business model. We convene and we bring First Nations together in different forums on different activities, whether it's salmon focused, whether it's water, whether it's economic development. We bring them together, we elicit their priorities and their interests. We elicit that and then we distill it into discussion papers or publications. Some of the publications I mentioned are at the back of the room. The FNFC was mandated to coordinate a BC First Nations fisheries interests and capacity and to develop a cohesive and united voice amongst First Nations. Our strategic plan is something that we develop every 3 years. We've developed about 5 iterations of our strat plan. We update it and renew it. There's a couple of copies at the back of the room also, our most recent strategic plan. Our priority areas for this strategic plan, of course, from 21 to 24, protecting and restoring Pacific salmon, safeguarding habitat and responding to threats, and building solid economic opportunities. More detail is in the strat plan, and you can find it online or in the back of the room, as I've indicated. So I wanted to give this update first off so people have an understanding of where we are this year in terms of where we are with our salmon returns in the fall. In looking at the slide, many Pacific salmon stocks are still below historic returns, but several 2023 returns have exceeded preseason expectations. Fraser River pink salmon returns exceeds expectations with an estimated run size of 20 million. The Skeena sockeye returns are just under 2 million, which is stronger than was previously expected. In some areas, our Chinook and Coho returns have been higher than expected. However, our Fraser sockeye continue to be low with an extreme low of total run size of 1.6 million. This was adopted in season. We won't know the actual run size till later on in the year in a post-season review. Of course, the major concerns this year throughout BC are the drought conditions and the high water temperatures as a result of these warmer temperatures, which will affect spawning and returning sockeye during their migration. And of course, the impacts of the wildfires on fish habitats is also a concern. It will likely be an extreme concern if we get a lot of rain again and we get mass soil movements that affect the water. So of course, we are always concerned, and wanted to give you an update of where we are in terms of our returns for this season. So I want to turn to some of our other key issues that we've been working on. This is one that's been moving along for quite some time now, and that is the open net pen transition plan that was introduced by the federal government a number of years ago, talking about removing net pen operations from the marine environment and coming up and developing a plan. There's been a number of engagements, a number of different processes for that. The Fisheries Council has developed a net pen transition blueprint. The blueprint is online, but it's also in the back of the room if you feel like you want to get a copy of that. Essentially, what we're talking about is in that we held a number of forums over the last 2 years, and we want to illustrate that First Nations hold diverse perspectives about the transition from open net pen salmon farming. And the real concern that we have, of course, is the danger to wild stocks. We convened a number of working group meetings and workshops for BC First Nations to discuss the transition plan. And our plan that we heard from the nations and consolidated was that we need to be taking a whole of life cycle approach as we manage the aquaculture blueprint. The aquaculture blueprint includes species that are not salmon related that many First Nations have. Some are involved in shellfish, some are involved in seaweed, some involved in kelp, many other diverse aquaculture initiatives. Some are other species of finfish, from Arctic char to black cod, that kind of thing, and not all Atlantic salmon. So what we wanted to do was make sure that when we were talking about aquaculture and net pen transition, that we talked to the government and said, well, what are you wanting to transition? Are you transitioning the species or the technology? Are we removing the net pens or are we removing Atlantic salmon? So there's some, granular kind of items to that conversation. Essentially, what the nations have told us was to be thoughtful about this, always maintaining respect for the nation's right to their self-governing authority, but also protecting wild salmon in those conversations. So again, I don't want to get too far into this presentation on that one issue, but there are blueprint documents in the back that describe a little bit more about what I'm talking about. So the transition plan blueprint recommends some key findings. Number one was that we take a whole of salmon life cycle, so the migratory route, the ocean environment, what's happening when they're returning, as they're running through the gauntlet of invasive species and disease and pathogens, what's happening to them when they're coming into freshwater systems and then into the migratory route into freshwater systems. The whole of BC aquaculture sector approach, as we indicated, there's different species and technologies, and First Nations are diversifying their aquaculture sector towards other species and other technologies, and how it may support First Nations food security and economic benefits. I had someone ask me the other day, well, why aren't you just referring to wild salmon? And we said, well, there's a number of technologies that are First Nations are working with in enhancement activities. There's been hatchery activities that First Nations have been involved in for decades, and we want to make sure that we're considering those and focusing on identifying a plan to protect and restore Pacific salmon writ large. It's hard to define the actual wild salmon. There's enhanced fisheries, as I've indicated, that are raised in hatcheries and enhanced through incubation boxes, fry release programs in the interior. So ultimately, respect for First Nations self-government and self-governing determination and jurisdiction in their economic development initiatives, and looking at some of the protection of their investments to the socioeconomic studies that are needed to understand the implications of the transition, and then ultimately protecting the resources and investments that First Nations have made to support their livelihoods. So ultimately, the blueprint is saying and recommending that we advise government to work with First Nations on a whole of life cycle approach in developing the transition plan. The next item that we wanted to identify to you and report out as a key issue is the work that's been going on with the Pacific Salmon Commission. The Pacific Salmon Commission works under the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and there are a number of First Nation positions at the Pacific Salmon Commission level, and we call them the First Nations Caucus of the PSC. The caucus is made up of about 36 First Nation delegates that have been identified from all around the province. There's members at the commissioner level, there's members at the panel level, there's members that are identified at the technical committees, and they work together to bring forward and advance First Nations interests at the international level with the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and they actually work quite closely with the U.S. tribes in bringing First Nation values and principles to that conversation. A critical need that has been identified by the First Nations Caucus is the lack of support and funding. There's 200 nations and only 36 participants, and some of them at different scales and perspectives. So we've been imploring Canada to put meaningful resourcing behind the First Nations Caucus of the Pacific Salmon Commission. Of course, this is a very high level working group that works at the international level. Many of them work for many of your First Nations organizations and the regional First Nation fisheries organizations that are out there. The next thing that we wanted to identify to you as a key issue that we're working on is a water table, a provincial scale water table, and a watershed security fund that was announced a year ago. And we've been working with the province to begin developing a table of subject matter experts that can speak to water. And we're using the geographic regional model of the First Nations Fisheries Council. There's up to 14 delegates. There's 2 people that are identified as commissioners. I see Chief Whitsom here, who is one of the commissioners, and the other commissioner is Hugh Breaker, who is known to many of you from the First Nations Summit. He's also the president of the First Nations Fisheries Council. The water table has co-developed and recommended an intentions paper for the watershed security strategy. The province has partnered with the First Nations to move forward with this intentions paper. On March 6th this year, at the year end, the provincial government invested a $100 million investment to kickstart the creation of an independent BC Watershed Security Fund. Now, the fund is ultimately, we want to leverage and grow it into a very large fund. People are talking about the scale of $1 billion watershed security fund that First Nations will be part of the co-development and co-design of developing that fund. Currently, the fund was transferred over to the Real Estate Foundation of British Columbia as an extension of their previous Healthy Watersheds initiative, but it will be co-developed with First Nations to create a permanent growing stream of funding for watershed initiatives in BC. The First Nations Watershed Caucus and FNFC have begun discussions to help establish processes for developing this permanent fund. Ultimately, we want to be developing a standalone fund outside of the Real Estate Foundation. Just checking in on time. Are we on time? We're good? Okay. The key issue that I also wanted to bring, this is the one I mentioned earlier that has been a long time making. I don't want to underestimate the importance of this. Since the mandate of the Fisheries Council was developed in 2007, the ongoing aspiration of First Nations is for shared decision-making with Canada and BC in terms of salmon management. So we've been pushing Canada for about 2.5 years for the development of a shared decision-making process. We've been pushing Canada to the table. Canada has been a little bit hesitant to join us at the table. This summer, we've managed to achieve the commitment of Canada and BC to a trilateral accord for salmon. If you'll recall, in 2018, BC developed a Wild Salmon Advisory Council. They developed a report with 14 recommendations. Unfortunately, the recommendations weren't accompanied by substantive resourcing. The next iteration for a wild salmon strategy was from Canada. They announced the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, and they accompanied that with $647 million investment. This was announced in June of 2021. Unfortunately, the $647 million sounded like a lot of money, but they weren't really transparent about where the money was going. 64% to 67% of that investment was cannibalized internally by the federal government to their own initiatives and their own departments. So that left about 34% that was going externally. And out of that external funding, $100 million was immediately directed towards the BC salmon, the SHRIF, what's the acronym for it? The Salmon Investment Fund. And the money, of course, was spread over 5 years, so the amount of money that was available to First Nations had to go through a proposal-driven process, and there was not a lot of money for that. So one of the things that we've been really trying to push Canada and BC for is to get First Nations to the table in a meaningful way to actually make decisions on salmon management. We've managed to push them over the last couple of years to develop a trilateral accord. Canada has just recently been mandated by the minister. You'll see in the UNDRIP, the UNDA action plan, there was 11 recommendations that were identified by Canada, and this trilateral accord to move forward in the Pacific on this trilateral accord was one of those initiatives identified in the UNDA action plan. So we find that we can't underestimate how important that is for us to get to the table, to get Canada and BC to make space at the table for First Nations to make meaningful contributions in salmon management. Now, it's a great step that we've done. The real tough work is ahead of us because there's not 203 seats at the table. We're going to have to figure out how we move forward with this government-to-government relationship. We have a draft resolution that we were working on. We thought it was premature to bring it to this discussion. We want to take some time, convene chiefs in assembly. We're thinking about mid-November to have a special purpose discussion on this initiative so that we can actually get First Nations to work to identify how they will get themselves situated at the table with Canada and BC on Pacific salmon management. So everything from those of you that are familiar with the integrated harvest management process to the Pacific Salmon Commission, all of those type of decisions we're not going to be in the backseat anymore being told this is what's happening. We want to get ourselves to the table. And we've got Canada and BC actually agreeing to sign this accord. Now, the real issue before us, we had a meeting actually with the executive working group on this, is they want to see some demonstrable evidence of First Nations support and some leadership support, whether we do that through the Leadership Council, whether we do that through First Nations signing on, or how we develop that is still to be determined. But that's why I indicate that we didn't want to bring it in too soon. I didn't think we'd be prepared enough to talk about it today. And so we want to reschedule a time to talk about this in November and put that on your agenda for these important salmon governance conversations. So this will really put us into the position of how do we take the individual rights holders and put them at a table with Canada so that we're working collaboratively with all the other rights holders. It's a complex conversation. You know, salmon are complex, our First Nations are broad and complex, and how we align ourselves at that table will be a significant and complex piece of work for us to work on. So the things that we've talked about in terms of the shared declaration is, number one, it was a challenge for us to get Canada to actually, I think this is in your kits, we asked for it to be in your kits, was actually to make a declaration and to agree. Those of you that know and have worked with the Crown doesn't often admit that it's wrong. So we actually got them to make a declaration and agree to a declaration that salmon are in an urgent state of crisis and that past decisions haven't necessarily been the right way to move forward. So we got them to admit to that through a declaration, a shared declaration, and the urgent need to address wild Pacific salmon populations in BC. So that's a declaration of urgency, which actually then led to the trilateral salmon accord. So we wanted to paper that trail so that everybody is clear about why we're doing what we're doing. Everybody knows there's a real crisis with Pacific salmon and a real urgency to get going on it and to set aside the differences and start working on this. So the accord is really to get First Nations to the table with Canada and with BC. Through our dialogue sessions, we heard from First Nations, they don't want three different strategies. They don't want to go to a meeting with the feds and then go to another meeting with the province and then have to try and figure out how to inform both strategies. So this is a way for us to develop one cohesive strategy. I know it's a bit hard to see from back there, but we're really relying on some of the First Nations fisheries organizations, as I talked about, some of the capacity that exists out there with the nations, with their managers, their biologists, their field technicians, and how we get them to work together to provide the chiefs with some of the technical information. We want to bring all of those capacities together for you so that we can make good, lasting, and strategic recommendations. So this is stuff that we'll talk about in detail in November, but I want to stress the importance of this initiative. It's just a taste, and I know we don't always get a lot of time to talk about salmon in these meetings, but I wanted to bring this to you as fast as we could. As I indicated, we do have a draft resolution. We're happy to share it. We have shared it with the leadership organizations, but as I indicated, we thought it might be a bit rushed to try and table it at this round of PTOs. So we thought we'd take the time and put it off until November. That way you can talk amongst yourselves at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the First Nations Summit, and the AFN assemblies to talk about your various perspectives, and then the leadership can decide whether they're aligned on those issues or if they have differences that they want to talk about, and then we can reconvene in November to talk about that in that session. But it really is about us trying to seek a formalized support for how First Nations will put themselves at the table with Canada and BC. So I don't want to belabor the conversation. I know we're running short for time. Save some time for some questions. So for further information, I've indicated that Brett Sparrow is going to be our new policy analyst, senior policy analyst, working with the First Nations leadership at the Fisheries Council. So he'll be the first point of contact. And his email is there if you want to jot it down. And also our website, you can get some of this information. So I'll pause there and take questions if there's any.
Yes, thank you very much, Brett and Jordan. So we just have a few minutes before we need to move on. So 2 questions, Chief Spahan, and maybe just one, because we do need to move to our next agenda item. And I would say, Chief Spahan, as we go to that, I did brief them on the scope of the conversation this morning before the break so that they were aware of that. And it does seem like the Accord and the November session is an effort to respond to those concerns. Over to you at microphone 11.
Thank you. Councillor Lease Behan Cookbevan Seletku, Lease Behan Chief's Quarterban. Thank you for your presentation, Jordan. You talked about the meeting in November. Is that going to be a leadership meeting with technical or what? Because I was talking to Chief Don Tom earlier about trying to put together an emergency resolution to get the First Nations Leadership Council to advocate putting together a meeting for the chiefs. I think it's very important, the lack of information sharing that DFO does, the lack of enforcement of what's happening in our rivers and our watersheds is going unanswered. I want to know, where does First Nations Fishery Council, how come they haven't been meeting with Fraser Salmon Management Council and being the voice of sitting at the tables when we talk about fish? Because in the meetings that we have, we need more voices there. And if you were here earlier, you would have heard from the leadership at this table on the lack of FSC needs that all of us are not getting. I said earlier that, 8 of our Inle Cuppen bands had to purchase salmon again, 17,000 pieces for about $205,000, just so we could feed our people for this winter. The lack of information sharing that DFO does not share with First Nations is totally unacceptable about how we need to get our concerns addressed. And, the time that we have in fisheries, we do a lot of recommendations, a lot, but DFO hardly uses any of them. And I want to know, with this action plan and the meetings moving forward, that we're listened to, we're respected. Because the trust that DFO, we lost trust in DFO. They've mismanaged our stocks into almost extinction. We're losing our FSC needs. Drought, the water is very low. We've all seen that here in BC this year. So I hope moving forward that, somehow maybe the FNFC and the First Nations Leadership Council can put together a big meeting with chiefs and technical staff. Because I sit at a lot of fisheries meetings and, there's a lot of talk, but DFO's not listening to us. And that needs to change. Kukshem.
HKCM, thank you, Chief. So in terms of, yes, the first question, yes, we're anticipating this to be a leadership-based meeting. We were scheduling and targeting the second week of November, I think around the, right after the Remembrance Day long weekend, so I think somewhere in the 14th to 16th kind of range. We're going to be working with the Leadership Council. We talked in June with the Leadership Council about, we have an MOU with the First Nations Leadership Council and the Fisheries Council, and the need for us to update it and refresh it. It was signed originally in 2011. Some of the elements have to be updated. I mean, we're post DRIPA and UNDRIP, and the Fisheries Act amendments all have to be incorporated into that. So we do want to update the MOU with the First Nations Leadership Council and how we can work more effectively to advance our shared interests. Everybody's busy, and how do we get time to share those kind of conversations at the leadership level? Sometimes 10 minutes on an agenda isn't enough. And, you know, we could talk fisheries issues, as you're well aware, we could talk about them half a day, and there's not enough time for some of these agendas. That's why we want a special purpose meeting. In terms of the Fraser Salmon Management Council, their chair, you know, Greg Witzke, he has been identified as the delegate to the Fisheries Council for the Mid-Fraser. So he is now sitting at our table, and we hope to connect more communications through that process. But I know he's been quite busy, but we do want to develop more effective relations with the Salmon Management Council. Now, they have their own agreement with the minister, so we're trying to be respectful of their initiatives and how we can help them. We've offered to meet at their convenience whenever, so we're happy to meet with them and advance these issues. So hopefully we can continue to build that relationship through Greg, and we're happy to attend any of the FSMC meetings. We work quite closely with the Upper Fraser, the Lower Fraser Fisheries Alliance, the ONA, those kind of groups. Hopefully we can start to develop even more of that through the Fraser Salmon Management Council. But they've been quite busy and focused on a number of initiatives, so we're happy to work with them, happy to follow up with you if you want afterwards. Right, Scott?
All right,
So again, November 14th, 16th, something like that, subject to venues and when we can get things together.
All right, thank you very much for that. We've arrived at the time for where we change over to the education conversation. Just to make that transition, I'll turn it back to the regional chief, who began this discussion just before lunch.
Thank you, Jordan, for that update, and Brett. And as a token of our appreciation, we have some gifts for you. But certainly, I think, carrying on with some of the work as AFNLC, gaining the mandates to do the work that the First Nations Fisheries Council needs to do is certainly, as said previously in my presentation, there's a lot of work to do, especially in terms of governance and the relationship with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So thank you, Jordan and Brent. Let's see.
And as we're doing that, thank you very much, Jordan. As we're doing that gift exchange and photo, I will let you know that Brett has provided a BCAFN with a copy of the presentation, and that'll be circulated to all the participants, to the chief. As you see, we're also getting ready for this next presentation on the First Nations Education Steering Committee. We're joined by Debbie Jeffries, the Executive Director, here in the room, and online, Catherine Gall, the Post-Secondary Education and Training Policy Analyst. And as you also know, we do have a resolution attached to this around community-based delivery of post-secondary education programs. So Debbie, whenever you're situated there, and the remote is right there next to you.
Well, it's really great to be here today, and I always appreciate a conversation and hearing direction from leadership with respect to education. And the fact that you've put a priority on education has really made a difference in the country. We're leading the country in so many areas based on your support and your direction. And obviously, we want to continue along with that. So I really want to acknowledge your time, and of course, as a member of the Tsimshian Nation, offer my respect and acknowledgement of the beautiful territory of the Musqueam and which we're meeting this afternoon. So I'm always pleased to come and meet with leadership and talk about important issues related to education. Education is of critical importance to our people and our communities. And so we wanted to talk a bit more today about where we're going. And I also would like to indicate we want to come back for the next couple of meetings. There are some key things that, of course, we want to seek your direction on and support for. So they're handing out the documents now, and we apologize for not having them sooner. We have a briefing note and the resolution. So I think I'm going to walk you through the resolution. Well, I guess I should introduce myself. First and foremost, I'm a mother and a grandmother. I am Debbie Jeffrey. I am the Executive Director of the First Nations Education Steering Committee, and I have the privilege of being in that position for a number of years now. And I am a member of the Lakwalams First Nation, and my late mother was from Malakala. So that situates me with you, and so I'll start taking us through the resolution that we're proposing. So of course, we have a right to establish and control our education systems in a manner appropriate to our languages and cultures, and we want to continue moving and advocating for that in the years to come. And of course, with the passage of the provincial DRIPA in 2019 and the federal ANDA in 2021, we have a lot more opportunity to move forward in a way that benefits our learners and our communities with respect to education. So we really want to make sure we're pushing that envelope and creating the space and holding government accountable for their commitments to us. We remind them all the time. I have the Declaration Act Action Plan and the DRIP and the interim report with me always in our meetings, just to say, hey, we want to work proactively with you. And so we're very pleased. There are a number of initiatives that we are working in a very concrete way with respect to the action plan. And we really want to better support community-based delivery of education. We have 204 communities. We're all very different, but we're all the same. And we want to be able to provide education programming that's based on your priorities in the community. So in the action plan, there is an action plan related to provide funding for self-determined community-led programs to upgrade skills, obtain credentials, secure employment, and develop and support community economies. So we really want to support more money being made available to communities for community-based delivery. The province also committed in the action plan to support Indigenous language revitalization. So we want to act on that. There are 4 action items that are specific to language, and one of them concerns an initiative that we've been working on since 2012. Dr. Armstrong drafted a document on language, a language framework, and we have received funding from the province over the years in relation to that. And I'm very, very pleased and proud to commend the Insukchin language fluency degree. It's the first time in the province of British Columbia, and I suspect the country, that there is a degree in a First Nations language. It's not a degree in arts, it's not a degree in First Nations studies, it's actually a degree in First Nations languages. So we want to continue to push the province for funding. They've committed $1 million. That's not enough. We've spent $1.5 million over the last few years supporting those communities offering those programs. So part of the resolution speaks to the advocacy and the support that we need from you to increase that pot of funding. We have a number of our communities who are wanting to offer degrees in First Nations languages, and we want to support that. And so we, of course, included that in the resolution. We also need to support the number of First Nations teachers about 49,000 teachers in the province of British Columbia. To be roughly representative of the student population, we need 5,500. I'd bet my right arm that we have less than 500 in the system that are First Nations. The challenge, of course, is we have 9 degree-granting institutes that offer teacher ed programs, but combined, only on average, 85 Indigenous teachers graduate each year. Do the math. We need a lot more classroom teachers. We need to support increasing the number of language teachers because, of course, we're working with the province next on the language policy in public schools. So we want to support you to offer teacher education programs at the community level. Why do our people need to go to a public post-secondary for this? So we are advocating for funding to be made available for our communities to offer teacher ed programs. So we've been pushing the province on this for some time. We need to push them a little harder, and with the support of your resolutions, I think we can get there faster. We also want to make sure that we're continuing to develop our post-secondary tripartite model. So of course, community-based programming is an integral part of that. We don't get enough money from the federal government. We get $2.3 million. That's nothing when it comes to 204 communities. We have been administering some of the provincial funding over the last few years from this same provincial pot of about $5 million, but we want to develop policies and guidelines that meet your needs to be administered. So we want to work with the province and Canada to develop those policies and guidelines that would be applicable, that would give flexibility and autonomy to First Nations with respect to programming. And so in the resolution, we've also included your past resolutions that have supported this work. We're working with the province now on core and capacity funding for our own First Nations mandated institutes as an integral part of public education, post-secondary education, in the province. So we are having those conversations now. We are working on legislation with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Advanced Education with respect to the action plan and moving forward on those commitments. So we'll be happy to come back and report out on that at a later date. But we have appreciated the support for our First Nations mandated institutes, because your resolutions have given us the weight we needed in the conversations with the province to push this as a priority. So I'm pleased that we're having those conversations with the province, and we're hoping in the very near future we will be able to share back with you the specifics of a number of these legislative pieces that have been set out in the action plan. So the resolution is very specific with respect to our asks. That in the resolution, we're asking that with your support, we call on the province to commit to stable and predictable multi-year funding that meets the needs for community-based delivery of post-secondary programs in our communities, to be administered through a First Nations control process that is equitable, accountable, and transparent. It's difficult to plan for programs to be offered in your community if you have to apply year by year. And if you are offering a 2-year program or a 3-year program or a 4-year program, proposal-based year to year, that it's impossible. So we really want to move towards sustainable, predictable funding in the area of post-secondary and build on the action item in the action plan that supports this. We also want to develop regional policies and guidelines under your direction for the administration of both federal and provincial funding for First Nations community-based delivery for post-secondary programs. Right now, we are hamstrung by rules that ISC headquarters comes up with, or rules the province comes up with. We should be under our own rules that meets the needs of First Nations with respect to community-based delivery. So we would like to begin that work in a more fulsome and formal way with the province so that we provide more flexibility and autonomy for First Nations with respect to community-based programming. And lastly, but certainly not the least of importance, is that we want to provide the government to provide increased and ongoing funding for teacher education programs consistent with the action in the action plan to be delivered in our communities to meet the immediate and urgent need for First Nations teachers and First Nations language teachers. We're hearing over and over and over again about our communities are unable to attract teachers. So we urgently need to create our own teachers from our own communities, and an effective way, of course, is to grow our own by offering community-based delivery for those teacher education programs. So we're here today looking for your support on the resolution, and we meet regularly with the province, both Ministry of Ed and Advanced Ed. We have a table set up with the province on teacher recruitment and retention. And so having the weight of your leadership direction, I think will help move a little faster. I think we really need to push the province a little harder and a little faster to begin to implement this. We want to get information out to you and for those that may be interested in offering a teacher ed program. And of course, we want to do the advocacy necessary to increase that pot of funding. We're 12% of the student population in public schools. And when I look around the province, when we have school districts like School District 52, Prince Rupert, they have like 60-65% First Nations enrollment. Where are our First Nations teachers? So we want to get there faster, and with your support, with the resolutions, and obviously this is set out in the action plan. We want to hold the province accountable for this, and we really want to move on these commitments, of course, with your support. So I think I'll leave it at that, Harold. I think we might be done a little sooner, but I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments that you may have.
For that, Debbie. Thank you very much. She spoke to the resolution, and as I noted earlier, what we'd like to do is put the resolution on the table and then open it up for conversation. And she has described it very well. Your rights to control your education are well recognized internationally, nationally, and in BC. Talks about what you've accomplished through your education work, particularly around the language, the language fluency program. Talks about the number of commitments that have been made in BC to support your work here, but the insufficient funding that's been provided and not community-based, and that BCAFN has supported this work, particularly the work around working with the Indigenous Adult Higher Learning Association to develop this tripartite model and capacity building and legislative anchoring. With that, I'll just ask you to turn to Resolution 02 in your package, support for community-based delivery of post-secondary education programs in First Nations communities, and we do need a mover and a seconder. Linda Prince, microphone 24.
Chief Linda Price, so moved.
Thank you.
Joe.
The excellent haircut threw me off. Yeah. Somehow, I would also say you're equally amazing. Given that, I do note a seconder here. Your name, please. Microphone 11.
Cookbee, Stu Jackson, Lornick Indian Band, Inchilgabmuk Nation.
Thank you, Cookbee Jackson. So moved and seconded. I will read the therefore be it resolves, which Debbie did speak to a little bit. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the province of British Columbia to commit stable and predictable multi-year funding that meets the need for community-based delivery of post-secondary programs in First Nations communities to be administered through a First Nations control process that is equitable, accountable, and transparent. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on First Nations Education Secretary FNESC to develop regional policy and guidelines under the direction of First Nations for the administration of both federal and provincial funding for First Nations community-based delivery of post-secondary education programs that will supersede existing policies and guidelines established by the federal and provincial governments. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the province of British Columbia to provide increased and ongoing funding for the Indigenous Language Fluency degree to implement DRIPA Action 4.30 to meet the urgent need to address language revitalization and the need for fluent language speakers. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the provincial government to provide increased and ongoing funding for teacher education programs consistent with DRIPA Action 4.2 to be delivered in First Nations communities to meet the immediate and urgent need for First Nations teachers and First Nations language teachers to be administered through a process jointly determined with First Nations. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? I look to the mover and seconder, and I do see to see if you wish to address it. Microphone 24, and then we'll go to microphone. Chief Jackson, did you wish to address the resolution as well? 24, 11, 15.
Yes, Chief Linda Price, Olgacho. I just want to thank Deborah for all her hard work and all of the people that work in education. I think it's so important, and you know, we do have a shortage of teachers, and a lot of our rural communities definitely need to build our own capacity. I live in a real rural community, and I often call it wilderness because it was beyond rural. And I believe it's so important for us to build the capacity of our own community members to teach our children. And I just would like to support this motion, encourage everyone else to. It's just common sense, I think. And we definitely need the support of the government for funding to get this underway, and the sooner the better. Thank you. Chanalia.
Thank you very much, Chief Price. Chief Jackson, microphone 11.
Yeah, thank you. I support this motion as well too. I think something that comes to mind for myself is the amount of Indigenous teachers that I think that we're calling for, that we want in our school districts, and even in our own community-based band schools that we have as well, which my community has one. And when I look at, we talk about percentages of Indigenous students that are, enrolled in the public school system. One of the good things that I see is we're overrepresenting, I think. We have a lot of our Indigenous children that are attending all public schools. But I do agree that we are shortchanged when it comes to Indigenous teachers. And I think one of the things that I would like to present to the table is exploring some data to find out, well, how many Indigenous teachers do we actually have? How many are active and how many are inactive? And I'm going to put myself on the floor here a little bit. I'm an inactive teacher. I went to school, I got my BEd. I was just talking to my colleague over here. We're supposed to pay the BCTF a certain amount of money every year so we can keep our license active. And I failed to do that. And now, if I want to get back to the table and maybe teach some children, I have to go through, unless it's changed, I have to go through a ton of red tape just to get myself requalified, even though I put my time in, I got my Category 5, and now the BCTF is going to tell me, you have to go through this process, and you have to follow this protocol so you can get back in the reins of maybe a teaching profession. So I would like to call the FNESC to explore this and to see how many teachers we actually have. If we have inactive teachers that don't want to go through that red tape, so that we can build that, so that we can start identifying that retention that you say in the resolution. How do we retain our teachers? And if all of a sudden life changes, or you know, there's something that goes on in your life and you forget to pay your little license to the BC Teachers Federation, all of a sudden you're put into a hurdle of events to just try to requalify. So that's something I'd like to pose as information. Maybe I can speak to you offline about that. But how many of our inactive teachers are in that position where they made the decision not to because it's maybe too many hurdles to overcome? But I think that as far as how do we build on these teaching programs is something that I think is important, and I'd like to better understand that as well too. But I do support the motion. Cookstep.
Thank you very much for that. Let's take 2 comments, then we'll come back to Debbie. Microphone 15, Chief Watts.
Awesome. Tu uklama wamish histakshikla tsuma sishat ukach iqsu matilda leo sishaksu paklapaksu ukatach nu iksu the late George Watts tsisha mitma hicha mamuk elected chief councillor tsishat ushakshikle tsu maskwem hatwaya maschim ushakshikle BCAFN and Harold. And a huge kleko to Debbie and Finesk for the work they do. Again, I introduce myself as Ken Watts, elected Chief Councillor of Sishot First Nation. Thanking the Musqueam people for allowing us here today. Just a question for clarification, speaking again in favor of the resolution. So therefore be it resolved 1, 3, and 4 all deal with the provincial government and funding, but number 2 makes reference to policy and guidelines, including the federal government. So I know there's jurisdictional issues back and forth about whose responsibility, but I'm curious on why number 1 is only including the provincial government and not calling upon the federal government to provide resourcing in that piece. So I don't know if it's necessarily a friendly amendment or a question you can help answer, but again, does number 1 need to include call upon the province of British Columbia and the federal government to commit to the funding? Because you're talking about federal policy in number 2, but not talking about the federal government anywhere else in the resolution. So just a question, and if it needs to be amended. Thank you.
That's why I love coming. This is so great. I think that's a great suggestion. Beat the bushes for retired teachers or inactive teachers, and who wants to come back. I never thought of that, because we're talking with the province now about incentivizing. What are we going to do to incentivize, right? And I let my teaching license lapse as well. It's not actually with the BCTF, it's with the teacher regulation branch. But Catherine, our fabulous staff member, is taking note of the suggestions here, and we'll follow up with that. The other piece is related to data. We're pushing the province now. How do we know we're making a difference if we're not measuring? So we are having conversations with the province with respect to data collected in this area over time so that we can be sure that the work that we're doing is actually resulting in increasing the number of teachers. So data is something that I didn't talk about, but we are working on. The other piece I failed to mention, it's an important one. There's no point in us recruiting more teachers if the racism remains the same. So the efforts that we put into recruitment is the same effort we need to put in retention with respect to making the system better, safer, and more respectful, certainly more inclusive, all of those things. So we do have a table with the province on that, but really appreciate hearing the inactive one. I think we'll add that piece in terms of a pool of folks that we want to incentivize to perhaps come back into teaching. So thank you for that. Ken, it was deliberate. Our next resolution that we're going to come back to focuses on the feds, because we need to come back and talk about adult education and the funding pots there. The reason it is only with respect to the federal government with policies and guidelines, because it's for the community-based programming. So this resolution is more focused on the provincial piece with that addition of the feds. The next time we come and present, it's going to be focused on the federal government and their challenges that they have presented, and we'll be seeking your support as leadership to create space in that area as well. So it was very deliberate.
All right, thank you. Microphone 22, Chief Hobart, and then microphone 17. And
You'd win-win. Hazuman Quenched and Squenched. I meant Cook's Gem. I know I said good morning. That's what my day is going like. And Don, nice haircut. Super. I wanted to just make, I support the resolution. I just wanted to be precautionary that right now we're looking at making some changes that are going to really affect us long term. And we really need to make sure that we're putting together the very basis of what could be duplicated going forward. And that's what I'm a little concerned around, I guess, is that duplication factor. Right now, with the teachers, we're asking for teachers to come forward. I see in our nation alone, first of all, the policies aren't always one size fits all, catch all. In our territory of the Canyon, you know, we're not, a lot of our the districts, they don't, when they refer to our children, they don't address it in the values of the chief, of the communities, our own traditional values. I'll go one step further, that we already have teachers. I don't know if you've ever seen these, almost like a comedic thing where somebody's doing sign language behind somebody and they don't know anything about sign language and people are believing it. Well, we have people that are teaching in our language now, teaching our language in Klukut Machine. It's one of the hardest languages that is to be learned. I think there's 18 glottonized resonants in our language. And we have people that are saying, yeah, I know how to teach it, but there's nobody being able to test them to know whether they can teach it or not. Is who's testing them? Who's really creating that space for us that are sending our kids to that education to know that they're really getting taught the language? Because we don't have that. I can't be that person, but I know we have some elders that can be, and that's where this conversation is coming from. Is that our elders are concerned that there's people saying, I know how to speak the language. Can I teach? And I've been fighting for a long time for indigenous knowledge to be paid the same amount as institutional knowledge. At the same time, that indigenous knowledge better be credible. It better be worth it, because if it's not, we're actually supporting a system that is really taking our culture away from us by allowing us to put somebody forward that really doesn't know our language and then saying, well, you know what, we checked our boxes. We dotted our I's and crossed our T's. That's the person that said that they know your language. You haven't said anything about it. So I guess what I'm saying is that I'm with a precautionary note that we really have to make sure that those people that are teaching our language know our language inside and out. In the Klukut Machine language, there's about 7 or 8 dialects as you move up and down the canyon. And I've heard people say, that's not how you say that. And then an elder will say, actually, yeah, that is. 300 miles at one time was 5 days travel. So it wasn't like we just learned everybody's language, right? So I'm just saying, be mindful that even in our own in Klukut territory, that we have different dialects of the same language, but we have one person or two people trying to teach the kids, saying, pick me, I know all about it, and yeah, pay me that higher value. And really, there's no oversight. So, Cook's Gem.
Thank you. Let's go to microphone 7, and then we'll include microphone 10, and then we'll have to wrap up at that point. 17?
White Peace Naxil, Iskwi Pakankantil Smokemeath. It's my name's Chief Keith Crow from Lower Smokemeath Band. I just wanted to raise, I support the resolution. I have no problems with it, but I do see bigger issues coming in the future. And I just want to raise them and make sure that there's on note, because what are we doing about housing? What are we doing about, we have a principal we finally got on staff who's had to move 4 times because he's only in seasonal housing. He can't get permanent housing within our area. We only have 30% of our membership who live on reserve within our territory. So if we can't get the rest of our people home, yeah, we can train teachers, but they go where there's housing, they go where there's places to work. What about equal wages? I heard it said from another chief. I support my elders teaching language in the school. We have an elder who teaches right now, but he's not a credentialed teacher. Why can't we just, he's a fluent speaker, he's been working with the kids for many years, he's taught many people. Things like that I see as we should be just granting them the same privileges as some of these other teachers. We're as a community, we just got approved. We just did a groundbreaking for our new band school. It started to be built actually yesterday. They started plowing the ground. We started off with a school for 60. We've already made a commitment as a council to put up more money because we're going to increase our classrooms by 2 classrooms already, because we know we're going to grow. In the next year and a half, that school's going to be too full. We're going to have more room. So we're looking at our options. We're worried about teachers. We have, and just so people not see, like, we have on our reserve right now, we offer a master's program on our reserve. We did an early childhood education degree program on our reserve. We passed 8 people. It's been a success, and I see it. That's why I support this resolution. But I really want to get to the point when we're starting to look at some of those higher issues of what are we doing about the housing? What are we going to do about infrastructure? Improving our reserves so we can actually have our members on reserve. Yeah, let's get them taught as teachers as well so they can teach in our school and making our community whole. I don't want to lose sight that we have to make sure we're looking at every issue. And I don't want to complicate it, but it's what we've been talking about as a council in our 5-year plan, 10-year plans now, is how do we get more people back home to support us. And my last 2 cents on this is I'm getting really fed up with teaching people and they leave because they get paid better somewhere else. We've lost multiple people that route. Not saying anything about the province. Province has taken a lot of our workers because they pay better. And we do the best we can, but we're limited. I think this is where we need BCAFN, our regional chief, push ISK, increase our education dollars at the ISK level as well. Our post-secondary hasn't changed in 15 years. You know, we're at a limit. We're maxing out every year. We have no funds left. We're using own source revenues to send our kids to school. And I don't think that's acceptable. I think that's something we need to stand up as chiefs and fight across the board. Limum.
Thank you, Chief Crow. Microphone 10.
Kisukiyukit, ukaklik dalu, ukakikache akiskmak, usukachkok name, Musqueam, Aksmaknik, beautiful territory having us here. Also, Kutlakche, the elders, for opening us in a good way. Thank you. I guess my comments are really would like to express the need to identify the barriers for our children in the school systems. What are the obstacles to our children being successful in the schools? A lot of times people will isolate our kids. We'll go into the Aboriginal education room and let's teach you language here. And our kids are away from their peers. And so then the public school, the public there are thinking there's something wrong with the kids. They have to go and get fixed. And there's something wrong with our kids when they're thinking, I don't want to be away from my friends. I want to be with my friends. I don't want to listen to this person trying to teach me the language. And it's setting us up for where we are. And so I guess I'd like to encourage that exploration as to what are the barriers and obstacles for the success of our children's. Language is really important to me. And yes, I agree with Speaker 22 in regards to the language. We cannot teach our kids how to speak English using Tunacha words. We don't want our kids just speaking English using our Indian words. Our language from thousands of years, how we fit into the world, how we relate to each other, how we relate to the environment, the essence of our languages can easily get lost when you're just putting it on a page and trying to write out a dictionary from English to Kootenai or to any indigenous languages. And so I guess the resolution in that clarification, I guess, in the second therefore. Is that for, it sounds like the conversation we had is around teachers, which is in the last therefore, but in the second therefore, the direction of First Nations for the administration of both federal and provincial funding for First Nations community-based delivery of post-secondary programs that will supersede existing policies and guidelines. I'm wondering, is that overly broad? Is that removing some of those funding from the communities to the BCAFN? Or I think I understand what was meant by there. And I could be wrong. I haven't really had time to really look at that, but thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. No, it's not intended to take any funding from communities. FNASC has been advocating very strongly for decades for more funding to go to communities. This is merely alignment. So Canada has its own set of rules for community-based programming. The province has its own set of rules for community-based programming, and there's funding pots associated with that. We just want to better align them and create policies that work for you as opposed to policies that Canada and the province have come up with. So it's not in any way, shape, or form taking pots of money that exist and putting them elsewhere. I also wanted to address your concern about systemic barriers. And we are and have met with Leadership Council. There is an action item related to a racism review, a formal review of racism in public education and post-secondary education that will be truly informative as well and lead to big change, because we don't need any more data to identify systemic racism. We have a 45% school completion rate for our on-reserve students. Our students are brilliant, they are ambitious, but it's the system itself that is not meeting their needs that results in that poor data, right? So we really, and I do want to come back. We are working with the province on implementing action items in the action plan that is going to shift the conversation considerably. So we'd like to come back and talk about that at a future date. But I do want to address your other concerns with respect to being precautionary. I couldn't agree with you more. We have to make sure that what we're doing is careful and deliberate and well thought out. So we want to look at teacher certification. We want to look at teacher language certification. What does that mean? What is entailed? How are they certified? So as we begin the conversations with the province with respect to language policy in public schools, all of those things will be up for discussion, and we need to look at all of those. But the other, though, is your nation, your language, that you have to play more of an active role in terms of how that gets expressed and implemented, right? So we will be doing some work in that area to inform the way forward. And your concern with respect to the broader infrastructure pieces related to housing and the issues related to that, 30% of your membership living in your territory, absolutely. Mine's the same. Most of our people reside off reserve. So we're looking at and have received previous support to develop a First Nations, BC First Nations specific capital funding model for First Nations schools. Do you know that this year all we have for capital is $15 million from ISC? Next year, it's $4 million. We can't even build bus shelters for $4 million. Anyway, we are going to be, we're working on that piece now. We're undertaking seismic assessment, condition assessments, all of those types of things. So teacherages are on the list for the capital piece. So I want to assure you of that. But I also wanted to say, we negotiated a funding model in 2018 for First Nations schools. So I want to emphasize that the funding model that exists is higher than the provincial system, right? So we have put in adaptations to the First Nations funding model with respect to the small community supplement and the unique geographic factors. So when we run our model, There's more money going to First Nations schools than there is going to provincial schools. So not sure what's happening. So when people say there is more money over there, no, there isn't. There's more money in our system for First Nations schools. So, and if that's not the case, we'd like to sit down with you and run those numbers. So anyway, I think I've answered all the questions that folks have had, but I'm happy if you want to come and see me after the presentation, I'm happy to have a conversation with you as well.
Thank you very much for that. We do want to move the question, but Debbie, I just wanted to make a note that Chief Bonnie Jacobson did note on the chat online a couple of questions, and I think these are good research questions in a way. Do we know how many Métis teachers are teaching our children in BC? And there seems to be many teaching the Métis ways. So do we know what is being taught throughout BC with regards to First Nations classes? And really, I think the emphasis there is how much knowledge of BC First Nations are students getting, particularly in the territories where they are. So again, I think great food for thought. With that, let's call the question. And resolution been read into the record, moved and seconded. Is there a need for discussion, any further discussion of it? Wait a minute, I just called the question, excuse me. Obviously, coffee break coming. Are there any objections to this resolution? Seeing none, are there any objections? Are there any abstentions? Seeing none, no abstentions. So given there's no objections or no abstentions, the rules call that for this resolution to be adopted by acclamation and unanimous consent. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's what, Debbie, before you go, I just want to turn it back over to the regional chief. Okay. All right. As we're doing the proper gifting, as our custom here, I do want to turn to our next agenda item and invite the panel for the cannabis marketplace, governance and jurisdiction to please come forward. Chief Dalton Silver, David Tarasenko, and Chris Bauer. I do know you are in the assembly. Yeah, so that. And as you're coming forward, I do want to let you know that the New Relationship Trust has a booth outside and is raffling a $750 gift card to Air Canada or WestJet. You just have to be a First Nations person to enter. And so that's awesome. Welcome, gentlemen. Hi, Harold. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you too. The express there. The clicker is there. We'll just sit here. Yeah. You're welcome to use the podium as well. Yeah. Yeah, and so you're welcome to sit there, gentlemen. You can speak from there, or you can speak from the podium, wherever you're comfortable and prefer. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention over to the cannabis marketplace on governance and jurisdiction discussions. Chief Dalton Silver will kick it off for us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Harold. And, as Harold said, Lamhailtuch is my name, Chief Dalton Silver from Sumath or Sumas First Nation. Also, I need to mention that some of the work we're doing is along the lines with Chief Clarence Louie of Soyuz Indian Band. I want to acknowledge the Musqueams for hosting us today. And basically, the title of the presentation more or less speaks to itself. I think, I know there are a lot that have their own cannabis dispensaries and have entered into the business on the reserve, or some individuals have on reserve. And the way we went forward is we chose to go under our own jurisdictions without applying for provincial licensing. I think a lot of you have heard me before, and I do believe we've never relinquished our jurisdictional authorities to the province of British Columbia, whether it be in business or anything else. And I think that's the way we proceeded, and that's the ground that we stand on. And I think basically around the whole area, I think we'd like to look at developing and upholding our own policies and meeting all the requirements, meeting or beating all the requirements that any other government would put out there. So with that, in the interest of time, I want to introduce David Tarasenko from Northern THC and Chris Bauer from our own Samath Khatsa development, the chair of our board, actually, our development board. And with that, I'll turn it over to them. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Silver, and thank you to the Musqueam First Nation for organizing this. Okay, so I'd just like to go over a bit of the history of where we started a few years ago and how we ended up here sitting next to Chief Silver and discussing this initiative here today. So we started by entering into limited partnership agreement with the Soyuz Indian Band in developing cannabis operations in Oliver, BC. And okay. And one of the things that I discussed with the OIB Chief and Council was there may be opportunity to look at doing something with the online cannabis side of things through working with the First Nations. And so in working with the Chief of Council, in particular Councillor Leona Baptiste and Councillor Nathan McGuinness, we kind of developed a brief 6-page overview, kind of outlining how we from Northern THC and how the Soyuz Indian Band could possibly see governance and jurisdiction and how the online side of things could potentially work. Once we got through with that, then I reached out to Raleigh Russell. He's the local MLA for the Oliver region. And so I emailed him the document, and then I met with him in person, and he was really impressed. He said, no, you've identified a lot of the pain points that exist between the First Nations and the BC government, particularly on the cannabis regions. You've identified some ways forward, and there's a lot of ideas here that could solve a lot of the problems that the provincial government themselves were struggling with in dealing with cannabis, and in particular with First Nations. So he helped me refine it, and then we sent it off. He promised to send it off to Minister Farnsworth office, the Minister of Finance, and some of the other interested stakeholders. About 2 months later, Clarence, Chief Louis, got a letter from Minister Farnsworth asking to have a much more comprehensive outline of exactly what is being proposed and to have a meeting as soon as possible. And so we then expanded that into, I've just touched on some of the pilot project ideas, granting a license for cannabis, creating distribution centers, and working on a general regulatory framework of how the province could work with the First Nations in general. And so we had a meeting January 28th. There was the Assistant Deputy Minister, Mary Shaw, David Coney, who is a Director in Indigenous Relations from the BC Cannabis Secretariat, and quite a number of other people from the BC government side. They took this very seriously. And so Clarence, Louis, Chief Louis, myself, Nathan McGuinness, flew to Victoria to meet with the BC Cannabis Secretariat. And at that point, the floor was given to Chief Louis, who expressed his displeasure on how the First Nations were completely excluded from any discussion on regulation and regulatory governance and so forth. And those that know Clarence well know he doesn't mince words, and he didn't, particularly in this meeting. So we had a very robust roundtable. There's a lot of discussions, a lot of questions that they asked, and there was a lot of things that the BC Cannabis Secretariat asked us to take away, work on, then come back to them. And one of the things that they in particular noted, they asked, well, what do other First Nations in British Columbia think of what it is that you're proposing? And so that's kind of what we were left with. And so right away we started talking to other First Nations. So for example, we met with Chief Greg Gabriel, particularly in the Indian Band. I spoke with Chief David Jimmy, Chief Derek Epp, Chief Dalton Silver, just to name a few of the First Nations we connected with. And the feedback was very positive. In general, all the First Nations we spoke with were supportive in principle of what we were trying to do, and they said it's about time. So So some of the key asks, as I mentioned, were to come back with kind of a refined proposal. The government felt what we're trying to do is overly ambitious, and so that's what we started doing. We started refining the proposal down to something a little more manageable. And at that point, we started developing what I would call the actual platform, the back-end platform. One of the things the government was skeptical on is that could we actually do this? Could we actually make this work? And that's kind of what we started doing. We started building the actual back-end platform while we started continuing with canvassing other First Nations. And then in June, I came back to the Cannabis Secretariat, to David Coney, and to report back to him. And at that point, they were very surprised at how much traction that we got. Because we came back to them and said, these are the First Nations that we spoke with. This has been their general feedback, and we got letters of support from some of the First Nations. And at that point, they asked us to pause this kind of what they call informal canvassing of the First Nations of British Columbia, and wait to get into kind of a formal framework, which I believe they started February and March of this year. So over the past year or so, we've been working on developing this platform. Developing this platform, and when we got to the point of we can actually demonstrate it, we have a running platform which I can touch on briefly. I reached back out to Chief Silver and Chief Louis from the Soyuz Indian Band just to say, has anything changed from the First Nations perspective? And if anything, it was even voiced even stronger. And I hope I don't mistake your words. Chief Silver, he basically said, when we meet with the BC government, we're not going to be asking permission. We're going to be seeking a partnership on enacting this framework and what we're actually proposing here today. So there may look like a lot of information here. This is touching on high level, but some of the key points. Most of the slide diagonally down has been completed, and we actually have a working prototype where we can take in licensed products from Health Canada licensed producers or First Nations licensed producers that are producing products that meet or exceed, as Chief Silver mentioned, the government requirements. We can take that into the ecosystem, into the platform, and then provide a whole range of suites, such as doing the search engine optimization, building storefronts, taking care of the payment processing, helping with the banking facilities. And what's really important what was really important to the BC government was transparency and accountability. Could we track through the entire platform all cannabis products? And that's essentially what we're prepared to demonstrate to the BC government and the Cannabis Secretariat ideally next month. And so the piece that's left out, although we did have a general framework, is kind of the top right-hand corner, where there's the general manager of British Columbia that manages all cannabis products, and the First Nations general manager, which is a general structure that we're proposing that gets enacted. And establishing an agreement between those two entities essentially answers all the governance and jurisdictions questions. Because in essence, it's working within existing legislation that's being run by First Nations to enact a cannabis governance and jurisdiction from the general manager for the First Nations all the way down. And so I can go into more details, and everybody will be getting a copy of this. And I'm happy afterwards, via email or in person, to discuss this in greater detail, because there's a lot of work that went into doing this. Next month, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be a meeting that's to be set up between the BC Cannabis Secretariat, Chief Dalton Silver and Chief Clarence Louis, and other First Nation chiefs that have been involved in kind of the discussions. So again, this is just a very general overview of how the revenue flow, and I don't want to spend too much time, but I'm certainly would like to get to the question and answer session. I'm sure there may be some questions here. So, get to this point here. So one of the things is, what would this mean for the BC First Nations? One of the biggest ones is full governance and jurisdiction remains. This is what we're proposing to the government, and again, Dalton Silver will touch a bit more on that. the full governance and jurisdiction remain within the First Nations to license and regulate, including this cannabis marketplace and anything that happens on First Nations land as it relates to cannabis operations. That's the most important piece. Through the platform, there's obviously revenue generation, and there's different levels of participation to each First Nation, how they may or may not want to participate within this framework to meet each First Nation's own needs. So, for example, some First Nations may not want to have anything to do with with cannabis online stores, as an example. But through the revenue pools that could be generated, they could still participate in revenue share through that. And so that's some of the structures that we're putting in place and recommending to the BC government. And finally, and of course, access to the platform that would be available to any First Nation that may, or non-Indigenous company that may not want to partner with a First Nations and get licensed through their First Nation jurisdiction to work within this ecosystem. So the next step that we're asking for is the kind consideration of the AFN members to adopt the Resolution 3. And that would really to add power and weight to the group, the First Nation, to include Chief Dalton Silver, Chief Clarence Louie, to meet with the BC Cannabis Secretariat, to have a seat at the table to negotiate what I would consider the most critical piece, which is the agreement between the BC government and the First Nation General Manager on how the governance would work. And again, I'll let Chief Silver expand upon that in his own closing remarks. And so that's kind of what the next steps are, is we're scheduling this meeting, and we're also going to be scheduling demonstrations of this platform to any First Nation chief and council that may wish to actually understand and look kind of under the hood, so to speak. And so at that point, I'll just stop and take any questions that anyone may have. Oh, my apologies.
No, to Chris or? Oh. Okay. Thanks for that, David, and thanks everyone for hearing the presentation and think about the resolution, which is really a support resolution to move forward with the initiative that we're speaking of. And I think some of you know that whether it's in this initiative or in any other initiatives, that my feelings are very strong about our own Indigenous perspectives in our own jurisdictions, in our own lands. And I said earlier in the opening remarks that we've never relinquished that. And I think right now, with the recognition we've been given through UNDRIP and through other areas, and the international recognition we're getting as the original inhabitants and in our homelands, that this is just another step in reestablishing ourselves on our lands, and another step towards governing ourselves and looking after our own affairs in a way that I think could be helpful if we could all get together and move forward ourselves. I think economically, I do believe we've been purposely kept out of the economies of our lands. And it's something I think that we need to move forward on. And I know there are those that wouldn't even think of having a cannabis dispensary in their communities. And I was a little skeptical at first myself. And in talking with it, it was approved by our community. And I am really surprised at some of the elders that have talked to me. And I just want to share one. I know a guy who's really I regard as a well-respected spiritual leader, who his doctors prescribed his medication for the pain he has from car accidents years ago, and he was on morphine. And now he uses a cannabis product, and he told me that he does not use any morphine whatsoever. He said, the cannabis product I use takes the pain away, and I still know where I'm at. So he still has his wits about him, is what he's saying. And he commended people for opening him up to these products. So I just want to say that we're looking for a little bit of support to move forward, and we would hope that others would possibly join us in meeting with the provincial government on this. And as David said, my idea is not to go and seek the permission of the provincial government and the licensing authorities on this, but to work with them and inform them of what it is that we have in mind and how we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, we do have time for some questions. So just some general questions before we move to the resolution. So number 7, number 10, number 11, and number 17, then we'll table the resolution.
Thank you, Chief Don Tom, Charlotte First Nation. Thank you for the presentation. I was going to wear denim today, Chief Silver. I'm disappointed I didn't. We'll have to coordinate on that next time.
With the haircut, that would have been just too much.
You're out of order, Harold. This whole town's out of order. Thank you for the update. I know the difficulties of First Nations trying, whether it's negotiating, Section 119 agreements and all the legal fees that go with it and the bureaucracy of it. And I know that some First Nations just aren't equipped to do that at this moment. And there are, I think, First Nations interested in the cannabis industry. A question about the institution when it comes to supporting the jurisdiction. Are we talking about supporting the jurisdiction of the First Nations and their business adventures or ventures? Or are we also talking about supporting individual First Nations who want to start their own business? Is this all around supporting institution that we're looking at?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take that. So the short answer, it's both. Where we started from was to prove that we can do it. So that's where we spent a lot of time, energy, and money to develop the platform and go to the government. These are concerns on the regulatory side and tracking and reporting side. Here's the solution that we built. The other key piece is the jurisdiction part of it. And what we're proposing to be, of course, to be discussed with First Nations for their feedback is to say, we're looking at a regulatory structure very similar to what currently exists in the BC government. So you're not asking for something that already doesn't exist. And that's the one agreement that through the Section 119 to whatever that First Nation general manager, be it a person or entity or a corporation, essentially passes all the powers by agreement to that First Nation general manager then to structure how the cannabis business could operate underneath that. The second answer to your question was about the First Nation support. That was something we presented to the government. They asked us to table that, and that was the financial support to help First Nations establish cannabis businesses. And that's something we will be revisiting with the government again in the future.
And just to add to that, one of the important pieces in business is having the platform to actually be able to sell. So that was an important piece there. So when we have other First Nations, smaller organizations or individuals that want to be able to work through this platform, there's that ability to do it. And then they'll receive the support to be able to, the entrepreneurship of their own business.
Thank you. Microphone 10 and 11. We'll take 10, then 11, then come back.
I realize, Chair, I forgot to introduce myself as Chief Donald Sam with the Akiskalik First Nation. I didn't forget earlier, I just did it in the wrong language. So I really appreciate the state we're at where we can actually participate in the economy with an emerging market such as cannabis. For too long, we've been excluded from the economy. And so the progression of the work that you're doing, I really appreciate that. And I also know people who pain management is a real thing, and it's unfortunate the stigmas that are with cannabis when there's some people that really can use that pain relief. On the other hand, on the other side of the equation, we've got in one of the neighboring communities, Crazy Indian Brotherhood, we got gang activity going on. And so along with participating in the economy it's not the wild, wild west. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing, putting into this, and I would ask that there was some thought into that aspect as well, as that community safety. And so, yeah, those, that would be how, something that I think could be useful in the communities. I'm not sure if I'll be able to vote in favor of this, just because in our community, we're still struggling from that. I'll abstain from the vote, but I do appreciate the work that is going into this to ensure that it's not the wild, wild west, and we're opening the doors to some of that negative behavior, but appreciating the science that goes into cannabis. Thank you.
Microphone 11.
Lease behind Chief's Quarter Band. Yeah, I guess my question was kind of around what Chief Don had asked, but because we have band members who have CP'd land and we have traditional holdings, and how that works versus when the band does it versus a band member on moving forward with something like this. And the previous speaker of, the comment, what's happening in our reserve, and, I'm not going to lie, Coldwater's been in the news about a shootout up there with the drugs that's happening, and it's very concerning. And talking with my fellow chiefs about, what do you think about this? Is this good or bad? Because, the hard drugs that are out there right now is really impacting our youth. And reading the stories of how drugs is a multi-billion-dollar business. And, is this good or is it bad? And talking about the economics is how much bands are moving in this direction. So a few comments that I have. Cookstrom, thank you.
Need for a response? Chief Silver?
Thanks, Chiefs, for your comments. And those are concerns that we all expressed at our council tables. To regulate in our community, we actually established our own cannabis law so that we can't just have anybody jumping up and say they want to open a cannabis dispensary. It has to meet all the standards that have been set out. And like I said from the beginning, we set standards that meet or beat any of the government standards. And I think the problems that the chiefs talked about is something that we all still look at. One of the big problems and the big worries is the black market distribution of the drugs in our territories and to our young folks. Even with our dispensary, we're so close to the city of Abbotsford that we still have problems with harder drugs and the dial-a-dopers, as we say. It's a phone call away for our young people and others that are battling through addiction. So it's something that we definitely have dealt with and are still dealing with. And I think, I don't know if there are any other First Nations that are untouched by the problems that we see out there socially regarding drugs and the hard drugs and the gang activity in our respective territories. So thank you for that. And if we can't be supportive, I fully understand that. Thank you.
Let's go microphone 17, and then we'll get a response and then put the resolution on the floor.
Chief Darrell Bob, Chachlip Kupke, Stadliam. Condolences to the family in this community, and condolences to the families at home right now for ourselves, as I just got a call. I do have a concern. I don't know how to approach this, but when you have a provincial organization regulating pot or marijuana or cannabis or whatever you want to call it, you know. And then they come in and they charge a family for breach of their laws and regulations of British Columbia on our tidal lands. And then they get a fine, you know, and I was asked by the family to help support, but I really didn't want to get into that. All I could do in support was I wrote a letter to the whoever it was, the bylaw people, and I said, you know what? If you're going to come into our community and charge somebody, that money belongs to us. Because when do we stop letting them rob us? Every time we want to talk about it, it's a way in the door for them to get more money from us. Meanwhile, we have our hand out all the time, getting cheaped out by education and housing and whatever else that goes down the line. As soon as the province gets a chance, they come and grab it. So, I support the cannabis because it's a cleaner drug. You know, I mean, Chief, you just mentioned it, you know, it's a lot of drugs are killing our people out there. But if we have these stores, it's a way to take the pressure off of them clean. But my problem is allowing the provincial government to come in to our communities and do this, fining this family or any family. There needs to be something to be addressed there. So that's a concern. My question is, how do we deal with the provincial government and their regulations coming into our lands, and what gives them that right?
And just before you answer, often what we do here is the presentation is related directly to the resolution. There seems to be a bit of a distinction in this case between the initiative you're working on and maybe a relationship to the cannabis, BCAFN Cannabis Institute. That's the subject of the resolution. So maybe speak to that a little bit as well.
You know, and I think that's the important piece that you just put about jurisdiction and the right to be able to govern, and keeping the province off is, I think, is important. In the Soyuz, we had they call themselves the Community Safety Unit wanting to come on, and they were told they couldn't. It was, you know, to back off. They came on regardless, and then there was a big pushback that happened in there, and some meetings within the ONA, you know, to be able to take that piece. And it's true, and one of the reasons why we are working so hard and working with this initiative is because now it's First Nations that are going to be able to control this part within, you know, within the cannabis, and that's the important piece to me and the rest of us that are here, is that it's pulling away, that it's pushing back on the province by saying, no, you do not have the jurisdiction if we're doing this properly. And the province, I've noticed where there's, you know, businesses that were in cannabis that wanted to have a bank account, wanted to set things up properly, you know, to follow the rules of making sure you have a POS system that tracks all your sales. And the province is very quick to try and keep that from happening. They'll go into the banks to shut down the bank accounts. And the bank account is the most important piece to keep it from the black market, because then it's trackable. You can do your accounting properly, all those pieces. So leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay, and I'll just add just a little bit to that point. The jurisdiction aspect and enforcement and what does that look like was specifically discussed in the several meetings. And while we presented some ideas, I said that's an important piece that has to be discussed as between the First Nations and the BC government. So we did raise that. We provided some general ideas, but I said that is something that has to be negotiated and discussed as between the First Nations. And what Chris just said is the enforcement of any cannabis laws, it remains a mandate and a jurisdiction of the individual First Nations themselves to do it how they see fit.
All right, thank you for that. So with your permission, Chief, so let's table the resolution or put the resolution on the floor. So I'll turn your attention to draft well, first of all, let's thank our panel and give them the gifts, and then we'll turn to the resolution. Just to
Thanks, guys.
I'd give them a bag of weed, but I don't have jurisdiction or a license to sell, so.
You know how hard it was for me to resist making weed jokes? That was awesome. All right, while we're doing that, let's put this on the floor. So support for the establishment of a BC First Nations Cannabis Institution, moved by Cookby Casimir here to my right, and seconded by Chief Cherry Jack over by microphone 14. Just in looking at the resolution, I'll emphasize whereas D, Canada's and BC's legislative framework for cannabis does not provide appropriate avenues for coordination between jurisdictions or appropriate fiscal relationships that reflect the recognition of First Nations jurisdiction over cannabis. And I'll also emphasize G, the BC First Nations Cannabis Strategy, which was supported in principle by the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly through Resolution 09-2022, clearly articulates the need and potential benefits of a cannabis institution in order to advance First Nations jurisdictional issues and advocacy in alignment with mandates provided by the BC First Nations, exist as a central body for establishing and overseeing standards, exist as a training facility to build capacity and support education for First Nations in the industry, support BC First Nations wanting to enter the BC cannabis market, operate as a First Nations cannabis testing facility, support the marketing and promotion of BC First Nations cannabis products in the province, country, and abroad, and support networking and internation trade amongst First Nations. H, neither Canada nor BC has provided funding and resources to support the creation of the BC First Nations Cannabis Institution, which negatively impacts BC First Nations' ability to participate economically in the cannabis industry. Therefore, be it resolved that the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the governments of British Columbia and Canada to align cannabis-related legislation with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as required by the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and recognize First Nations self-determination and jurisdiction with respect to cannabis. And two, the BC AFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the BC AFN, working together with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council, to advocate for the establishment of a First Nations Cannabis Institution, whose mandate would be informed by input from First Nations communities and would support interested First Nations in all aspects of cannabis economic development, governance, and regulation, with the key aims of advancing First Nations jurisdiction, economic prosperity, health, and community safety. Is there a need for discussion of the resolution? Microphone 15 and 17.
Awesome, thank you. Uklama Wamish, again, Ken Watts, elected Chief Councillor, Sechelt First Nation. First, thank you for the presentation, and thanks to the mover and seconder for starting this resolution. I'm supportive with some friendly amendments. First, I'll speak a bit about the background on why Sechelt First Nation opened one of the First Nation-owned provincially licensed cannabis stores in BC. It was called Orange Bridge Cannabis, and I say called because it's now closed its doors due to provincial overpricing and the lack of enforcement on black and gray markets. I'm also a member of the First Nations Summit, or the BC First Nations Working Group on Cannabis as the First Nations Summit rep. And I think this is under our strategy, which chiefs have adopted, I think in principle or interim, I can't remember the exact wording. It was about creating an institution or group. So this falls in line with it, but chiefs did give direction for the working group to be created and advocate. So I do have some friendly amendments. One of the first things I think about is the creation of institutions and councils here at this table. And we've done it. I've actually been a part of it, creating the Justice Council. I came to all of the organizations and we created the Justice Council. Originally it was called Aboriginal, and now it's the BC First Nations Justice Council. And so came through with resolutions like this. I think about FNESC, and their creation is directed by chiefs. And they achieve jurisdiction, like they actually achieve jurisdiction of education for our kids, and we need to celebrate that success. Also, we created the First Nations Health Council. They moved forward, and now we have control of our own health. And so I say this with purpose. When I look at the wording, it says First Nations Cannabis Institution. I'm curious on why not use the word council. I think it is time, and that would be my suggestion for the name of the title of the resolution, as well as in the number 2, establishment. You'll see halfway through, establishment of a First Nations Cannabis Council. And then you'll see further on number 2, it says, and would support interested First Nations in all aspects of cannabis. I would include including but not limited to, just because you don't want to narrow the scope too much of the council. So I would recommend those 2 friendly amendments. And I'll just close with this. Our store, again, I shared why we closed. We chose not to enter the licensed industry for various reasons, provincially or federally, in cultivation, because jurisdiction and authority is where all of this lies. If we can move forward with negotiating that is the pathway to success, because quite frankly, the province has failed the industry. States like Colorado and Washington State are bringing millions into revenue into their states, and here in the province, in my opinion, they're failing the entire industry. So once again, support of it, but would propose those 2 friendly amendments. And in closing, Harold, and for the Leadership Council, some type of standards on setting up institutions or councils, in an actual process, so we know when they are created, we have that mandated, and it's very clear about what their roles and responsibilities will be, their terms of reference. Because right now, I don't think there is a formal process on how we create these councils. And again, just speaking from my experience on the Justice Council creation, just I think you need to formalize the process. The Leadership Council needs to do it so that anytime these new creation of organizations come through, they're doing the exact same thing. So once again, Tishad is in support of the resolution with those 2 changes, changing the word institution to council, and also including but not limited to in number 2. So once again, thank you for the team for bringing this forward. It's time to move forward.
Agreed. Mover and seconder, just want to check on those changes. Microphone 23.
I would love an opportunity to speak to this resolution, but I am in full support of the recommended changes in the wordings, because I too had issue with the word institutionalization. So.
Excellent. Seconder? Good. Yeah, and thank you. And yeah, my apologies for not going to the mover and seconder first. Over to microphone 23.
All right, Cook's Jam. Waikpopait to Cook Biwazan Casmer West to Kalmus de Schwapmek, and also Tribal Chief for the Shuswap Nation Tribal Council, and also BCAFN Board of Director. I'm very honored to be, leading in all those capacities for my people and for all of you. So I just wanted to say thank you to Chief Dalton, Chief David, and Chris for their presentation. And I do look forward to learning more about your cannabis platform as well. And that's something that we as First Nations are all advocating and trying to advance in those respective areas. So I think it's really important that we really collaborate and work together to achieve exactly just that. So with this here resolution, it was about seeking support for the establishment of a BC First Nation Cannabis Institution, and that's where I had an issue with the word institution. So I just want to also give much gratitude as well for the technical team back home for bringing this here and drafting up this here resolution to be presented today. Really appreciate that, and also acknowledge my council member, Justin Goffredson, who has been leading this for our First Nation community for some time. And, the biggest thing was about seeking support to advance some of our governance goals for our community, as there is no one to support First Nations in governing cannabis on our reserves. So this is very consistent with the BC Cannabis Strategy. As we're all aware, the Federal Cannabis Act came into force in 2018 with no input or consideration of how this would impact our communities. This relatively new industry allows us some new opportunities, both through the economic development, but also the governance of cannabis on reserve. We can only maximize on the opportunities when we have sufficient expertise to support our communities. We need resources in our communities because so many of us are working off the side of our desks. This resolution is also to ensure that BC and Canada align their cannabis legislation with UNDRIP, and also asks for the establishment of an organization that would support our communities to engage with all aspects of that industry. This resolution is consistent with the BC cannabis strategy that was supported by the BCAFN back in 2022. It's really important for us to continue to lobby for centralized agencies that can support our communities, like we do for forestry, also for energy and mining. So it is that same concept with cannabis. So establishing an institution that will have centralized, dedicated technical staff that are responsible for providing support and advancing the needs of our communities, including the need for governance of the cannabis industries on reserve, and supporting our communities as well that may be interested in participating on the industry. Going to Chief Don's question that he had brought up earlier, that was basically just as I had outlined, that is to ensure that BC and Canada align their cannabis legislation with UNDRIP. And the intent of this resolution is to give communities support, including us. So we're not working off the side of our desks, and this is for the support for both economic development sovereignty, but also governance for our communities. So I just wanted to say, thank you for the three gentlemen for their presentation. This really supports this year's resolution that we put forward. And this is something that we all should agree on, because this is something that we all need, and that's capacity, but it's also resources. Because what was talked about when it came to the provincial legislation and working off the side of our desks, and with the provincial governments coming in, say for instance, a cannabis shop had a mortgage. Well, basically, when we're looking at that laundering huge issue that was taking place with money being laundered, well, it's kind of like that same kind of concept. So individuals, who have those bank accounts, but no trail because there's no actual governance in place to support all those different initiatives that are taking place on the reserve, and definitely impacts those areas. And yes, we do have a bylaw, we also have a law, but it's also at the same token, it's upholding that and working with the police and also with bylaws to be able to really uphold those laws as well within our community. And when we're dealing with the opioid crisis and ensuring that there's no gray and black areas that are hurting our people, it's about the health and safety of our communities. And that's the jurisdiction that we want to ensure. And that's the safety of our community, and ensuring that they're not utilizing areas or drugs that are harmful. So that's something that we're very strong and passionate about. And it's about the health and safety, but it's also about the jurisdiction. And it's also about making sure that we have the resources and not working off the side of our desks like so many of us are. So that's my resolution putting forward. I hope you all support it. Cook's Jam, and thank you for the support all the way around and that amazing presentation. So appreciate that, and thank you for the time at the mic. Cook's Jam.
Thank you very much, Cookby. Microphone 17, Chief Crow. Microphone 7 after that, Chief Tom.
Chief Crow, Lower Smoking Band. I read the resolution, and I have a concern about enforcement. Where is enforcement included in this? Who enforces? Is it the community safety unit, or is it going to be this committee? The reason I'm saying that, when you run into an issue, and this is the gray area, we had to deal with this in our community. When you have cartel moving into your CP holders' lands, putting in businesses and to launder money, put whatever through they want, they're selling whatever they want. We went to our FMP officers, went to RCMP, they can't do nothing. We don't have a law in place. We don't have a bylaw. There's no way of enforcing. So the only thing that we could do is partner with the community safety unit, and we granted them access to come in and support us. So that's why I'm asking about this resolution. How do we enforce? Is there an enforcement piece that's going to be included in this, or I just looking for some answers on that.
All right, and let's go to number 7 first.
Thank you, Chief Don Tom, Sartland First Nation. I am also on the Cannabis Working Group, and just to let everyone know, this is the first time I'm seeing the resolution. I think there is a place where currently where we're at right now is we hear stories of First Nations sometimes having difficulties with the gray market in their community or the black market in their community. These are really difficult. And I think some of the concerns that I have is I think when industry becomes involved, and to me jurisdiction comes directly from First Nations, I would, I think I'm having a hard time with my words because I think there is a place for, I think, a council like this, a technical body, and I think that's what we're striving for with the working group. I would, perhaps I would either recommend that an MOU be struck with the First Nations Leadership Council on this, and or that you table this to the next meeting and then figure out this part of the business. But so those are my two thoughts. Just I know that there was some effort put into having like an association for those who are in the cannabis industry, and an association would be different than an institution that oversees jurisdiction and enforcement. So I think there is a place for this. I just don't, I feel that we're just not there. But those are my thoughts, and I think there is room to work at. So I'll just leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Over to the mover. Yeah, I've got 2 more. 23, excuse me.
Check, check, there we are. No, I thank you for the dialogue and the conversation and, making that suggestion. But, I know that we did a lot of work on this here because right now we have 6 cannabis shops within our reserve. And, this resolution is just to ensure that BC and Canada align their cannabis legislation with UNDRIP. And having that, ensuring that the establishment of an organization to support like our communities. And also too, it's also for community self-determination as well. And for us, we're looking at, that within our own community and, wanted to be able to provide an avenue for others to be able to advance that way as well. We know that there's a lot of gray market areas and, areas of concern, but that's why we want to keep moving and have that momentum going forward. But it's also, right now, the province had sent out correspondence, within the last month and a half ago, saying that, there's funding available and resources for the cannabis shops to have their shops, I guess, in compliance with the provincial and federal legislation. So for us, it's about, for our community, it's about ensuring that our laws are upheld within our community and being able to support and advance that. We also have a police establishment that we have a tripartite agreement with that also, works with us upholding our laws within our community. And so with that, we also have within our bylaws and laws, we're the ones that sign off the permits and the business licenses for the establishments on the reserve. So for us, we want to protect the people as well to ensure that when it comes to these gray areas, that we're truly doing our governance part for our people within our community and upholding that legislation. So that's why, again, the importance of this year resolution. and, really would look forward to, working with others as well to, bring forth another resolution. But for us, we just need to advance. Cannabis has been on the market. We've had cannabis establishments now for 2.5 years. So for us, we just want some momentum, and, things aren't happening as fast as they should be, and we just want to advance. And that's why we created this resolution. And it's really not, implicating other First Nation communities, but it's also just support other First Nation communities to be able to have access to the resources, and for supporting us not working off the side of our desks, because that's exactly what we're doing in our community. So just Cooksham.
All right, thank you very much for that. Just before, I have 3 other speakers, and perhaps I'll look to close that after that. Is that Chief Hobart asking? So, but I just wanted to get a clarification, Chief Tom. You talked about, so therefore be it resolved speaks to the Leadership Council advocating for the establishment, which, I read as, develop in terms of reference, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You mentioned an MOU with the Leadership Council, and so I just want to get clear about that.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I'm looking for is some wording around some of the other First Nations organizations, as Chief Watts had shared. And I think having some of the similar language be put into the resolution, as we do with our other First Nations organizations. I'm not the technical person, so I can't say it off the top of my head. But let's just pretend I did.
Yeah. Yeah, and so what I would just, yeah, okay. Let us go to I've got number 21, Cookme Robbins, number 7, Chief Whitsom, and number 8, Chief Isaac, and then number 22, Chief Hobart. So let's take them 2 and 2. 21 and 7.
Just a bit of background for Skedam. We had a marijuana shop go up on IR7. And, oh man, you should have heard my community. What are they doing? Who said they could do that? Did you say they could do that? The jurisdiction piece, I think, is vital in this. But for the integrity of my community, I cannot support this resolution. Cannabis is high in CBD. My mom uses it for arthritis. I know it's used as medicinal. But the cannabis shop that was in my community, I got threats from gang members. The tobacco that they sold there was illegal. The marijuana they sold there was illegal. So regulating and developing this process, I'm in favor of it, but I cannot support a resolution that is going to allow a marijuana shop to be put up in my community. So I have to speak on behalf of the Skedam. We maintain our integrity of being a healing people. We've survived alcohol, 100% alcoholism, and I've been told by my council, the integrity of the community is vital and important, so I cannot support this doc.
Thank you, Chief Robbins. Microphone 7, Whitsom.
Hi, just acknowledging all the speakers before me and the work that went into preparing this resolution. I've got 3 comments. One, I had been on the cannabis working group, and I know there was some discussion there as well around organizing. There was discussion about jurisdiction, and fundamentally the UN Declaration is about self-determination and Indigenous peoples, First Nations peoples, taking the reins of what happens in their communities. And just to acknowledge that piece, and just as we go forward, it'd be good to find some level of coordination. We've got the working group, and I know there was some talk about an association there, and it was for things like market share and purchasing power and an economic strategy with the nations that were actually running or had cannabis operations. So I know there was some discussion there. So I think it's valuable to continue to pursue those next steps within your own businesses, and at the same time, let's just find a way to be coordinated a bit, right? So if it's a protocol, because as this chief's indicating, not in my community, and others are saying, yes, we're going to make some money off this and be part of this market. I just want to make sure that we are coordinated on there's a lot of talk about the economic side, but I know the working group, there's considerable discussion about enforcement and safety and, villages or reserves not becoming havens for illicit businesses as contributed at Mike 7. So I was just wanting to voice a need for a coordinated approach. I think as it's the nature of the UN Declaration that self-determination is the driver. And if this nation doesn't want cannabis and others do, I think there's still room for us to find a way to coordinate from a business perspective as well. So that we don't end up going, oh, well, end up fighting for money or something. If there's money out there, let's go get it without question, right? I think I appreciate you saying that. But let's also just be coordinated. Is there a way to, as maybe a protocol, I know there's protocols that are in place with the different of the First Nations organizations that are functioning and doing good work. So just wanting to recognize and honor the right to self-determination, and also recognize that we need to coordinate amongst ourselves as well, and really not lose sight of the huge economic opportunity, but also the safety and the well-being of our communities. So just a pitch for the coordinated effort, whether it's a protocol or some process that make sure we're not, at least not bumping into each other when we're trying to exercise our respective rights to self-determination.
All right, final two speakers, and then I'll recap where we are on this particular resolution. Chief Isaac, number 8.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Victor Isaac, Numkees First Nation. I'm sort of out in left field on this one. I recently became chief in May. Didn't know too much about the cannabis business, but I hear things out there that, it's good. I hear a lot of people making money within the Kwagilth Nation, some making money. The cigarette sales, I heard about those on some of these businesses, like $50 a carton, stuff like that. So that can't be illegal, I guess. But we asked our business development corporation to go out and do some research on this. And during that time, another municipality right neighboring us wanted to be partners. So we said, well, we'd rather do it ourselves if we're going to do it. So we're in the exploratory stage right now, I guess you'd say. But hearing some of the concerns, we'll definitely have to step back a bit and make sure that we're doing it right. And one of the other things that came to heart was we're from Alert Bay, a small island, right? And a doctor come up to me and just get into the election, and chief there, and he says, "You're sending the wrong message," he says to me. And I go, "Oh, geez, here I am all for this, getting the business going." And he's of the view that we're sending the wrong message. But you hear there's medicinal pluses for this product. So, that was his view. You're sending the wrong message to the youth. So, it's sort of like drawn in the middle of a catch-22 here. Which way do we go from here? Because I know it makes money. I know it could be done properly. There's some concerns about safety, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to sort of, I guess, sit back and sort of wait it out a bit and sort of look to see what develops, I guess. But that's the same as with Chief Fred there. I'm a bit cautionary at this time. But it does have some pros and cons for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 22, Chief Hobart.
Thank you. Wow, a lot of moving parts. Out in left field over here, there's probably the best place to grow. Just want to thank the elders. I forgot this morning to thank the elders for opening us up and the Musqueam for letting us do this work here. And I also want to thank the people that worked hard to prepare this resolution. I guess what I'm coming at it from is looking at best case scenarios. You know, sure, if everybody did their part and moved this forward in a good way, that would be ideal. The problem is that, you know, when you turn things over, including jurisdiction, to the uninformed, we could actually be coming across as, you know, having to step back and dial it back to where we realize that maybe we've done too much too soon. And if I were to liken it to anything, I mean, a lot of First Nations jumped on to, you know, the fish farms, and they became owners of it. Now we're us and them, right? And I think that, you know, the smaller communities that don't have the ability to create that protection, you know, sure, if one or two communities are trying to move this forward and it's not duplicatable, we have to make sure that that's also in the writing. I think that we all want to make sure that, you know, it's there for all, that we're doing these discussions, but at the same time, we have to realize that there are certain nations, you know, that don't have that ability to have the police on board. And so their members would say, well, what about us? They're doing it. We want to do it too, right? There's that whole duplication factor that we have to consider when we put a green light on something. So, you know, and then when you get dependent on the money of that, all of a sudden it becomes more about the funding around, the money around it than who's managing it. Imagine if somebody was caught offside with selling something that was illegal or whatever, and yet the infrastructure there, the builds there. Now we have to figure out how to manage that. And we've seen it already in our nation, where you know, an entire place where the receptacle where you go to buy cannabis is gone now, right? The whole company is gone and had to revamp. Bad management, whatever. I don't know what it was, but so we have to really think about. This is a financial step forward, or are we just trying to fill a space because it's the latest thing, right? And I just don't want to be that. That I want to make sure that you know, MOUs are a good way to start. I think I'm surprised that there wasn't one in place yet around this, around how we're going to work together to make it so that it's got wording for everyone, even those communities like mine that we're not in support, but at the same time we are in support of nations trying to look at their own ways to become sustainable, right? So I guess where I would finally say is that, you know, before we can start patting ourselves on the back, it's our future generations that will look back and see if we've done the right thing here, if we're going in the right direction with this, because we could be opening up a whole can of worms, and then how do you get them all back in that can, right? So, yeah. So I just wanted to say that what I'd like to say, I would like to support the resolution. I'm not going to at this time in the way it's written. So, Cook's Jim.
Thank you very much. Kukui Casimir, just before you go, Cheryl Casimir had put a comment in the chat a little while ago, and she's raised her hand, so I'll go to her, then come to you we'll wrap up. Cheryl, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by acknowledging the knowledge holders for doing the opening today, as well as sending my condolences to those who have passed recently, to the community of Musqueam and others. Also, letting those that have been displaced by the fires know that you're in my thoughts and prayers, and those communities who have lost loved ones due to the opioid crisis, sending my condolences to you as well. As I was listening to this discussion, I was just thinking, well, why are we creating a council when there already is a working group that has been created by the Leadership Council that has representatives from different regions of the province who have an interest or in cannabis or are already in the business of cannabis. The mandate of the working group is almost similar to what I see this proposed council to be. It is talking about working with Canada and British Columbia on the alignment of laws already. It is talking about dealing with the issue around jurisdiction of First Nations and the recognition of that jurisdiction with Canada and British Columbia. And it's also, talking about, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. It's talking about doing similar things that this proposed group is talking about. And to me, I'm a bit concerned in that we have too many pots in the fire, or too many pokers in the fire, or whatever that saying is. The Leadership Council has an MOU that forms the joint working group with the Secretariat on cannabis with the province. We have the we have the cannabis working group. We have relationships, we're trying to establish relationships with the federal government as well, bring them in the fold at the working group level to talk about jurisdiction. And now we're talking about the establishment of a secretariat, or sorry, not a secretariat, but an institution or a council on cannabis. I think I would support the comments that have already been made by previous speakers in terms of taking a step backwards. Make sure we just take a review and a look of what's already out there, so that we don't find ourselves, as my friend Chief Wheatsome had said, bumping into each other, duplicating services, duplicating the work that one group could potentially be doing already. And when you take a look at the therefore be it resolved number 1, it's already directing BCAFN in partnership with the summit and with the union, which then makes up the Leadership Council to do something that I believe the Leadership Council is already doing. So I would support that we just maybe table the resolution and do a scan of what currently exists and what doesn't exist, and determine where the gaps may be. Because maybe this proposed institution may have, ideas about addressing some things that maybe the working group at the Leadership Council level hasn't thought about. I'm not sure, and I don't think any of us are sure at the table right now, because we don't have all of the information in front of us to make that kind of a decision. So I just wanted to raise the issue about the fact that Leadership Council has already been mandated by chiefs to do work on cannabis, and that's through the working group. And to me, what the working group has been tasked with is similar to what is being presented here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring this to a conclusion. Sorry, Chief Bond. Let's go over to the mover and just in terms of where we're at on this resolution.
Perfect. Cook's Jam for that. I just really appreciate all the dialogue all the way around. I know from us, well, actually when I was presenting this, I did speak to the fact that this here is, this cannabis strategy was supported by the BCAFN in 2022. So it's recognizing and honoring that. And, I spoke to that. And also for us to present this here today, it's about seeking support just to advance some of our governance goals. And, there's no one to support First Nations in governing the cannabis on reserve. And that's kind of where we are lacking that support. And, whether it's an MOU, like honestly, our community doesn't want to take this on. We want to be able to advocate and support and work with others, but also to have that support for the resources to be brought into our community. And just like Cook B. Robbins had said, he doesn't want to support it because he doesn't want to allow cannabis on his reserve. Well, that's about the self-determination of each community and their own self-determination. But it's also making sure that, those are the foundational pieces of FPIC and, upholding that through UNDRIP. And that's the free, prior, and informed consent, but also having the laws in place. But it's about the enforcement part of it. And, I know that, my concern is, they're talking about legalization of other products like mushrooms, etc. For us, we just want the support. And whether it's through the Leadership Council to be able to do that is perfect, because this year is, again, directing the BCAFN, and it's just upholding that piece. And, you know, we acknowledge and honor the BCAFN and the Leadership Council for the work that they're doing, but it's also about being able to provide some of those governance components and support for First Nation communities, especially for those that have establishments that are already within a reserve, because that is the piece that's missing. So I just wanted to, you know, acknowledge that and really thank everyone for everything they had to say, because we are all talking the exact same thing. And this isn't about us trying to take the lead on it. It's just about us wanting support and looking for resources and looking for that advocation through BCAFN and or Leadership Council to be able to advocate for all of us. That's the intent of this resolution. So Kuksjan.
Thank you. So one clarification, a couple of clarifications. So in the discussion, 2 amendments were accepted on the wording of council and on including but not limited to, and therefore be it resolved 2. In response to the issues around enforcement or coordination and consistency with other First Nations entities created through the First Nations Leadership Council, on those, the mover has suggested another resolution, perhaps. And process-wise, if you're going to look at that, you do have until noon tomorrow, a deadline for resolutions, or it would be at another assembly. Mover, there was a request for tabling of this resolution, and I want to get your direction on that.
For myself, if that is the wishes of the chiefs here, I'm so fine with that. For me, this is good conversation. This is something we really need to work on, because there is too many gray areas, and we want to uphold the health and safety of our communities and the establishments and the businesses that are being erected within. So, Kuksjan, I'm fine with the tabling.
Thank you, and I'm just going to check with the seconder, Chief Jack.
I support what Cookby has.
Thank you very much for that. Good catch on the microphones there. So appreciate the conversation. This resolution is tabled to a later date to be determined. Thank you very much. I do need to move on and point out that we have 2 pieces of work left, and we have conversationalized ourselves through the break. So just as an FYI. As I used to joke, sometimes when we put health breaks on these political agendas, it's a euphemism or it's a reminder. We don't actually take them. So 2 pieces. We are doing the financial update, and so we do have the auditor from KPMG online. And then following that, we'll take a little bit of a break, a quick adjustment as we move to the candidates forum, and there's an announcement prior to that. So Michaela, if I could, I'll call upon you. I see you there in the Zoom room.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your time today. So as mentioned, I'm Michaela Roque. I'm an audit partner at KPMG in Prince George. So I am BCAFN's independent external auditor. So I'm dialing in from the traditional unceded territory of the Lheidli today. So usually at this time, I'm here to present my auditor's report and go through the financial statements. But as a result of changes that have happened this year, and that's been identified by regional chief, or I kind of missed the earlier part of the meeting. I'm not sure if there was a discussion on that, but given the changes at BCAFN this year, KPMG will not be able to present our auditor's report today to the chiefs in assembly here at this time. But KPMG will be working with BC Assembly towards completing the audit and for presentation on November 1st of this year. So we definitely are committed to completing the audit and really appreciate your confidence from the chiefs in assembly today to continue to complete this work for you guys and present it at a later date, and we'll present the appropriate information up to within the 6 months that is required to be reported. So happy to to pass it back. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so thank you very much for that. So as noted, in terms of a financial update, issues intervened, confidence about moving forward. Procedurally, what we would do is we would adjourn this to the November, move the AGM for a special, to November, specifically to deal with the financial statements and the audit and the appointment of the auditor. So that's how we'll do that, so that we're consistent with our constitution and bylaws. So at this point, given the situation, is there any questions or comments for the auditor? I see Cheryl Casimir online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, what led to this? You said that, just hang on a second, I need to pull up my notes. That due to changes at the BCAFN earlier this year, you're not able to present a full report on the audit. Could you, I guess maybe it's really not up to you, but maybe Regional Chief could explain as to what those changes are and why they had an impact on the audit not being able to be completed and presented at the AGA? Thank you.
Michaela, are you comfortable talking to that?
I think Regional Chief or one of the Board of Directors was going to speak on that topic.
Okay, we're going to go, the Regional Chief's just out in the hall. Yeah, thank you. The Regional Chief's just making his way to the microphone. So Regional Chief, as noted, the question has been, what were those circumstances that caused the delay? Michaela didn't go into any detail there, and I certainly wasn't going to.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So for this audit for April 2022 to March 31st, we're completed the audit and submitted all the financials to where we have to submit them, but it still has to be reviewed by KPMG. There's a formality that has to be, as part of the society, to be approved by the BCAFN Board of Directors. And this is one of the reasons why we need to extend to November 1st so we can submit all the finances to our to the auditor, which is KPMG. One of the issues was trying to find a finance manager this past year. We put postings out, and we still had our previous finance manager on part-time on contract, but she left to a different position with the BC First Nations Justice Council. So that left us really in the lurch for finding a new finance manager. And we did find one. And through the help of the new finance manager and our last one, we've submitted everything that we need to submit. So really, I think it really speaks to finding the help that we need. Sadly, I had to poach, if you will, a finance manager from a different Indigenous organization to work for us, and that is going to happen. She'll be coming on full time. Her name is Raina Barter, and want to thank Melanie Lyons, our previous finance manager. So we were left in the lurch a bit for a period of time, which really delayed the input of all the information that we need to get to KPMG to have it on time for this meeting. But now that we've submitted everything, KPMG needs to review it. And then really, I think based upon this, I think it's the audited financial statements to March 31st, 2023 are not available to be presented to the chiefs in assembly today. we're recommending that these statements be reviewed on Wednesday, November 1st, just before the Chiefs cabinet meeting. And so this meeting essentially will be carried on to November 1st, so we could submit them to the caucus meeting that we'll have before the Chiefs cabinet meeting. So at the end of this meeting on Thursday, we would recommend that, and to the chair to extend this AGM portion to November 1st so we can submit it to the chiefs in the room. And further to that, I think it just a little bit of a hiccup this past year because we lost some staff in terms of finance. And further to that, I'm glad to report that we do have a finance manager at the BCAFN now. And it certainly speaks to when we did put the postings out, there wasn't much to choose from. I had to actively go out there and find a finance manager and negotiate some sort of agreement with her. So we're good that way. But this needs to carry on to November 1st to be officially, I suppose, endorsed by the chiefs. But during that time, we'll be in providing the financial statements to the board to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. Any further questions on the financial update? Any further questions on the financial update? No, going a little bit. Seeing none online or here in the room, I want to thank Michaela for that, for the presentation, and the Regional Chief for the clarification, and that note that you will reconvene on November 1st in the afternoon to look at the audit and financial statements there and the appointment of the auditor. Thank you for that. Our last bit of business today, just as we are close to the 4 o'clock time, is to do the all candidates forum. And just prior to doing that, I do need to call forward the electoral officer, Ron Lafleur. I got the name wrong again. And the knowledge keeper as well, Laffer, yes. There was a hockey player. He keeps.
It's always that hockey player. Jeez. Are we aging you with that hockey player? Thank you. For those of you who weren't here this morning, my name is Ron Laffer. I'm the electoral officer for the BCAFN. Just prior to getting into the candidate forum, I have to make an announcement, as there has been a late change to the male youth representative election. The board received a confidential written complaint yesterday afternoon under its anti-bullying and harassment policy against Zach Askaczyk, one of the male youth representative candidates. After investigating the complaint, including interviewing both the complainant and Mr. Askaczyk, the board has decided to disqualify Mr. Askaczyk and directed me to remove his name from the ballot for tomorrow's election. As a result, Kyle Alec is now acclaimed as the male youth representative. The decision wasn't taken lightly, and I'll just pass the floor quickly to.
Thank you, Ron. Knowledge keeper Simple Jan, as well as Dr. Robert Joseph. We created a message from the BC Assembly First Nation Knowledge Keepers, and we sent this out to all the candidates, to look at the principles of conduct for the candidates. And I know the difficult decision that was made, and both Simple Jan and I were part of the meeting and discussions with the board And I know at this time we cannot speak to any details because of confidentiality. But please know that every candidate received the principles of conduct in advance. And of course, as nominated candidates for the BCAFN, we expect the candidates to demonstrate a high level of integrity as well as to adhere to the following principles. And there's a number of principles outlined, including respect, nonviolence, honesty, civility, positivity, accountability, professionalism, courageous, humility, responsible, and of course, a peaceful transfer authority. So I want to thank the board, and this morning I mentioned that we're in this canoe together, and that if we paddle together, you know, we're strong and we get to where we're going. I also mentioned, though, that that canoe can get a little tippy, and that's really when people need to bring their minds together and their hearts together, that huam tamata, huam tathala. And that's a strong mind and a strong heart to do what's right, to squalawan in a good way. Our elders made sure we understood what to squalawan meant. It's done in a respectful way and in a good way. So thank you. I accept Sam.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the hard work that went into that and the difficult decisions that had to be made. At this point, let's call forward the female youth representatives, Taylor Ben-Zakoza from Fort Nelson First Nation, Brooklyn Rain Hazimsk, I didn't mangle that, from Wet'suwet'en, and Crystal Staff Lewis from Squamish Nation. Take the chairs here to my right. Is it Star? Yeah, Crystal Star. As I said it, I wondered about that. Yeah, sure. I'm going to call on you in alphabetical order. So you can grab that chair there, and then Ron will come up later. Name tag. Yeah, Ron, you'll come up later. So welcome, everybody, and first of all, let's welcome our candidates and thank them for putting their name forward. Our program is we'll turn to each of the opening for each candidate in alphabetical order using their last names for 5-minute opening statements. We do have a timer in front of them because we haven't modeled 5 minutes very well. Following that, we'll do a Q&A. If you're online and you'd like to send a question in the chat, I'll try to incorporate that in, or I'll check with the room to see if there are any questions. Otherwise, I do have 3 questions sort of in mind to keep the conversation going. And then following that, we'll have closing comments, 1 minute for anything left unsaid or any final comment that each of the candidates wishes to do. And then following the forum, Ron Loffer, the BCAFN electoral officer, will come forward and sort of get us situated for the online voting for tomorrow. So with that, and you can speak from there, or you're welcome to come to the podium. It's up to you. I'm assuming this is in order here, then Taylor Ben-Zakoza for Fort Nelson First Nation.
Masi Cho Harold, Dutene Gonazu, Sadzikla Taylor Ben-Zakoza Ote. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taylor Ben-Zakoza. I'm Dene and Danadza from the Fort Nelson First Nation. I have paternal roots in Proper River First Nation as well. That's where my dad's from. Both of my communities are located in the Northeast, and both are signatories to Treaty Number 8. I'm really glad to be here. I thank Musqueam for hosting us in their community and allowing us to gather in their traditional territory. And of course, I'd like to acknowledge our knowledge keepers for opening us up in a good way this morning with the song. And really, I think just for what they shared just now before we came up here and providing that guidance to us young people and to the assembly, I think it's so important, and it's really, I just thank you from the bottom of my heart, truly. Thank you. And to all of you, I just want to thank the Chiefs for sticking around. I know we're in between you and the end of the day, and so thank you for sitting here and for listening to us share why we chose to let our name stand. I think as young people, it was really nerve-wracking. You know, we had to get 2 chiefs to support us. Then we had to write up a bio and submit it to BCAFN. So I just acknowledge all the youth, the ones sitting here and Kyle for putting their name forward. Over the last 3 years, I've had the true privilege to represent you and your young people here at the BCAFN and nationally at the AFN on the National Youth Council. I remember when I first ran, it was in November of 2020. We were in the middle of the pandemic, and we were all online, and I'm kind of thankful for that now, having to sit in front of all of you today. But I remember back then, I wasn't even sure what the BCAFN was. I just remember seeing the posting about, are you a young person? Are you from a BC First Nation? And do you want to create change in your community? And I was like, yes, that is what I wanted to do. And when I ran back in 2020, I shared that I wanted to see young people at the table, and I wanted them to be included, and I wanted them to have the skills and the capacity to do so. And so over the last 3 years, I've committed to that in a number of ways. I think regionally, I've shown up as much as I could to BCAFN events and have tried my best to engage young people from every corner of our province. You know, we come from a very vast province, as we all know, and I've really worked hard to bring those stories forward. I've worked hard to allow your youth to share their stories and not just me relaying those stories. I recognize as a young person, especially as a young person coming from the Northeast, from a rural northern community, that a lot of the time it's someone in Vancouver speaking on behalf of us. So I've really worked to make sure that doesn't happen for our young people. And have just, I think nationally, I was able to co-chair the National Youth Council alongside Rosalie LaBilbaugh, who is at this point a veteran at the national level. But in these capacities, I've always worked hard to make sure that our young people are well represented, that our priorities and concerns are at the forefront of our leaders' agendas, and that at the very least, that we're in the rooms. If we're not at the table, that we're listening, because I recognize the power in mentorship and being able to learn from all of you. And so I remain committed to those priorities and to what I've set out 3 years ago to do. And I hope that I can continue to do that for another 3 years, to be able to serve you and your young people. And if anything, I hope you support the resolution that's coming forward to you in the coming days about creating a BCAFN Youth Council. I think we need youth representation beyond the 2 elected youth positions here at the BCAFN, and I want to make sure that all regions and communities are represented. I know in Treaty 8, we're one of few communities in BC that are treaty, and so having that representation, having people out on the coast, people in the interior, people on the island, I think there's power when we come together, and I really want to see that happen. So, merci, Cho. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Taylor. So we're going to go to Brooklyn Rain Hyzimsk from Wet'suwet'en on the far end.
Hi. Good afternoon, elders, chiefs, and delegates. I'd like to thank Chief Maureen Lugie and Chief Priscilla Mueller for this nomination for the female youth representative. My name is Nalhuza, which means I like to keep active and keep busy. But my English name is Brooklyn Rain Hyzimsk. I am of Nishka/Wet'suwet'en descent. My parents are Craig and Shannon Hisams. My paternal grandparents are Pansy Hisams and the Lake Chester Hisams. My maternal grandparents are Ruby Ogan Nalee and Jerry Williams Sr. My goal in attaining the female youth position is to help the BCAFN with understanding the youth problems we have and addressing them within today's world, such as mental health issues, home life issues, etc. Throughout the community and the province of British Columbia. I've moved a lot in my young life, and I have experienced from many different perspectives of different continents of who just they haven't grown up culturally rich like most First Nations have, or I've also grown up going to different continents where they are extremely culturally rich and strong. Growing up with cultural and a strong family connection as a base made me realize how much more can be achieved when the community really does raise a child. I feel like I've got my finger on the pulse of what struggles youth are facing today, as I have worked through many of the struggles myself, such as mental health issues, because I struggle with a lot of mental health issues that aren't really issued as mental health issues, because I realize a lot of chiefs have just grown up with not issuing this as like anxiety. It's more just like you're really nervous. And I want to be a change to that, of where youth are recognized for their actual mental health issues. But anyways, I've also had the opportunity to be selected to represent the North on our female youth rep hockey team. I have also learned from my parents that education is key. I've been able to maintain honor roll status as I enter into grade 11, and I have had great passion for using my hands to create dresses, quilts, and food. Busying myself with these activities, I've learned quickly how to organize workshops, cater a meal to feed hundreds, pitch in with my family, and make a large task seem small. And I hear all the time that youth are the future. I have taken on a summer student position as an administrative assistant, health assistant, and finance assistant when my parents gave consent for me to work at the age of 14. These jobs have given me some insight to our administration and community development. I am very happy and proud to be part of the Wet'suwet'en community and to be nominated for this opportunity, knowing that I can be part of the change that British Columbia Assembly of First Nations is trying to make within British Columbia. In closing, I'd like to thank the Musqueam people for allowing us to conduct business on their territory. I'd also want to acknowledge the loss of a loved one that the Musqueam community faces. Our prayers are with you. Thank you for your time.
Yep, deep breath. Thank you very much, Brooklyn. Now turning to Crystal Star Lewis, Squamish Nation.
Tanoia Vinci, Chris Louis, or Crystal Queensna, Chris Louis Kuyan Anatme, Hal Koyan Quishane, Anthony Willard Hudson Lewis, a Julianne Mary Lewis, Wath Sietzel, foster parents, Elaine Moody, a Bruce Ogilvie Quinestouch, biological parents, Elizabeth Lewis, a Estevan Mercia Quinestouch, Tanachantla, Wawanti Ochumel, Chinwa Mo Editi, Nachim, Musquim Ochumel, Almanax Chinsqualo, and Elf Tinsaquaitos. So, my name is Crystal Lewis. I come from the Squamish Nation. My nickname is Chris Louis, and I do not have a traditional name. My grandparents are the Anthony Willard Lewis and Julianne Mary Lewis. And my biological parents are Estevan Mercia and the late Elizabeth Lewis. My foster mom is Elaine Moody, and I'm grateful to be here with you all today on the unceded territory of the Musqueam people. First off, I'd really like to thank the Musqueam for hosting us as guests on their traditional unceded territory, and to the BCAFN for all their hard work in coordinating this event, and to my two wonderful nominators, Honorable Chief Angie Bailey and Honorable Chief Jen Thomas. And to the honorable leadership in this room today, and the youth and our knowledge keepers for opening up in a good way. Lastly, I'd also like to thank Honorable MLA and Minister Bowen Ma for supporting me and my journey, and Honorable MLA Sonia Firstino and James Delorme, and many more. And to tell you a little bit about myself, I live by the sayings, be the change you want to see, lead by example, and take action. Before the age of 2, I was moved from several different foster homes before being placed into permanent foster care. As a child, I remember feeling unloved, abandoned, and confused, and I couldn't understand why my parents didn't want me, only to realize that change had to start with me intuitively, and that I wanted to be a role model. And so at the age of 6 is when I decided to dedicate my life to leadership and being drug and alcohol free. Since then, I held on to that vision and the words of my ancestors, elders, and community, learned the language, culture, and challenging the status quo. To this day, I continue to be actively involved in the community, youth spaces, programs, politics, and more. And like many, I did not grow up in a safe or loving environment. But over the years, I learned to forgive, and I came to find love in other places like my community, culture, and the work that I do, and more. From this came a lot of learning, unlearning, and growing, and finding my voice. After losing my mom, sister, brother to fentanyl overdose over the last 5 years, I came back to the hard reality of why I do the work that I do, and why the work that we do collectively within our communities is important. Although I cannot change the past, what I can do is create change for others going forward and continue to advocate as a voice collectively with the people and by passing on the knowledge that I have acquired. In truth, leadership is not about me, it's about we and creating opportunities for others. And so my goal as female youth representative is to not only give back to the community, but to continue to hold myself accountable to my words, actions, leadership, and by helping pave the way forward. And I hope to do this by community-led consultation and engagement, uplifting and empowering youth and youth voices, creating a safe and brave space for Indigenous youth and peoples, accountability, advocacy, equity, collective unity, and through diversity and inclusion, being proactive in addressing various issues impacting Indigenous youth and communities, whether rural, remote, in care, displaced, through a social justice lens. With love and respect for our ancestors, I also strive to leave the world a better place, ensuring that Indigenous youth, Indigenous voices are heard and included at every table. I'll continue to advocate for climate action, climate justice, and social justice, culturalization, and more.
Thank you very much for that, Crystal. It pained me to call time at 5, but both the other candidates stayed in that time, so I felt obligated to do so. I do look to the delegation if there are questions, and if you're in the Zoom and you want to put something in the chat, I'll take a look at that as well. And as while you're giving that some thought, I do want to pose a question for each of you to answer, and you have 3 minutes each to answer the question. So we could reset to 3, James. It's a big province. There's lots of Indigenous youth. Can you give some your thoughts on how you will represent the diversity of views of First Nations youth in all of our regions and in our nations and away from home? Taylor?
Yeah, I think I touched on this question a bit in my opening remarks, but I think like the BCAFN Youth Council idea proposition is one way to tackle that. Making sure that all youth voices are represented and heard, especially for the the elected youth representatives in this organization. I know at BCAFN, over the last 3 years, we've hosted a provincial youth forum every year, which I think is great. I think as an elected youth representative, I got a lot of value in having youth come together, whether it was online or in person. But I think targeting regions would be my course of action in terms of gathering the different regions' perspectives. So I think the Provincial Youth Forum is one way, but also holding regional engagements is something I would like to do.
Thank you. Crystal, or excuse me, Brooklyn?
Hi, yes. Can you just repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yeah, so how will you represent the diversity of views of First Nations youth in all of our regions, nations, and away from home? Just your ideas or thoughts on that.
Okay. Can I get it? Sorry,
There are no wrong answers to this question.
can you skip on to Taylor?
We'll come back to you. Crystal?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think first and foremost, to really hold myself accountable to my platform, again, is just to really create consultation engagement. So I'd really love to hear more from the youth as well of, how we could better, engage them and create more collective inclusivity. I say this just because I could share, my thoughts and solutions, which I do have solutions, but I think, to do this in a meaningful way, it needs to have, I'd love to not speak for them. I'd rather hear them and be able to share what they said and bring that to the table. But I do agree, I do think there should be definitely more representation of Indigenous youth. And again, we should be creating more opportunities for these youth. However, it takes, what I would really like to see is more Indigenous communities working together collectively in unity and supporting one another. And I would like to start a policy roundtable discussion on how I can go about this and engage more youth.
Thank you very much. And then back to you, Brooklyn.
Yes, I definitely do agree with Taylor and Crystal, but yeah, we definitely need to include our youth more in just leadership stuff, like taking leadership, because what the BCAFN is they're definitely doing their job with including youth. And in my high school, we have a cultural room where everybody is heard, where Indigenous kids can go and they feel heard. And that's definitely something that I would love to have in more schools, because more schools that I've been going to, my cousin Hadley Williams, she does student voice, and she wants to have more Indigenous kids heard with leadership, and it's definitely something to be looking forward to, and having more youth built in on just leadership and having their voices heard. Yes, that's my take on.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Brooklyn. Microphone 7, Chief Don Tom.
Chair, a question. At one time, I was a youth representative, male youth rep. I know. Whatever.
I see some math going on.
You got me on that one. Ken Watts created First Nations Youth Councils of BC, and at one time he drew me in on part of that group, and so I know the sort of trying to delve in to create change as a youth can be difficult to get the attention of those who are making the decisions, especially when we have over 200 chiefs here in BC, can be difficult. I don't think youth talking about youth issues is how we solve these problems, and I want to know, what is your passion of topic? What do you strive to change in this world? Outside of youth talking about youth, what is your current passion that you could bring to this table and do some real damage? If that is a question.
Thank you very much. Let's reset the clock, please. Taylor?
Yeah, I think there's I have a lot of passions, I guess, is like where to start. I think a lot of them are centered around youth. I think just for the work that I do here at BCAFN and full-time. I think one thing that I've really been working towards and for is this idea of life promotion. And I think it's centered around youth because of the work I do. But I started working with FNHA back in 2018. They were trying to change the narrative around suicide prevention to this idea of life promotion. And they came from a group of elders that were actually working across the country. But so I think when I think about things I'm passionate about, it's that. It's like, how do we promote unity, cultural competence, and essentially life. And so life promotion is this idea that instead of coming from a deficit base of suicide prevention, it's like, how can we promote people in our community to choose a life? And so I think that shows up in my life in many ways. And so I think my passion is definitely driven by that idea of like, how can we approach things with through a strength-based like lens, and how can we uplift our youth to choose life every day.
Thank you very much for that. Brooklyn?
Yeah, being a youth, just in this world, basically, it's all social media. It's all, like, I feel like my passion for just youth, because based on other than youth, I can't really say anything other than that, because I am a youth. I have been going to high school for how long? And, but my passion is probably just mental health, because I struggle with a lot of it. And yeah, it's like my passion and trying to get past mental health. Like talking to youth, I know it gets to them, but it doesn't really get to them. Like, you know, like it doesn't hit, like, but yeah, that's basically my passion, is just to get beyond mental health and get it heard. And yeah.
Thank you. And Crystal?
So, very similar answer. I also have many passions, although I didn't always have a skill for learning. It was something that I developed over time. And if there's anything I'd like to share with our youth is, you know, developing that skill to want to learn, to try new things, to step outside their comfort zone. At this point in my life, I'm moving more towards like a mentorship stage and sharing that knowledge that I've acquired. And a lot of self-reflection, but more importantly, what I'm really passionate about is right now is social justice. And, you know, what does that look like? You know, what are the many facets and barriers of intersectionality that, you know, is the overarching umbrella of, you know, oppressing our communities, but also, you know, in a patriarchal capitalistic society. And, you know, lately I've been pondering a lot and I love to problem solve and do projects. And actually, two of the projects I'm working on right now is Stop Human Trafficking. And the other one I finished was land-based learning. And these are important because it's through an asset-based development model, which means focusing on the assets, strengths, gifts within your community and the resources. And so taking that knowledge, whether that's from the youth, from the honorable leadership here, and, you know, I'm doing that again through consultation and engagement. And, you know, if you had absolutely nothing, the low-hanging fruit, what is the bare minimum you can do within your community to create change, and how can you have an influence on getting people involved and inspiring them? And, you know, I think wellness, sustainability as well, you know, is interconnected into so much, along with like being connected to the land. And I think, you know, we need leaders that aren't afraid to step outside their comfort zone, to explore outside their community. And even though, you know, I'm only a piece of the puzzle to help create that change, I hope to, you know, inspire others and create a ripple effect. And you know, but I feel like we're in a time where, you know, there's so much change going on, though, at the same time. There's so much, you know, amazing change going on within our communities, seeing it in the youth already, seeing their passion to get involved, seeing their passion to learn the culture, you know, the paradigm shifting. And I'm just grateful to be a part of it.
Thank you very much. Microphone 11, Chief Spahan.
Good afternoon, Lee Spahan, Chief of the Quarter Band. Thank you. It was very good listening to what you had to say. I met Taylor for the first time in Ottawa when I was raising some questions with at the national AFN level. And that was really good to be approached by youth and say, you know, we support you in what you're doing and you're asking all the right questions. I got a phone call from Crystal, and having a candidate call you and talk about the platform and the family is great. I really like that. You know, I like that, you know, being connected to the land is very important. I taught my son that. He got his first deer when he was 7. Being connected to the land and harvesting our traditional foods is very important. I guess, you know, the way I read a news story the other day about youth and where they're at now. And with all this technology and the phones. And, you know, I guess my first question would be, how would you inspire other youth to say, join a youth council? Because, you know, being leadership and listening to the voices of the youth is very important on hearing what their views and their concerns are. And so a question for each of you is how would you do that? And, you know, I think what I would like to see is for youth representatives at the Leadership Council to come to our communities and talk to our youth, because they need to hear that. And you're paving the way to talking to other youth by coming here and talking to the leadership, because you are the future leaders. And by taking that step forward, you know, wanting to be the youth rep, I acknowledge that and I respect you for that. But I want to hear, how are you going to inspire other youth to step forward and say, yeah, we want to be part of a youth council, or you know, to get them to leave their phones alone or stay off social media or whatever. Because, you know, I look at my children and that's what they're doing pretty well 90% of the time. So my comments and questions, Goksham, thank you.
All right, and maybe just to shift it up a little bit, we'll go in reverse order this time. Crystal?
Yeah, so that's a really great question, and thank you so much for asking it. It's an important question. So I'm just reflecting on it a little bit more here.
So how to inspire other youth to join the youth council?
So I think one way is through mentorship. I think Taylor was a part of We Matter as well, and they have a really great program that I was a part of, and I really respect this program on mental health wellness and how it engages youth as Hope Ambassadors from across Canada, and gives them the skills and tool sets to go back to their communities and deliver, wellness workshops and give hope to other youth. And if there's anything I learned, is that's one great way of engaging youth, but it's also goes a little bit more deeper than that. Something that I've been doing personally lately is helping friends, family actually apply for some of these opportunities. And I feel like, having workshops even on teaching people, how to apply for these workshops is important, because a lot of these applications, they're intimidating, they're long, they're competitive, and it takes time. It takes time and experience to get your first yes. And that's the thing too, is you're always looking for your next yes. And if there's anything I'd want to teach the youth is don't give up the first time someone says no to you. Keep applying, and eventually you'll find your yes opportunity. Someone's going to say yes to you, and you keep building on that. You keep building on that, and you keep building on that, and passing that knowledge on again. But then again, creating opportunities in the sense that are, for Indigenous people, because there's so many opportunities out there that are not necessarily culturally safe or safe spaces for Indigenous youth. And so having more opportunities that are, accessible, but also just, and utilizing, I think, creative funding. That's something I want to learn more about myself too, is how do you utilize creative funding so we can create more opportunities for youth, and providing that knowledge to the youth as well, because I think sometimes that's another barrier. But mentorship, mentorship is something I strive for, and I'm hoping to do that more so outside my own community.
Thank you very much for that. Brooklyn?
Hi. I figure one of the ways that you could get youth engaged in leadership and talking through their problems with school was I was working on a tribal or youth committee where youth just get to talk about their problems that they're having throughout school, or youth that have problems with just anything, just so they can get their issues out and we can work on it instead of it not being heard or not being worked on. Because I feel like all youth really want to be is just heard. Being heard is definitely one of the best things that has happened to me. Being heard it just makes you feel like I can't really put my, I know the word for it, but just starting a youth committee where you can gather a bunch of youth that have problems, and I feel like that's also something that youth would probably want to get involved in, because sitting here, I definitely am being the youngest. I have never spoken about I've never been publicly speaking. This is making me very nervous, but yeah.
Thank you very much. We have Chief Watts at microphone 15 and followed by Chief Hobart at microphone 22.
Can I respond?
Oh, sorry.
I'll be quick.
My My shaking up a little bit threw me off. Sorry about that, Taylor.
All good. Yeah, I think what you were saying, Chief, about how do we inspire, and you were talking about like us being able to talk to youth is one way. I would also, like my dream would be to have each of you bring a youth to our assemblies. I know at our gathering earlier this year, there was support, financial support for each of the chiefs to bring a youth with them. I would love for the BCAFN to adopt a similar model to that. As it's been mentioned, as we all know how vast our province is, I think it would be great if we had your help in being able to bring youth here, because I think that's what's going to inspire them. For them to see, the work that's being done here, for them to see us talking up here, and seeing the good work that's being done, like that's what inspires. That's what inspired me. When I first saw my chief coming to these things, and I was curious, I was like, what's going on over there? Why do you keep going to Vancouver? Why? Like, what are you guys talking about? So I think as youth leaders, youth representatives, whatever title we may hold, we have a role in inspiring, but I think so do you guys. So do their leadership. And so if we could all work together in inspiring our youth, I think would be just the best.
Awesome. So as mentioned, microphone 15, and process-wise, we'll take these two questions. I think we'll be pretty close to 5 o'clock then. We'll turn to you for your final statements after these two questions. Microphone 15, please. It's not drumming very well.
There we go. Once again, Uklama Huamish, his Takshikla Tsuma Sishat, Hikamamuk, elected chief councillor Sishat. First, let me thank you all for having the courage to get up and stand in front of a bunch of chiefs at 4:30 at the end of the day, and for putting your name forward. As Don said, I was a former BCAFN youth rep myself a long time ago. I'm not a youth anymore. I'm 40 now, but I will say that it's an amazing experience, and it's a huge opportunity for you to gain some real life lessons. I think can actually build your own toolbox, and I'll talk more about that in a second. But I also want everybody in here to just know that we're in good hands. You know, when I look and I hear you get up and speak, and I feel like all of you are wise beyond your years, and you're so articulate and so intelligent that you inspire me. You know, it was asked about how you plan on inspiring youth. Well, you're inspiring me just how well spoken all of you are. I think we're in an opioid crisis, a mental health crisis, a housing crisis. For me, I always leave at these events, and I said it at one of the last events, I feel at ease knowing we're going to be okay. I think all of us need to feel, and we leave this room, that no matter what happens years from now, we have a group of young people that are going to make sure our communities are okay. So I just want to thank you and remind all of you, you can all bring youth to the First Nations Leaders Gathering coming up this year. That's paid for all of you to bring one youth, just like our gathering. So I encourage you to do it. Advice, again, I encourage you to continue to be engaged and speak up no matter what happens after the voting. I encourage you to embrace every moment that you have in front of leadership and build your own toolbox. You know, during my time, I was so fortunate to sit with two former national chiefs and our amazing Jody Wilson-Raybould, and I embraced every one of those moments to create my own toolbox. And I wouldn't be where I am sitting right here if I was never in that position in the past. So I encourage you to embrace these moments. And so my question really is, in those positions, you have an opportunity to engage with governments. A lot of the time, I know in the past, the provincial and federal governments would ask young people what they thought about, even legislation. They were asking our thoughts on some things about, I think it was education, I remember, with the province and other matters. So really my question is, do you feel you have a good understanding of our relationship with the provincial and federal governments? And if so, could you please give some examples? So once again, I want to thank you on behalf of everybody here and say how amazing it is that you're all standing up here and putting your name forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Watts. Taylor?
Yeah, I think over the last 3 years, I definitely feel more confident working with the provincial government, the federal government as well. I feel like there's always so much to learn, though, especially depending on what the subject is. Like, education is one thing. I know sitting at the BCAFN, the youth representatives get to sit on the United Aboriginal Youth Collective. So that's a youth collective housed under MIR. And then the Métis Nation youth reps sit on there, and then the Friendship Center youth reps sit on there. So, and we were like recently engaged with the anti-racism legislation stuff. So, and depending on what the topic is, I think there's always room for me to grow and to better understand those processes, depending on the departments. Some departments are like really eager to work with Indigenous people, some not so much. So I think, yeah, definitely having the confidence to speak up. I know when we met with Minister Rankin, it was nerve-wracking. I don't know why I like got nervous seeing him, but as soon as we sat down, he's like, "What do you want from me?" And then yeah, I don't know, something came over me that I just felt, I told him exactly what I thought and exactly what I thought First Nations youth in BC needed. And so I think it's just more experience. It just does nothing but good for young people, because we are able to better, enter those rooms and make changes as much as we have all been talking about. So I would say I'm fairly comfortable. And in those moments of meeting with ministers, I think it just, practice has really helped, and also I've always been surrounded by knowledge keepers and regional chief most of the time, a lot of the board members as well. So I think just having that mentorship really goes a long way. So, yeah.
Thank you. Brooklyn?
I feel like I'm still understanding it, only being in high school and only being 16. But from what I understand, that your guys' relationship with the governance is, well, kind of. But it's based on the lands being taken and our language being impacted. And honestly, I really would like to have our language being taught in schools, just because people need to be learning more about our language, because it is being impacted as our elders are falling, and we have youth that don't want to learn our language. And I feel like we need more, more learning of our language. And I'm currently in this group, Hyundai, it means sharp as a sword, and it's just for empowering young youth, and it's just for Indigenous girls. And I feel like learning language is there, and it just feels very homely, like, if that makes sense. But yeah.
And Crystal?
Thank you, Kenwa. It's another great question. I would say, for myself personally, I'm very comfortable with politics, and I've had the opportunity to work on Parliament Hill with MP Mamlakakak and learn from her honorable leadership and see some of the challenges that she goes through as an MP that was on Parliament Hill, and living across Canada and getting to meet Indigenous peoples and communities, it definitely opens your eyes. But more importantly, I'm really grateful for the privilege that I've had to really learn from youth from so many different communities over the years, and their wealth of knowledge, and them sharing their voices and their stories about the communities they come from and the hardships. And I think that's what really kind of stuck with me, as I had the honor of helping create Canada's first ever youth policy, but also help create policy recommendations for the UN, and really learn from other Indigenous youth that have attended these opportunities, and helping create policy recommendations of hearing the Indigenous youth voices and what they had to say, and hearing what it is they wanted to see change, and how they wanted to be included as youth. And like so many in this room, I feel like we, in our positions based on colonization, we have the two hats where we have to walk in two ways, both in our community but also in the colonial way. And being able to be a part of IAP and learning about like the diversity, inclusion, and the impact of the government trying to address reconciliation, you know, I've been able to witness some of these changes and see some of the discussions that have been talked about and learn from MLAs and MPs, but you know, regardless, there's always a long way to go, and I can't necessarily speak from everyone's experience, but I can speak from my own, and I would say, and maybe this is biased, BC, thankfully, is a lot more progressive in many ways of addressing reconciliation. And, you know, as a social justice advocate, you know, just being able to like see the underlying, you know, issues that continue to impact us is another perspective we all need to like look from and start thinking about, like, you know, the solutions towards, you know, what would a system look like without capitalism, and starting to work together on thinking about these problems of, you know, what would life be like if we dismantled the system together.
Thank you very much for that. Last question to Chief Hobart. Microphone 22.
I got the drum, Ken. Thank you, and I echo Chief Ken. He's right. I think that we're in good hands. Thank you for putting your names forward and going through all of the hurdles to even, I know that, you know, going back to your family, should I, shouldn't I, and just even thinking about taking that step. We've all been there, I think, as leaders, and we know that it's tough to consider whether you're going to put the next while dedicated to something so important as to where you want to really make a difference. But I want to also echo Chief Ken, that you can make a difference whether you get elected or not. Please try and stay focused and stay in the hunt with us, right? Because the young voices are what we need. How are you doing? Thumbs up, all three of you? You okay? Yeah? Okay, good. I hear these questions coming at you, and I'm thinking, man, I wouldn't even want to be in that seat. So I think you're all doing amazing, by the way. In Brooklyn, I wanted to let you know something. I work with the youth in my school district, and I volunteer, and I try to help them understand that it's okay to take that pause, because in our way, we used to take a pause if anybody asked us a question. We took it back to our people, and we wouldn't want to shoot from the hip. We've seen that too much in media. That's what's expected, is somebody asks you a question and boom, you got the answer. And I want you to know that all three of you, if you're in a safe place, there's no, like Harold said, there's no right or wrong answer. And sometimes I think that we're so busy trying to make sure that we've got that we're hearing the right question or hearing it properly, or we're going to respond in a certain way, that we forget what's the most human in us, and that is that connection where we can connect to each other and also just realize that we're all patting you on the backs no matter what, and nobody's judging. And so I guess my question is, what do you do to get out on the land to stay connected culturally? Because we do have youth that do that still in our territory, and I feel like they need to be honored just as much as those that are out there doing the scholastic endeavors. And I just wanted to know what you do, even just, I think maybe Chief Don Tom was trying to get to that. What do you do for fun? Like, what do you do away from all of this stuff that you're focused on that's kind of scary, where you're going to go into? Like, what's going to take you from the scary things of doing this to when you go back home and you're like, oh, I'm going to just go out and take my shoes off and be out on the sand, or am I going to go in the trees, or am I going to go pick whatever, right? I mean, whatever it is you do. Sorry, I didn't mean to lead that question, but I just would like to know what you do culturally to stay connected, and to we're calling it, I guess in a way, we call it debrief in a way, when we get under a lot of pressure, just to get out there, just to relax and just be calm. And so I think that you all need to do that after this, but I'm just wondering what you would do in a normal situation where, because a lot of stuff you're talking about right now is just even stressing me out. So well, way to go, Kukshem.
Okay. And let's try the reverse order again, Crystal.
No pressure. Yeah, great question. Thank you so much for asking it. For myself, I started off, I think when I was 10, canoe pulling for 10 years. And honestly, culture, as they say, it saves lives. And it brought together so many people that came from broken homes and brought us together and not only taught us about, thankfully my skipper, from Cowichan, he taught us so much about the teachings and, how to canoe pull in a good way, how to, bath, how to smudge down the canoe, everything. And I'm really grateful for that to this day because I continue to carry those teachings with me. And one teaching that really sticks out to me to this day is you're always representing who you are and where you come from, and people are always watching. And that's something I never forgot. And, I also had the privilege of learning my language fairly young because we have in Skohommish Ochmel Iatwe, which is a indigenous or indigenous youth cultural camp. And so I'm really grateful. I've been to CM here, Simpoyan Gonzalez, who does so much great work within our community as well, and being able to be on canoe journeys with him as well, and war canoe over the years. And I'm a very adventurous person, so I do make time to make sure I go out and, create, focus on self-care. But honestly, doing this work, it's my passion. It's something that I enjoy doing. I'm always looking forward to the next project, how, I can give back in some way, or, what can I do to actually help create, an impact and think about the future generations and make a difference. That's what I want to do. And, I think about it every day, if there's anything I could do before I leave this world, what can I do today that, could help make a difference? But, culture is really important. And to this day, I love my community so much. And, they're always there for me. And growing up in the Squamish Valley, I think was one of the best things that ever happened to me because it helped me create that connection to the land. And now I'm a activist and stopping, some controversial things, but it's my passion, and it's something that gives me energy and something I look forward to every day.
Thank you. Brooklyn?
I live in Burns Lake, so there's tons of mountain bike trails, and there's tons of berries to pick. So some days when I was working with the Wet'suwet'en First Nation band, they would set up cultural days where we could go out and we could go pick berries, or some days we would have just deliveries of fish where we could go out and we could gut fish or just clean it or anything, jar it. So yeah, that's something that just takes my mind off of everything. Just going out on the land, picking berries, or going for a bike ride, just walking anywhere. Because with everything that's really going on in the world, getting out on the land is definitely something that'll take your mind off of anything. Because yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite things to do, just to get out on the land and just get to know it better.
Thank you. Taylor?
Yeah. The last time I saw Chief Hobart was in Anchorage, Alaska in May. We went to a connectivity summit up there, and I think I've been home for maybe 2 weeks total since then. So I think this is a great question. I'm oh, this is a really good question. And I know as a young person who is very active in my community, very active in a number of things across the province and the country, people are very key. I don't know how they get my email, but they, especially with all this reconciliation stuff, indigenization, getting young people involved, yeah, I get a lot of requests to sit on boards and things like that, and I think part of my self-care is starting to become to say no to those things, to just recognize that I can't do everything. There's a lot of eager youth out there that that I've started to rely on my network to be hey, I don't have the capacity, or I know someone better who's would be great for this position. So I think relying on my network both to extend those opportunities to, but also to lean on in these times. This work can be very taxing, especially as a young person. I think, especially the stuff that's been going on at the AFN over the last year or so, and being co-chair at the time of that very turbulent happenings over there. Yeah, it takes a toll. So I think just relying on my network, both my friends, and then of course when I'm home, my family, my mom, my sister, my nieces and nephews, they sure remind me to have some fun, to not take things so seriously, to turn off my phone. So I think those are just like the little things that I think really make the biggest difference in taking care of yourself in this work that I'm sure you all know. Staying off of Facebook, don't check those comments. Yeah, so I think, yeah.
All right, well, thank you all very much for that. We're going to wrap up this session with your closing remarks, and then we'll call the Ron Loffer over, the Chief Electoral Officer, to talk about the process for tomorrow. And so just take a deep breath, and then you've been giving really inspirational answers to the Chief's questions, and I join with all of them in saying how helpful that has been to us to know that our future is in good hands, as they say. So with that, let's take a minute each. Anything, any final comment, anything left unsaid? And over to you, Taylor.
Yeah, I just thank all of you again for staying. I know it's been a long day, and just, yeah, it's been a true honor to serve you all, and I hope that I get the great honor to continue this work. And I just want to really congratulate and shout out my fellow youth up here. I know they're so poised, and I feel like I should be a lot better at public speaking. I know it's a skill, but they're yeah, like you talk about being inspired, I'm inspired sitting here, and I know that, yeah, whatever the outcome tomorrow, we're BCAFN will be lucky to have either one of any three of us, and yeah, I just thank you all. Merci, Cho.
Thank you. Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for sitting and listening. And I'd also like to wish best of luck to you guys. Yeah, I'd also like to thank all the chiefs for, taking their time to vote for any one of us. And definitely with any one of us, they're in great hands. But yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for listening.
And Crystal?
I absolutely agree. We are definitely in good hands as well. Taylor is my friend. We go back 5 years. And then I'm just so proud of Brooke as well. As, we all have to start somewhere on our journey. And, I'm proud of you because, it's scary if you're running for your first time in an election and you're just learning the ropes. So I'm really proud of you for being here and for speaking your truth and, sharing with all of us today. And yeah, thank you all for taking the time to vote for us tomorrow. It really means a lot to me, and I know to the youth and to the honorable leadership and to Squamish here for supporting me. And lastly, I just want to share that I haven't shared my pamphlet with you. I'm happy to come give it to you after this today. Thank you so much. Your
candidates. Stay there a bit longer. We'll call Ron. Or Ron, did you need some space for your? Okay, so then we'll invite you to make your way to your chair. Oh, Ron gets set up. Photo up. Where's our photographer? I was wondering what was in that box. So we'll give Ron a moment to get set up.
Just want to take a moment to thank each of those three candidates for taking part in the forum and taking part in the election as a whole. I mean, it takes a lot of courage to stand, to seek to represent a position like this and represent the community and the youth in general. And no matter what the results are, I really feel, jumping into this should be respected. It's great to see them. Just to give you a little bit of a overview of what's happening tomorrow. Obviously, the election is tomorrow. We begin at 10 a.m. for voting. And just to explain the process, it's held electronically by either voting online or using a telephone. Both online voting and telephone voting are run through the same program called Simply Voting. It's a program that we've used for several years already here at the BCAFN. As mentioned, the voting starts at 10 a.m. It's a 3-hour window, so you have until 1 p.m. tomorrow to complete your vote. I really encourage you to vote as soon as possible in the process, just to get it done. If you are intending to vote by phone, we have this automated phone system where you just call into a phone number, and we'll certainly provide it to you tomorrow as well, but the phone number is 1-855-684-2965. I think it's easier to vote online if you're comfortable to vote on your phone or on your laptop or tablet, but the phone access is there, especially if there's somebody outside of this room doesn't have access to the internet at the particular time. There is that phone access. Also, to keep in mind, when you registered for this meeting, you provided your email address as well as your status card number or an equivalent ID number. Both of these are used as credentials for accessing your ballot. So when you go to log in, you will need that number that you used. It will say that to enter your status card number or equivalent. A number of you I spoke to at the check-in desk earlier, so if you didn't register with your status card number, don't be confused. Please do use your driver's license number or your BCID number or any other number that you use to register. You'll also receive a PIN code in the email that will come to you. And that email comes directly from Simply Voting. I'm going to take you through a sample vote now. Oh boy, I see that my internet connection is lost, so just 1 second. While I'm voting while I'll be connecting on my computer here just now, you of course can use your tablet or your phone or any other internet-enabled device to complete your vote. Whatever has the internet connection. Okay, so you'll receive an email that will look like this shortly after 10 o'clock. And it'll say BCFN up here, but the email address it comes from is vote@simplyvoting.com. And you can see, for those that are intending to vote online, the phone number is down here as well. But the message says that the voting has begun and you have until 1 p.m. The two important parts here are that you'll need your status card number or equivalent, and then this is the PIN code here at number 2. The 4-digit PIN code is what you'll need to access. And to complete the process, you just click on this link. It'll take you directly to the voting website. And that's what it looks like. I'm going to log in here and show you a sample. If you're having trouble logging in tomorrow, consider what the card number was that you used to register. And then if you have problems, feel free to contact me. I'll be here, but I'm also available by phone. You can email me or call at 604-715-4777. Those numbers will be available all tomorrow. So here I need to enter the PIN code, and I'm going back to the email. I can see it's 2955. You can either copy and paste it or just type it in, and you'll have your ballot question there. So here you can see 3 candidates. We have Mountain Dew, 7-Up, and Sprite. And if you want to learn a little bit more about any of the candidates, you can click on View Details, and it includes the bio for each of the candidates as well as a picture that was submitted. You can toggle around anywhere, and you can click. If you're choosing Mountain Dew, but you suddenly choose to make a change and go to 7-Up, that's fine, you can do that. I personally, I'm not a pop drinker, but let's say 7-Up here. You go to the bottom, you click continue, and you move on. The system will ask you to confirm whether you want 7-Up or you can change it. I'm just going to hit change just to show you that you can go back and make that change. I also want to comment that the candidates are in random order each time they're opened. They're not in alphabetical order. The system will generate a different order for anybody who opens up their ballot. So don't be surprised if they're not in alphabetical order. As well, you can leave your choices blank if you are choosing to abstain. Okay, so I'm now going to vote for Sprite, and I'm going to confirm my vote, and it'll tell you that well, it doesn't say it here, but on yours it'll say to tune back in shortly after 1 o'clock, and you'll get the results. So please make sure you come back tomorrow to complete the BCAFN business and take an opportunity to vote, and then of course hear the results shortly after 1 o'clock. This election is decided by whomever gets the most votes. And if we do get a tie, we will have another round of voting, not necessarily right away. We'll determine that then. If you don't receive your email by 10:15 or 10:30 to get access to vote, please call or email us or come to us at the registration table. We will help you out right away. But that's the intention of having that 3-hour window to vote, just to go through any troubleshooting if need be. All right, so you have now been sitting for many, many hours. Unless there's any questions, I will pass it back to Harold to continue and close. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Number 7?
Yeah, thank you. Just really quickly, would like to acknowledge our male youth rep here who's been acclaimed. Stand up, Kyle, so we all know who you are, and let's all congratulate him.
Thank you for that. Just to note on that, we're working to try and build in a few minutes for tomorrow to give each of the acclaimed candidates a few minutes to speak. So we'll see if we can work that in for tomorrow.
Thank you. I also wanted to share online, Cheryl Casmer had shared a comment. Taylor Brooklyn Crystal, thank you for putting your name forward for the female youth rep position with the BCAFN. Listening to you speak so passionately on your priorities makes me feel so proud. And I wish you well in the upcoming election tomorrow. Our future is so much brighter with you all in it. And Kyle, congratulations on becoming the new male youth rep. I know you will do an amazing job. So with that, thank you very much, Regional Chief. Any final words for today? With that, we will reconvene. We are in recess. We will reconvene here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And we do have Minister Cullen, who is in person, joining us for our first conversation tomorrow.